Yo Shinobi fam, welcome back to Just a Shinobi. Today, we're diving into one of the wildest what-ifs. What if neglected Naruto has sealed legacy? Part 2. Hope you love Part 1. If you're new here, smash that subscribe button for more mind-blowing Naruto scenarios. Check out the other videos on the channel, share them with your ninja squad, and don't forget to drop your thoughts in the comments. Your support keeps this shinobi going strong. Naruto was on his way to meet up with his girlfriend. He was still annoyed that Kakashi refused to lend him his new book. But then again, Naruto figured that if the roles were reversed he might have done the same thing. While on his way, Naruto thought about the test Kakashi was going to have them take, and found that there had to be some catch to it. Something about his test didn't quite seem to add up. Not only did Kakashi not tell them what the test was, but he didn't want them to eat anything at all beforehand. What kind of ninja takes a test with no food in his system? Naruto asked himself. It's like having a machine go without fuel and forcing it to operate as you test pilot it. I know Kakashi-sensei's up to something. Naruto then decided to worry about that later as he continued on his way to the Hyuga manor. While on his way, his eyes caught sight of a certain green spandex-clad genin that was said to be a Madogai clone. He wasn't with his other teammates, and he evidently was heading someplace in a hurry. Deciding to multitask, Naruto made a Kage Bunshin with a very large quantity of chakra and had him follow after Lee while Naruto himself went to meet with Hinata. The Kage Bunshin followed Lee to a secluded location and found that it was one of the training grounds Team 8 frequently used. Seeing an opportunity to exploit this occasion, Naruto left in a hurry to get something to bring back with him. Never noticing the clone, Lee set himself to completing his normal exercise routine of laps, sit-ups, push-ups, and any other easily repeatable exercise that came to mind. 15 minutes later, Naruto returned back to where the green-clad genin was. Hey there, Naruto greeted. Are you Tenten and Hyuga Niji's teammate, the one called Rock Lee? Lee turned to see Naruto approaching him. Yes, Lee said, and who might you be? I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto greeted with a friendly tone, member of Team 7. A pleasure to meet you, my youthful Konoha comrade. Lee greeted back. But how do you know of my teammates? Niji's younger cousin Hinata happens to be my girlfriend, Naruto explained. And I'm familiar with Niji, though I wouldn't call him my friend exactly. You can say that the way he treats others is rather unyouthful. Indeed, Lee agreed. Niji-san does have that unyouthful belief that many are beneath him because of something predestined. He even considers me as such because of my inability to perform ninjutsu. That's a load of trash, Naruto replied. And I'd like to prove that for myself. How about a friendly spar, you and me? Yash, Lee said enthusiastically. I'll gladly spar with you and allow your burning youth to radiate through our match. All right then. Naruto agreed. But first, how about we have a small drink to get us into the swing of things? I can take a drink, Lee said. I am feeling rather parched myself. Naruto pulled out a small water bottle and opened it before handing it to Lee. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Lee smiled as he accepted the bottle and drank from it. No, Lee, Naruto replied with a mischievous grin. Thank you for giving up some of your time for my research. Lee finished the water bottle before looking at Naruto with a blush and huge grin as he dropped the bottle. Naruto saw that the contents he put into the water were already taking effect as Lee was becoming tipsy. You're going to be a great asset to me in this extensive and secret study of your drunken fist style, Naruto said before Lee suddenly engaged him in combat. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Naruto said as he formed the required hand seal and had 30 solid clones come into existence with the purpose of each of them taking turns fighting the drunken Lee one-on-one. In some cases, it would be 2 or 3 at a time against Lee. Other times, it'd be even more than that. Sometimes as many as 7. Meanwhile, Naruto was walking through the Hyuga manor as he caught sight of Hanabi by herself going through her juken practice. He quietly approached the 8-year-old as the girl was still focused on her training. She soon stopped to catch her breath and turned to Naruto, who stood not too far from her. She shot him a glare, which was met with his smile. Hi there, Naruto greeted. What do you want? Hanabi replied with the glare and frown still on her face. How about a smile, my little nighttime firecracker? Naruto suggested as he went over and ruffled her hair. Smiles are free, aren't they? You're a pain, Hanabi remarked. And I just had my hair brushed. But you're so much cuter with your hair all messy and disheveled, Naruto teased with his hand still resting on top of her head. Kunoichi worry more about their skills and crafts than their hair being neatly brushed, my little nighttime firecracker. What would you know? Hanabi retorted. You only recently became an official ninja. Kid, please, Naruto replied. I managed to do things that put other veteran shinobi to shame while you still have quite a way to go, especially since you're going to be starting class at the Ninja Academy tomorrow. But I will admit that your skills in dodging your father and other main house members who themselves are veteran ninja are rather impressive. I should know I've had my eyes on you for a while now. You may not want to admit it to yourself, but I can see it as plain as day about you. And what would that be? Hanabi asked suspiciously. That, in a couple of ways, Naruto grinned. I've rubbed off on you, and so has Hinata-chan. What? Hanabi retorted accusingly. How dare you make such a mocking accusation? So then, Naruto teased as he leaned down and whispered into her left ear, I guess all those times you've been trying to spy on me, hiding behind various objects in hopes of not getting caught was all just an act. Hinata-chan used to do the same thing, and I guess you were only pretending to try so hard to find out as much as you can about me, though you do so while giving a front like you're cold and hardened and have no form of interest in me, giving everyone the outward impression that you're their ideal Hyuga heiress while pulling mischievous stunts underneath everyone's nose and sneaking around, stealing their expensive imported sake and wine. Be honest with yourself, my little nighttime firecracker, you copy traits of both your older sister and myself. I swear. Hanabi snorted and blushed at Naruto's irrefutable logic, which left no room for argument. You're such a pain. I'm fond of you too, Naruto teased with a large smile. A minute later, Neji appeared on the scene and saw Naruto and Hanabi from a distance. He saw that Naruto still had his hand on Hanabi's head. Frowning at the sight, Neji soon approached them. Why are you here, Naruto? Neji asked with a monotone tone. To pay my girlfriend, my moon's eye spring rabbit, a visit, Naruto replied. But I had to first say hi to my little nighttime firecracker here. Your choice of pet names for Hanabi-sama and Hinata-sama are most beneath the Hyuga clan, Neji remarked with a tone of disapproval. I fail to see why it's tolerated, and why you haven't been put in your place. Like I've told others, Naruto replied. My respect is earned, not given. Plus, I only give such adoring pet names to those I like. You're still the same senseless jester fate has clearly defined you as, Neji remarked. You need not worry about the pet names Naruto-kun addresses my Nei-san and me with, Neji, Hanabi said. Though playful, they're neither demeaning nor offensive. If they were, father would have addressed the matter long ago. It missed neither Neji nor Naruto's attention that Hanabi referred to Naruto with an affectionate suffix. As you say, Hanabi-sama. Neji said nothing further as he walked past them and to another location. It's bad enough that Hinata-sama wanted and chose to become his girlfriend, Neji thought. It's even worse now that Hanabi-sama is following her sister's disgraceful course and is developing an attachment of sorts with that loser. Clearly fate has decreed this upon Hanabi-sama, and her folly will lead to untold consequences. Neji soon disappeared from their sight, leaving them alone again. Naruto-kun, was it? Naruto teased. Hanabi realized her slip of tongue. Don't think too much of it, Hanabi replied. I just slipped, that's all. Right, Naruto remarked. Keep telling yourself that. I really can't stand Neji sometimes, Hanabi said, changing the subject. It's always fate this and fate that. Maybe someone ought to find a way to free him of that stupid notion of fate and destiny, Naruto suggested as he released Hanabi's head and started walking off to find Hinata. But remember, Naruto said, I have my eyes on you, my little nighttime firecracker. Naruto said nothing further as he went on his way, leaving Hanabi alone with her thoughts. The young girl stood there and thought about what Naruto told her. Did I allow Nei-san and Naruto-kun to really influence me like this? Hanabi thought before she realized how she referred to Naruto again. Damn it. I did again. In Hinata's room, Hinata was sitting at her desk, reading some water jutsu scrolls Naruto gave to her, studying and memorizing the hand signs that went with them. A minute later, a knock came at her door. Hinata-chan, a masculine voice called out from behind the door. Are you in there? Naruto-kun. Hinata said happily as she got up from her seat and hurried over to the door. She opened it and embraced Naruto before kissing him. The Jinchuriki embraced and kissed her back in return. I missed you. Naruto smiled as he broke the kiss. Not as much as I miss you, Hinata said in return before allowing Naruto to come into her room and closing the door behind them. Naruto went and sat down on the chair where Hinata had been sitting. He gestured for her to come and sit in his lap, and she happily obliged, wrapping her right arm around his shoulders. So, how did your time with Kurenai-sensei and your new team go? Naruto asked. Hinata began relating everything to him, from their introductions, favorite hobbies, dislikes, and future goals. Naruto listened without interrupting her. Damn it, Ino grumbled with frustration, it's not as provocative. It's disturbing how Naruto could pull it off and have Sasuke-kun and all of the guys fall for him as a female. It makes me, a natural female, look bad. Taking a breath to calm down, Ino cleared her mind and focused on her objective once again. I don't know how you do it, Naruto, Ino thought with a determined expression as she looked into her mirror. But I'll be damned before I swallow my pride as a woman and ask you for pointers in sex appeal and learning what turns a guy on. With that in mind, Ino went at it again, trying from different angles to emulate Naruto's sexy acts. She was resolute not to let Naruto beat her. The following morning, Team 7 was waiting patiently at the training ground where they were told to meet. However, only Sasuke and Sakura were present, as neither Naruto nor Kakashi had shown up, and it was almost 9 in the morning. Terrific, Sakura grumbled, it's been almost 3 hours already. First Kakashi-sensei shows up late for his first day with us, and now that Baka Naruto goes and follows his example. Not to mention they're both shameless perverts. Sasuke grunted but gave Sakura no conversation the whole time. His mind was still on what Kakashi firmly told him yesterday about stopping his desire to have Hinata as his girlfriend. The dope wants to set up his own clan in Konoha and have Hinata bear Uzumaki Hyuga children for him, Sasuke thought. A clan filled with idiots like him? And he seeks to have his descendants become a clan of Byakugan-wielding Uzumaki morons? That's crazy. The dope seeks to become a clan leader, and he says that all of Konoha will owe his clan homage. He got a lot of nerve. Sakura turned to look at Sasuke and found him in deep thought about something. Sasuke-kun, Sakura said sweetly as she approached him, are you okay? You seem to be in deep thought about something. Sasuke turned to look at Sakura and shrugged, I'm just thinking about what the dope said about starting a new clan of seal masters in Konoha and becoming Hokage. I will admit, he has very ambitious dreams besides becoming Hokage, Sakura said. Is such a thing like starting a whole new clan like what Naruto wants to do even possible? With the right support, funding, land, and resources, Sasuke explained, it can be done. If he marries Hinata, he'll have the help he'll need since she already has a bloodline limit and is a clan heiress. So you do have confidence in me, Sasuke. Naruto smiled as he appeared and walked over to them. You both expressed concern for my future and dreams. I'm so touched. Put a sock in it, Sakura retorted. And why are you late? Is Kakashi-sensei here? Naruto asked. No, Sakura answered. Then I'm still on time, Naruto replied. Besides, I simply went to take care of some things with my girlfriend before coming here. Like what? Sasuke asked. Something like, none of your business, Naruto remarked, but I will say that it left me completely refreshed and ready for today. Did it now? A masculine voice asked. The 3 genin turned to see Kakashi standing behind them. You're late again, Sakura yelled as she pointed at Kakashi. And so was Naruto. Naruto was here before I came, so I can't count him as being late, Kakashi said offhandedly. Besides, I was on my way here when 2 kids asked me to save their 2 cats from drowning. Liar, Sakura accused. What kind of full-grown cats can't swim? Kakashi shrugged. If you say so. Anyway, I'm glad to see all 3 of you here. Now we can get this test started. The Cyclops Chuunin reached into his pouch and retrieved 2 bells from it. What's with the bells? Naruto asked. Don't tell me you stole them from those kids' cats. Funny, Kakashi remarked dryly. No, Naruto. This is your test. There are 2 bells and 3 of you. Your test will be to try to get the bells from me. The one who fails will end up being tied to one of those wooden posts over there, while the other 2 will get to have the boxed lunches and drinks I brought with me. Plus, the one who fails will be sent back to the academy for remedial training. So that's why he told us not to eat or drink anything before coming here, Naruto contemplated. We're supposed to be a genin cell, but Kakashi-sensei rigged this test to get us to turn on each other. Thankfully I had a good breakfast and morning workout with Hinata-chan before coming here, not that they need to know that. But I wonder if Sasuke and Sakura figured out the true purpose behind this test. I couldn't even do so last night after I unintentionally lost consciousness because of the stunt my clones pulled on me. But that's no longer the problem, as I learned a lot about Lee's drunken fist fighting style. Though I still have more future sessions with him. Naruto, Kakashi called out. Naruto. Naruto snapped out of his trance and looked at Kakashi. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you say something, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked. You reminded me of myself just now with that response, Kakashi remarked. Don't do it again. Like I was saying, you and the others will have 3 hours to get the bells from me. Come at me with the intent to kill. This alarm will go off twice. The first time will mark the start of the test. The second time will mark the conclusion of the test. Kakashi went over and set the alarm clock by the drinks and 2 boxed lunches. The Jounin then pulled out his orange book and opened it to the page he left off at. Now, Kakashi said with his eye on his book as he crouched down, get ready, all of you. A minute later the alarm went off, and the genin went into hiding in the bushes while Kakashi looked like he wasn't paying any attention. Looking up from his book, Kakashi easily spotted both Sasuke and Sakura in the different sections of the bushes where they had chosen to hide. That's 2 of them, Kakashi said in an undertone while still in his crouched position. Now where's Naruto? The Jounin then looked up to see a smiling Naruto standing right in front of him with his hands in his pockets. Sakura smacked the top of her forehead after seeing what Naruto was doing. Idiot, Sasuke remarked. What's that Naruto doing? Hey Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said with the smile never leaving his face. You're an odd one, Kakashi remarked, expecting to get an angry reaction out of him. I've been called worse things than that, Naruto replied. Anyway, let's end this ridiculous farce and you can simply hand over the bells to me. I heard you're a clown and dead last of your class, Kakashi replied, trying to get a reaction out of Naruto. But I never once believed you to be this brazenly straightforward in your stupidity. Nah, Naruto countered, the stupidity actually lies with you, Kakashi-sensei. Is that right? Kakashi remarked cynically. Of course. Naruto continued with a playful tone, I mean, really, you're a veteran ninja with years of combat and field experience who also worked alongside the famed Yondaime, who was also known as Konoha's Yellow Flash, and he was your Jounin sensei at one point in time. If my memory serves me correctly, your father was also known as Konoha's White Fang. Sasuke team, Sakura, and I are newly graduated genin with no field experience in or outside Konoha's walls. How do you honestly expect us to beat you one-on-one, HM? Kakashi eyed Naruto carefully. He saw that behind Naruto's playful smile were secrets Naruto kept from everyone about himself. I will say, Naruto, that your deduction of me is on the mark, Kakashi said as he placed his book in his pouch. You evidently know more about me than you let on. I do my homework, Naruto replied, when it really matters, that is. And I had to know what kind of jounin you really are, copycat Kakashi. Kakashi's eye narrowed on hearing that, and he knew that Sasuke and Sakura were listening to their conversation too. Why did Naruto refer to Kakashi as copycat? Sasuke wondered, as did Sakura. The jounin then thought back to what happened yesterday. Flashback yesterday at the Hokage Tower. Kakashi was standing in front of Hiruzen's desk as he was telling Sandaime about his expectations of his next team after meeting with them in the park. From what Hiruzen was hearing, Kakashi didn't expect them to pass. I know your history with genin teams, Kakashi, Hiruzen commented, but perhaps this team will surprise you. Like every other genin team I sent back to the academy? Kakashi remarked cynically with his hands in his pockets. I have a Sasuke-obsessed fangirl who hates one of her teammates, an Avenger who also dislikes the same teammate and desires the hated teammate's girlfriend, and a hated teammate I'm sorry to say I consider to be the only normal one of the group despite his infamous reputation. My team is completely dysfunctional, Hiruzen sighed. He knew something like this would happen, as none of the members of Team 7 got along with the others. But that team's setup was based on their ranks at the academy, with personal feelings and differences towards each other removed from the equation. You said that you consider Naruto to be the only normal one of the group, Kakashi, Hiruzen pointed out. What was it about him that stuck out to you? Everything he said about himself, his likes, dislikes and future dreams, Kakashi answered. Plus, he said nothing about disliking any of his teammates despite the fact that they don't like him at all. I can see where Naruto is coming from with his dislike for the majority of the people of this village, but he didn't make that his primary factor. His primary factor, besides his dreams of becoming Hokage, is that he seeks to re-establish the Uzumaki clan and restore their status as seal masters. Add the Byakugan and the Hyuga fighting style to the revived Uzumaki clan with the Uzumaki's massive chakra. The new Uzumaki clan would be stronger, and even deadlier than the original, Hiruzen finished for Kakashi. So Naruto is aware of his lineage and parentage, Kakashi figured. Sandaime took a puff of his pipe. He found it out on his own, Hiruzen said. There was no point in keeping the rest of what I knew from him anymore. I'm sure he'll approach you about your history with his father, but when he believes he's ready to confront you about it, don't expect him to forgive you with open arms, because he certainly didn't do so with me. Be that as it may, Kakashi remarked. I'm sure I'll be able to handle what Naruto will throw at me. Until then, I'll just wait for him and take my leave now. Kakashi turned and started walking off. Kakashi, Hiruzen called out, grabbed the Jounin's attention as he turned his head to look back at the Hokage. For tomorrow's test, Hiruzen said, I'll give you this one warning, do not take Naruto lightly. That is all. Kakashi could only wonder why Sandaime would say that without telling him anything further. Putting that thought to the side, the Jounin turned back around and proceeded on his way out. End of flashback. Sandaime-sama warned me yesterday in my private briefing about my team not to take Naruto lightly, Kakashi thought. It's clear that there's more to Naruto that Sandaime-sama hasn't told me. He clearly wishes for me to find out for myself. Well, Naruto, Kakashi suggested with an eye smile. Let's get this test started. Kakashi turned and walked away. Hey, I'm not done talking to you, Naruto yelled as he ran after Kakashi and aimed to grab the bells. Kakashi quickly reacted and grabbed Naruto's arms before twisting them tightly behind Naruto's back. Naruto, Kakashi said, I'm disappointed. After all that talk you gave me, you let yourself get caught this easily? Says who? Another voice said from the side. Kakashi turned to see 9 Naruto clones appear and surround him. The Naruto that Kakashi held captive popped into a cloud of smoke, revealing itself to be a Kage Bunshin. Clever, Kakashi admitted as he turned his attention to Naruto and his clones. But do you believe that numbers alone will be enough to stop me? Let's find out, they chorused as they rushed at him. They all engaged Kakashi in a group effort to take him down. The Jounin found that Naruto's clones weren't as easy to fight as he was expecting, considering all the things he heard about Naruto's poor fighting skills. They were impressively well organized and not being wasted, but Kakashi was still able to hold his own, and soon overpowered the clones as he began popping them all one by one. Naruto soon lost sight of Kakashi. "What the?" Naruto said with a perplexed expression. "Where did he go?" "You gave me a good warm-up session, Naruto," Kakashi said from behind him. "But like you said before, I'm an experienced veteran." Naruto turned his head in time to hear. "Konoha Taijutsu-agi," Kakashi said as he clasped his 2 index fingers together and rammed them into Naruto's behind. The blonde grimaced as his eyes soon dilated. "Senin Goroshi," Kakashi yelled as he thrust his arms up in a forward position as he rocketed a screaming Naruto into the air, who was holding his now sore butt. 3 seconds later, Naruto popped, revealing himself to be another one of Naruto's Kage Bunshins. Naruto was nowhere in sight. "Yep," Naruto remarked, revealing himself hiding in the trees. Next to almost kissing Sasuke by accident because of someone else's careless and stupid act yesterday, what I saw just now would have scarred me for life had that actually been me. Naruto leaped off the tree branch and stood a distance from Kakashi. "You're everything they say you are, Kakashi-sensei," Naruto said, and for that reason, Kakashi waited for the rest of Naruto's words. "Sasuke. Sakura," Naruto called out. "Listen. Let's team up and face Kakashi-sensei together. If either of you have been listening and watching the entire time, then you saw that even my clones were no match for him when it was 9-1. If we utilize our respective abilities, we just may have a chance to wear him down and heighten out chances of getting the bells." Naruto got no response from either of his teammates. Separately, Naruto continued, "Kakashi-sensei will take us out, but if we stand and work together." "I think you've said quite enough, Naruto," Kakashi interjected as he approached the genin. "Katan Gokaki no Jutsu," Sasuke yelled before firing a large fireball from his mouth and straight at Kakashi. The Jounin managed to dodge the attack before Sakura threw a volley of shuriken at him, all of which Kakashi evaded. "So dope," Sasuke remarked. "You were man enough to admit that you couldn't beat him yourself, huh?" "Only a foolish ninja would take on an enemy without first learning about them," Naruto replied. "That was the purpose of me sending my clones in first after Kakashi-sensei while the rest of us watched and studied Kakashi's movements and abilities. But we were supposed to get the 2 bells from him separately," Sakura cut in. "And that's the problem," Naruto pointed out. "There are 2 bells and 3 of us. We're supposed to be a genin team that the Hokage set up. But our supposed Jounin-sensei here is trying to turn us against each other. Kakashi-sensei rigged this test to see if we'd selfishly betray and turn on each other, which was also why he didn't want any of us to have any breakfast or anything to drink this morning. And that's the purpose of the boxed lunches and drinks he brought with him. It's to add to the temptation to get us to work separately in hopes of satisfying our own stomachs without regards to what will happen to the others. It was never about the bells. It was about whether or not we could put aside our personal grudges and differences and work together for once." As much as neither Sasuke nor Sakura wanted to admit it, Naruto's well-thought-out explanation brought out a number of good points that were hard to refute. The Rookie of the Year, seeing no room to argue against Naruto's sensible logic, had no choice but to swallow his pride and listen. "I guess we can try out your little plan, but what if you're wrong?" Sasuke replied. "Taking chances is what being a ninja is all about," Naruto said. "So what about you, Sakura? Are you in or out?" "If Sasuke-kun is willing to take a chance and trust your judgment," Sakura said, "then I'll go along with it, too." "So the 2 of you are willing to risk it all by siding with Naruto on this matter while disregarding what I said about this test," Kakashi said with a hardened tone as he stood ready to deal with them. "If that's the case, then the 3 of you leave me with no other choice but this." The group got ready for what Kakashi was about to throw at them. "You all pass," Kakashi answered with an eye smile. "Say what?" Sakura yelled. "What do you mean? You're not going to fight us, and waste precious chakra and time?" Kakashi remarked as he reached into his pouch and pulled out a small scroll. He opened it, and the scroll let out some smoke and released a small brown book. He tossed the book to Naruto, who easily caught it. "What's this?" Naruto asked as he opened the book to find a list of names written in it. "That's all of the names of the genin before you guys that I failed after the conclusions of this test and the redemption test before having them sent back to the academy for remedial training." "There's a lot of names in this book," Sakura stated. "Why did you fail them?" "Because they didn't do what you guys did and see the hidden meaning of this test," Kakashi replied. "Teamwork." Naruto was correct in saying that I rigged this test to set you up against each other. "But why?" Sasuke asked. "If we're a team, why make a test that was aimed to turn us against each other?" "To see where your loyalties lie," Kakashi explained. "From what I saw yesterday while you 3 interacted with each other, I didn't think you guys would last long as a team and that you 3 would be the next batch of genin I would fail and send back to the academy." Naruto not only prevented that from happening, but showed surprising leadership capabilities and other impressive skills despite his proclaimed dead last status. What do you mean? Sasuke asked. Let me explain, Kakashi continued. First off, Naruto made useful applications of his Kage Bunshins, using them as reconnaissance tools while you guys stayed in hiding. He soon realized that it would be best if all three of you would put aside your personal grudges and differences and work together against me. He managed to help you both see through this test and pulled you all together as a team. Those are important abilities that future leaders and ninjas must be able to do. Both you and Sakura also demonstrated commendable traits. Rather than trying to pursue the bells yourselves separately, as I had set you guys up to do, you chose to trust and stick with your fellow comrade and work together as a unit in order to complete the assigned mission, or test, in this case, despite whatever doubts you both had at that moment. And that's the most important trait among ninja teams. A trait among ninja teams? Sakura asked. Yes, Sakura, Kakashi said. In the future, there will be missions that will test the loyalties of the three of you to Konoha and one another, and the question of whether or not you three would stick together will be a factor that will often present itself. As important as it is to complete a mission, some missions will be most unfavorable and very dangerous, but for the preservation of our village they're carried out by those who are willing to carry that burden. Remember too, that those who abandon the mission are trash, but those who abandon and betray their comrades are worse than trash. We still have some issues to work out, but your performance in today's test showed me that you three have some real potential. Well done, all of you, sweet. Naruto cheered with his right fist thrown upwards. We passed. We won't be going back to the academy for more of Iruka-sensei's stupid lectures. For once, Naruto, you actually did something useful that benefited all of us, Sasuke remarked with a smirk. That's because you guys actually did something useful that benefited all of us, and that was listening to me for once. Naruto replied. Sakura was about to smack him, but Kakashi intervened. Now, Sakura, Kakashi said. There will be no need for unnecessary violence here against your fellow teammates. That will only be permitted during spars between team members. You guys can have the rest of the day to yourselves, and we'll start our first missions as a team tomorrow. Report to training ground number 5 at 7 o'clock. Till then, the three of you are free to enjoy the rest of your day. What about the boxed lunches and drinks over there? Sakura asked. Oh, those, Kakashi said. It's up to you guys to decide which two of you three will. They can have them, Naruto said. I'm sure Sasuke team and Sakura are starving and thirsty. And what of you? Kakashi asked. I'll be fine, Naruto said with a grin. No need to worry about me. Sasuke shrugged and turned away as he walked off and grabbed one of the boxed lunches and drinks before heading off. Wait for me, Sasuke-kun. Sakura called after him as she followed after her love interest after grabbing the other boxed lunch and drink. Kakashi watched as Sakura walked with Sasuke in hopes of starting some form of conversation with him. The Jounin was certain he heard her ask Sasuke if he'd like to go on a picnic together before going back. I wonder how long it'll be before she decides to grow out of her senseless infatuation, Kakashi remarked to himself. You got me, Naruto replied. The Jounin returned his attention back to Naruto as he acknowledged that he was left alone with him. You're free to leave, Naruto, Kakashi reminded. There's no need for you to stay any longer. But there is, Naruto countered. I would like for you to take out that book in your pouch if you will please, Naruto, Kakashi said. We've already been through this. I'm not going to lend you my book before I get the chance to finish it first. I never said that the book in your pouch was yours, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto remarked. That statement caught Kakashi's attention. Where are you getting at? Kakashi asked curiously. Take out the book, and I'll show you, Naruto suggested. Seeing that he was going to take out and read the book anyway, Kakashi did as he was asked and took out the book. Throw the book away. Naruto warned, far from us. Now, Naruto, Kakashi said as looked down at the book. I will do no such thing. Kakashi stopped mid-sentence when he saw a chakra radiating from the book. He threw the book far from them, and, as soon as it hit the ground, the book exploded in a large ball of flames, creating a strong gust of hot wind and debris as it cratered the ground where it landed. Come at you with the intent to kill, you said earlier, Naruto said with a goofy smile and carefree attitude. If I did, you'd be dead and blown to burnt pieces by now. But I will admit this, it was really hard making the switch between your actual Ika Ika Paradise book and my Henj Bakuhatsu Bunshin. During your scuffle with my Kage Bunshins, I had them keep you occupied with the bells while your precious Ika Ika Paradise book was left unguarded. I sneaked in and switched your book with my lethal bomb. The Jounin saw that there was a piece of information that was missing from Naruto's explanation, seeing as something didn't quite add up. What Naruto didn't tell him was that he used his cloaking jutsu to move in unnoticed among his clones and Kakashi to get the book. Keeping up with your speed and movements while trying to stay unnoticed presented a true challenge, Naruto continued, but I managed to pull it off in the short time I was given. With my bomb in place, I could have killed you at any time. Like I said before, I like to study and know my enemies and whatever weaknesses I can find and exploit before I set my trap and aim for the kill. Kakashi saw through the deceptive goofy smile on Naruto's face. As the older man thought about it, it was embarrassing that he was so nearly killed at the hands of the genin proclaimed as the village clown and dead last. And just as in the case of Hiruzen and the others ninjas Naruto targeted, Kakashi now joined Naruto's growing list of ninjas he killed in a fight. I see now why Sandaime-sama warned me not to take him lightly, Kakashi thought. I will admit that I was rather skeptical about what the Hokage was telling me about Naruto's hidden talents and potentials. But after seeing for myself what Naruto is capable of, he's truly a deceptive and dangerous ninja. You're not who you portray yourself as, Naruto, Kakashi concluded. You're far from being the Academy's dead last, and everything that happened up to this point testifies to that. I'm led to believe that your records from the Academy are far from accurate. Whatever do you mean, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked. I've been trying to beat Sasuke at almost everything. Don't mock me, Naruto, Kakashi advised. As your Jounin-sensei, I want an explanation and my book returned. We ninja are entitled to some secrets, Kakashi-sensei, so an explanation won't be given, Naruto replied. But you'll get your book back at another time. Until then, Naruto burst into a cloud of smoke. A Kage Bunshin, Kakashi mused. He must have made it, and took off with my book. That one moment I turned my eye away from him and over to Sasuke and Sakura as they were leaving with the food. Kakashi lowered his head, saddened and depressed. Damn it. And I was at a really juicy part of that book too. Kakashi left and made his way to the Hokage Tower for a briefing with the Hokage. Elsewhere, in the meantime, Naruto was on top of the Hokage monument, sitting on the head representing Hiruzen with Kakashi's personal copy of Ika Paradise. The giggles from Naruto were quite audible, seeing as there were more books to the diaries of the Mission Textiles series of Ika Paradise. Naruto knew that he would have to come up with some sort of agreement between him and Kakashi in order to read the whole series. Late that night, at the Hyuga manor, Hanabi, dressed completely in black with her hair tied into a bun, was moving quietly through the estate. She was staying as quiet as she could. Having gone through this before, she had no problem arriving at her destination. Reaching her destination, she unlocked and entered the storage chamber where all of the sake and imported liquor were. Licking her lips, she got ready to refill her bottle with her favorite brand of imported liquor when a shadow suddenly came over her. She saw a familiar structure to that shadow and her heart started pounding hard. Hanabi, an older masculine voice said firmly and authoritatively, "So you were the one behind these thefts?" Shaken by her father's tone and the aura coming off him in waves, the younger girl slowly turned to face him. When she did, she felt a feeling she never felt before when looking at Hayashi. Fear. Hanabi stuttered, "Father, Silence," Hayashi replied firmly with a hardened tone. Hanabi flinched and lowered her head. "To think that you," Hayashi said with pure disappointment, "my own daughter, whom the clan holds in high esteem, would stoop to stealing from me just so you can indulge in pleasures not fit for someone who's not of age. I taught and raised you better than this. You have betrayed everything I taught you. You have shamed your father." Hanabi now had tears falling down her face after hearing her father's strong words of disappointment. It was worse than getting hit during spars. "I'm sorry," a humbled Hanabi apologized. "Come with me as I decide your punishment," Hayashi said as a sniffling Hanabi slowly walked out of the liquor storage. Hayashi closed and locked the door before gesturing for Hanabi to follow him. With her head lowered and eyes facing the ground, the young girl followed her father from behind. A few minutes later, Hayashi stopped and stood in front of the large pond in their estate. He signaled for Hanabi to come forward, and she silently did so. "Look into the water and tell me what you see," Hayashi said as he pointed to the water. Hanabi stepped forward and looked into the pond. "I see only my reflection," Hanabi said lowly, while in fear of what was going to possibly happen to her later for getting caught by her father. "No, Hanabi," Hayashi said, "look harder." Hanabi did this while wondering what her father wanted her to see. The next thing she knew was that she was suddenly grabbed and thrown into the pond, causing her to become completely soaked with her hair now a mess. She rose up from the water and spat the pond water out of her mouth. "Father," Hanabi called with a confused expression. "I'll tell you what I see," Hayashi said before he burst into a cloud of white smoke. When the smoke cleared, Hanabi couldn't believe who she saw. "You," Hanabi growled. "I see a foolish little kunoichi who got caught in the act after letting her guard down," Naruto said. "Had this been a true mission in enemy territory, you'd be dead now. Remember, just because you're very familiar with the terrain doesn't give you free rein to become careless. And like I told you before, I've been keeping my eyes on you. I hope that doesn't include when I'm bathing," Hanabi remarked. "Don't flatter yourself," Naruto shot back. "I'm not into underdeveloped little girls." "Underdeveloped?" Hanabi repeated, feeling insulted. "But since you're Hinata-chan's little sister," Naruto continued, you still hold promise. But speaking of bathing, Naruto took out a bar of soap from his pocket and threw it at her. Go clean yourself up, Naruto said before he burst into a cloud of smoke, using Shunshin, and left the area. Hanabi was in a rage. Not only did Naruto thoroughly prank her, but he also made a total fool out of her. Damn you! Hanabi cursed. I'll get you for this, Naruto-kun. Somehow I will. Hanabi, Hinata called as she approached her younger sister with a confused expression. Why are you in the pond fully dressed with a bar of soap? Hanabi facepalmed, trying to control her seething rage. It was going to be hard trying to make up some story while not telling what really happened. I don't care how long it takes, Hanabi said within herself. I'll get back at him somehow. 2 months later, since Team 7 had been an official team, they had gone from one mission to another, all of them D rank. These missions consisted of babysitting, carrying groceries, gardening work, walking villagers' pets, painting fences, and other mundane things. If they weren't doing those things, they were doing team exercises, spars, and weapons training. For Naruto, this was nothing but a waste of his time, and every mission only served to irritate him further. So much so that he'd make and switch with one of his Kage Bunshins while he sneaked off elsewhere and trained in secret, learning new seals or mastering new jutsu. And speaking of new jutsu, there were a few he started working on in private. One of them was a powerful A-class attack jutsu that had no hand signs for the Sharingan to copy, that being called the Rasengan, created by the Yondaime years ago. And another was a B-class wind jutsu he learned from the forbidden scroll called Kaze Sakudo Chikara. That form of wind manipulation accelerated one's velocity while running, allowing the user to move as fast as the wind. The jutsu also allowed the user to execute a mighty body crash against the targets with no harm to the user. However, the jutsu required the user to have massive stamina, wind chakra nature, and physical endurance since, after prolonged usage, it would take a toll on the body. Besides mastering new jutsu during the 2 months, Naruto increased the strength of his gravity and chakra restraint seals, as did Hinata. This became evident as they had to readjust to their self-imposed handicap, which slowed them down some. It took them about 2 weeks to adapt to the change and perform their regular duties and other functions while under the increased gravity and restraints. Sasuke still watched and admired Hinata when he thought no one was watching, and a few times he tried to be around her when Naruto was too busy. Some time later, Sasuke went to one of the training grounds Hinata frequently uses and found her there, training alone as she was punching and kicking the training post there. He approached her and asked if she'd like to spend her time training and hanging with him. Hinata, however, popped into smoke and revealed herself to be Kakashi using a henge. The Jounin scolded Sasuke sternly again for ignoring his advice to stop his senseless desire and romantic pursuit of Naruto's girlfriend. Over the weeks, Naruto, through the use of his Kage Bunshins, continued his secret studies and sparring sessions with Lee after getting him drunk, determined to learn and master the drunken fist style. So far, Naruto learned a great deal from it, and managed to develop ways to incorporate it into his fighting styles after many private practice sessions. As Naruto was learning quickly, the drunken fist earned its name and required a great deal of speed, flexibility, and the ability to be unpredictable, all of which Naruto was thankfully armed with thanks to his years of training. A week later, Kakashi and Team 7 were back at the Hokage Tower. They were in the room with the Sandaime and other officials and ninja that were assigning mission. Iruka was also among the ninja giving out missions. Team 7, Hiruzen said, you completed your mission to bring back the daimyo's wife's cat Tora rather quickly. Well done. Save your thanks, Naruto spat. I'd rather it be a failed mission with the cat impaled with one of my kunai than be forced to chase after it again. Naruto, Iruka scolded, show proper respect to our Hokage. Don't worry, Iruka, Hiruzen assured. There hasn't been one team that took pleasure in retrieving that cat after it ran away. So this isn't the first time that cat ran away, Sasuke acknowledged. No, Hiruzen confirmed. To be honest, I lost count how many times it ran away from its owner. Not hard to see why it'd run away after seeing how that woman was hugging and squeezing it nearly to death, Naruto remarked. Well then, Hiruzen continued, we still have time to assign you guys to another mission. Kyutaro's restaurant is having a enough. Naruto interjected angrily. Enough of these ridiculous chores you people call missions, Naruto. Iruka cut in. Know your place and address the Hokage with proper respect. Naruto ignored Iruka and continued, for the last 2 months, we've been doing nothing but be these useless chores that our clients are too lazy to do themselves. I'm sick of wasting my time with these worthless D-rank tasks. I want a real mission. Not gardening, babysitting, carrying groceries, or any other mediocre tasks. None of these so-called missions have given us the chance to test our ninja training and show what we can truly do or where we stand in the shinobi world. For once, Sasuke spoke up, I'm with the dobe. I too have grown weary of these D-rank missions, and I for one would like to have a mission that truly challenges our skills and abilities. You guys have only graduated from the academy a little more than 2 months ago. Iruka argued, you're not ready for the advanced types of missions yet. And when will we be? Naruto asked. When we're at war or something. These D ranks do nothing to sharpen our talents as ninjas. Naruto, Hiruzen said patiently, these D rank missions do serve a purpose, believe it or not. They're designed to strengthen teamwork dynamics and plan formations, and since you seek to become Hokage, you must cultivate an intense love for the village and view everything about it as precious and worth taking care of, as a father nurtures and takes care of his children. When it comes to raising, caring for, and protecting his children, no task is too tedious, too small, or too great for the father. That's a touching speech, Jizan, Naruto remarked offhandedly. Now give us a real mission. Hiruzen took a breath to control himself, seeing how Naruto disrespectfully brushed his words off. It amazed Sasuke and everyone else in the room how Naruto was still standing without the Hokage suddenly upon him ready to strike him down, and to remind him of his place. Then again, Naruto took out the Hokage before, twice in fact. Forgive Naruto's behavior, Sandame-sama, Kakashi said. I'll be sure to have a word with. Hiruzen raised his hand to cut Kakashi off. Based on the progress your Genin team has made, Hiruzen said, I'll give them a different mission to further improve their expertise. Kakashi, I will assign your team a C-rank mission. You'll be going to Nami no Kuni to escort an elderly man home and also to protect him from bandits, and the like as he builds his bridge. Sandame-sama, Iruka said, do you think they're ready for such a mission? Don't underestimate us, Iruka-sensei, Naruto said. We're stronger than others believe us to be. Isn't that right? Sasuke and Sakura nodded in agreement. Then it's settled, Kakashi said. My team accepts the mission. Hiruzen nodded to the secretary to bring in the client. A moment later, the secretary returned back into the office with their partially drunk client. Tazuna, Hiruzen said, these 4 will be your escort to Nami no Kuni. The man turned and looked at the group in front of him. You got to be kidding me. Hiccup, I asked for a skilled ninja escort, and all I get is a team filled with children who just hit puberty and a spiky-haired cyclops. Hiccup, said Tazuna. Naruto and the other genin looked less than happy upon seeing what kind of client they had to put up with. Tazuna went to drink from his bottle when, my team and I are capable of completing the task, Tazuna, Kakashi said. After all, this is just a basic escort mission, so please refrain from underestimating us or our abilities. Team 7, Hiruzen said, you are to meet at the East Gate at 8 a.m. sharp tomorrow to head out for Nami no Kuni with Tazuna. Use this time to make all of your preparations. Till then, you're all dismissed. Everyone left the office and went about their business. Our first C-rank mission, Sakura said, I wonder what we're going to run into along the way. We'll only know if we see the mission through, Sasuke remarked. You're not thinking of chickening out, are you? No, Sakura said quickly, not wanting any form of disapproval from Sasuke. I'm just surprised that we actually got a C-rank mission after so many D-rank ones. It's thanks to me we got one, Naruto said. Otherwise, we'd be doing dishes again for hours at that same restaurant like last time. Don't remind us, Sasuke replied. The next morning, Team 7, geared up with supplies and equipment, was ready and waiting at the East Gate. Kakashi appeared with their client at 8 o'clock on the dot. You're on time for once, Sakura remarked. I know I'm tardy for team training, Kakashi said, but missions outside Konoha's walls assigned by the Hokage take higher priority. So we see, Sasuke replied wryly. Well, Kakashi said. Now that we're all here, we'll leave now and start our trek to Nami no Kuni. The 3 genin of Team 7 formed a protective circle around Tazuna while Kakashi took the lead in the front as they started on their journey from Konoha to Nami no Kuni. 2 days had passed since Team 7 left for Nami no Kuni to escort Tazuna, the famous bridge builder, to his home village. Meanwhile, back in Konoha, Hanabi was in her room getting ready for her day at the Ninja Academy. She was fully dressed with all of her stuff ready to be taken with her. She went into her drawer to make sure she didn't forget anything, and, as she did so, her eyes fell upon a certain object that was there hidden underneath all of her neatly folded undergarments. She thought back to what happened 2 months ago. Flashback 2 months ago. It was late at night, and Hanabi was in the library, studying some of the material Iruka gave her and the rest of the class to review. Most of it regarded the historic establishment of Konoha and its ninja system. Hanabi-sama, Niji said as he entered the library. The young girl turned to Niji. Yes? Hanabi replied. Your father wanted me to tell you to get to bed, Niji said. It's about that hour of night now. Hanabi simply nodded in acknowledgement of his words as she put away her things and took them to her room before grabbing her towel and a clean sleeping kimono. She left the room and headed for the bathroom to wash up. After 12 minutes she was done, and she dressed herself in her sleeping kimono before leaving the bathroom with the rest of her belongings. Returning to her room, she closed and locked the door and threw her dirty clothes and towel into the laundry basket. She walked over to her mirror and looked at herself in it. Underdeveloped, he says, Hanabi thought. I don't even know why I'm bothered by that comment when I know I'm younger than Nasan. But he did say that I have potential, whatever that meant. She decided not to think on the matter further as she went and turned off the light in her room. Getting into her futon, she laid down with her head facing the ceiling. She sighed as she thought back to what happened the previous night when Naruto pranked her and threw her into the pond. That baka Naruto-kun, Hanabi remarked. I'll hurt him the next time I see him. Why wait? A voice said from her right. Hanabi gasped in shock as she turned to see a grinning Naruto sitting in meditation style by her head. You! Hanabi retorted. What are you doing in my bedroom? Like I haven't been in your room before, Naruto remarked. Hanabi got out of her futon and stood up as Naruto did the same. Before he could get another word out, Hanabi punched him in the gut. Naruto grunted and doubled over from the impact even though he could have easily dodged the blow. You jerk. Do you know how much trouble you caused me because of your stupid prank? It was hard getting out of that mess you put me in with Nasan. I had to convince her that I was out scavenger hunting for lost items you set me up to find during the night, and I had to make her believe that the reason I was in the pond was because the next item was in there. Hanabi explained angrily. I guess that explains why Hinata approached me earlier today about some scavenger hunting game I staged for you that night, Naruto commented. I must admit, you have a good way of covering your ass, Hanabi. That's because of you and your cruel stunt. Hanabi continued. I ought to scream and yell that you're in my room just to get back at you. In that case, perhaps I should leave. A pity, really, especially since I had a present for you. Now I'll have to leave with Naruto was stopped when Hanabi grabbed him by the arm. What present? Hanabi asked curiously. A peace offering, Naruto said. I know my prank was to teach you the reality of what would happen if you were exposed as a ninja, which I acknowledged you as, my little nighttime firecracker, but I never intended to make you cry in fear, and for that I'm sorry. And you waited until this late to tell me? In my bedroom, even? Hanabi asked incredulously. We're ninja, my little nighttime firecracker, Naruto remarked. Doing things in the shadows and cover of the night is what we do best. You should know that by now since you're good at getting something you want during this time of night. Hanabi cheeks burned red at hearing Naruto's implication. You're such a pain, Hanabi snorted. And a pervert too, and you're a Masagaki, among other things, Naruto shot back. Naruto pulled out a small scroll and opened it. Hanabi looked to see the kanji for gift written on it. What's that? Hanabi inquired. Naruto just grinned as he focused chakra into the scroll and caused it to let out some white smoke, releasing the contents that were sealed in it. When the smoke cleared, Hanabi gasped in total surprise to see what was in Naruto's hand. No way. Hanabi said lowly as she looked at the extra-large bottle of very expensive rare red wine Naruto was holding in his right hand, along with the 2 champagne flutes being held in his left hand. Vineyard of the Olden. That imported red wine is only sold in one prestigious restaurant in this village, and it's very costly. You have to have deep pockets to even sample a taste of that wine. Even my father rarely buys it because of its cost, and when he does, he won't share with anyone. It surprised Naruto that Hanabi knew about the wine in his hands. He was sure that she had read up on many different kinds of wine and other types of liquor, but for her to know about this stuff. How did you manage to buy one? Hanabi asked. I didn't, Naruto said. It was given to me. Hanabi looked at Naruto as if he grew 2 extra heads on his shoulders. The owner of that restaurant wouldn't just give you that big of a bottle of Vineyard of the Olden for free, Hanabi replied. He would if you have something on him that he doesn't want to become public knowledge, Naruto replied mischievously. This extra-large bottle of the village's most expensive imported red wine was what he traded in exchange for my silence. Hanabi knew that Naruto was good at blackmailing people. She realized that Naruto must have some deep dirt on that restaurant owner if it got him to give Naruto that wine free of charge just to keep him quiet. You're really good at what you do, Naruto-kun, Hanabi said, smiling and giggling. Naruto could have teased her about how she addressed him again, but he decided against it. Seeing her laugh and smile was his prize. How about a small drink? Naruto suggested as he handed Hanabi one of the 2 champagne flutes before opening the bottle and pouring a small amount into her glass, and some for himself. Hanabi took a small sip of the wine and licked her lips. Wow! Hanabi cheered as quietly as possible. This wine tastes really terrific. I thought I would only taste this wine when I got older. You're fortunate you didn't have to wait that long, Naruto said as he sipped and savored the delicious taste of the wine. To tell you the truth, my little nighttime firecracker, you're the first person I've shared and drank wine with. I have never even done this with Hinata-chan. Hanabi looked at Naruto in disbelief. You're kidding, right? You mean to say that I actually beat Nasan at doing something like this with you before her? When you put it that way, Naruto remarked after he thought about it. I don't even know how to respond to that. Hanabi giggled again before sipping the wine. I forgive you, Naruto-kun. Just don't pull that stunt on me again. Don't worry, Naruto assured as he ruffled her head. I'll just have to think of something else to catch you with. You really are such a pain, Hanabi replied with a bit of annoyance. Naruto grinned and gulped the rest of the wine down before handing her the rest of the bottle. This is yours to keep, Naruto said. Savor every drop of it, my little nighttime firecracker, because I don't know when I'll be able to get another one, and it sure as heck won't be anytime soon. Hanabi took the bottle and looked at it. She said it, and the champagne flew down by her futon, and without thinking, she leaped and hugged Naruto tightly. Thank you so much, Naruto-kun, Hanabi said happily. Naruto held her briefly. Wow, Hanabi, Naruto teased. I wasn't aware you could be this affectionate towards me. You really do care. Hanabi jumped away from Naruto and recomposed herself, though a dark blush was present on her face. Sorry, Hanabi said as she cleared her throat. I got a little carried away. That's something not fitting for a Hyuga of the main house. You evidently have a side to yourself you don't want others to see, Naruto teased. That's okay. You can always feel free to express that side of yourself whenever I'm around. By the way, how did your first day at the academy go? Hanabi sighed. It was dull. I used to believe that you were exaggerating about Irika-sensei. Now you're truly seeing things from my point of view without the need for your Byakugan, Naruto teased. Hanabi huffed as she folded her arms and turned her head away. Whatever. You're still a pain, Naruto-kun. Likewise, you can be too. So that makes us even, Naruto replied. In any case, I'll take my leave now. You'd better find a good hiding spot for that bottle unless you want your father to find it. I'll think of something, Hanabi assured. I've gotten this far without getting caught by them, have I not? True, but don't become too overconfident, Naruto advised. Sleep well, my little nighttime firecracker, and do wake up sober. Naruto's body flickered out of Hanabi's room and back to his apartment, leaving the young girl alone again. Hanabi sighed in annoyance at Naruto's last words to her. That Naruto-kun, Hanabi mumbled. She turned her eyes to the bottle Naruto left for her as a present. She picked it up again and looked at it. I could tell Nei-san about this. She thought for a moment and smiled. But I think I'll keep this to myself. It'll be my own precious memory. And flashback present time. Hanabi rarely drank the vineyard of the Olden, only taking small sips of it every few weeks. She wanted to make the bottle last as long as possible. She had taken another sip of that wine 4 nights ago. She recalled what happened the night she did. It was still fresh in her memory. Flashback 4 nights ago. It was late into the night. Hanabi, in her sleeping kimono, was in her bedroom awake, with her window blinds closed, lights turned off, and door locked. Out in front of her was her champagne flute filled with a small amount of vineyard of the Olden, which she was sipping little bits of after putting the bottle back in its hiding location. Savoring every drop, huh? Naruto teased after he body flickered into her room. Hanabi turned around in surprise but kept her cool. How do you keep popping up like this? Hanabi asked with a frown of annoyance. Naruto grinned and replied, ninja never reveal their most important secrets. It kills the element of surprise if they do. Why are you here? Hanabi asked as she sipped her wine. I got a proposition for you, my little nighttime firecracker, Naruto offered. It's not anything embarrassing, is it? Hanabi asked suspiciously. Far from it, Naruto said. I've been contemplating your taste for alcohol and liquor, and an idea came to mind, especially considering that you're adept at your clan's juken style. What are you getting at? Hanabi asked. How would you like to put your taste for alcohol to use with your juken? Naruto suggested. Excuse me? Hanabi replied as she placed her champagne flute down on her desk. Naruto reiterated. How would you like to be the first gentle drunken fist fighter or drunken gentle fist fighter, whichever you want to call it? I've been giving it some serious thought for the past couple of weeks. A hybrid fighting style that fuses drunken fist with gentle fist. Is that even possible? Hanabi replied cynically. Our clan's fighting style is fine as it is, perhaps, Naruto said. But there comes a time when innovative steps must be taken in order to upgrade from the old ways to the new ones. There's nothing wrong with your clan's style, as it's held its ground and reputation for years. However, refusing to adapt and incorporate new ideas and possibilities while stubbornly choosing to stick to the old ways oftentimes does more harm than good, especially when an enemy ninja learns to adapt to your style after many encounters and develops ways to counter you. By choosing to stick to the old ways instead of reforming and upgrading to new tactics, you leave yourself open to your enemy's in-depth familiarity with your style and counterattacks, which could lead to your defeat and, ultimately, your demise. Hanabi found Naruto's logic hard to challenge as she tried to come up with a way to counter him. But you've never fought against a hardened, experienced juken fighter, Naruto-kun, Hanabi said. I'm sure there were times you sparred with Nei-san, but I don't think you've gained much, if any, understanding of our clan's juken, since she loses to me in every spar we have. Naruto removed his jacket, revealing his black t-shirt, and tied it around his waist before he stepped over and stood in front of Hanabi, which forced the young girl to look up at him. Fight me, right now, Naruto challenged. Before she could argue, Naruto reached out, grabbed Hanabi and body flickered with her out of her bedroom. Hanabi looked around and found that she was no longer in her bedroom, but in a secluded and dark training ground outside the village walls. Are you crazy? What are you doing? Hanabi yelled in an uncharacteristic and frightened tone. Fight me. Naruto challenged again as he backed away and assumed a fighting stance. I'll spar with you using the drunken fist only. You'll fight me using your clan's juken. If you can hit me just once, then you can disregard everything I told you about my new plan for a new hybrid juken style. Hanabi's right eye started twitching as she looked at Naruto in disbelief. Naruto-kun. Hanabi growled angrily. I'm cold. I'm barefooted. And I'm out here only in my sleep clothes. If you're that angry, then do something about it, Naruto suggested with a shrug. But if you don't wish to fight, then you can always walk back to the village. However, it'll be a very long walk back, and by now the main entrance is either closed or heavily guarded by the night watch, and even from there it's a long walk to the Hyuga manor. Plus, I highly doubt you want to explain how you even got out here, and if you do, it'll only lead to more trouble for you when they ask what a ninja like me is doing in your bedroom drinking high-class wine with you. By this time, Hanabi was fuming with her fists clenched tightly and her Byakugan fully activated. It amazed her that in spite of her well-known calm and collective character and demeanor, Naruto could press her buttons this much to incite this kind of behavior. Damn you! Hanabi said lowly, before she yelled, Damn you, Naruto-kun. In a rage, Hanabi rushed at Naruto with the aim to strike the chakra points on his body. Resorting to drunken fist, Naruto acted like a stumbling, giddy drunkard while evading all of her strikes. Growing angrier, Hanabi increased her speed and charged at him with precise aim. But just as before, Naruto seemingly stumbled and staggered all around Hanabi, whose attacks failed to land a blow on him. A moment later, Hanabi was smacked on top of her head, causing her to yelp from the hit before she backed away and rubbed her head. Sima na. Nanabu-chan, Naruto said mockingly as though he was a smiling and blushing drunk. Eben Hinata-chan show mo effort and grace. I'll show you some effort. Hanabi retorted as she charged at Naruto. You so cute when are we, Naruto said in a slurred voice. Shut up. Hanabi yelled as their attack evade dance resumed. A few minutes later, Naruto stumbled backwards and fell to the ground on his back, appearing to have fallen asleep. Hanabi raced at him to strike him while he was down. Standing over him, she moved in to attack, but each time she thrust her hand down at him, Naruto, while still looking to be asleep, would move back and forth and side to side to avoid her hits, which ended up only hitting the dirt. Naruto then slipped away from underneath her before speedily standing back up in a drunken sleepwalking position. By this time, Hanabi was trying to catch her breath. Nanabu-chan, Naruto said in the same fashion as before. It's Hanabi. Hanabi retorted. Naruto smiled and blushed. Why so ennui? Show me a simile on that face. Damn it. You're a real pain in the ass. Hanabi remarked. Again Naruto smiled soothily. Naughty little wine girl has potty mouth. Your Naruto-kun will spank. You wouldn't dare. Hanabi defied. Kokamura Hanabi-chan, Naruto stuttered as he now took the offense and went after Hanabi. The young Hyuga was hard-pressed trying to dodge all of Naruto's rapid assaults that kept coming at her relentlessly. Many of his hits made their way through her defenses and landed hits on her, although they did no real harm or injury to her. They were more like smacks and light jabs to her sides, stomach and chest cavity area. The next thing Hanabi knew, Naruto smacked her hard on her butt. She screamed for a second as she stopped and rubbed where Naruto spanked her. I told you Naruto-kun will spank naughty little potty-mouth wine girl, Naruto said in a mock-drunk tone. Hanabi gave Naruto a death glare. You're so dead. Hanabi growled. Me not dead, Naruto said as he staggered from side to side. Me alive. He covered his eyes. You is blind little wine girl. I've had just about enough of you. Hanabi retorted as she used her remaining strength to battle Naruto again. Her pace was sluggish and less precise as fatigue and soreness were taking effect on her. The blonde evaded all of her attacks and sidestepped her at every convenient moment. Naruto spanked her again, causing her to yelp loudly before she stopped and massaged her rear again while catching her breath. Do you understand what I mean now, my little nighttime firecracker? Naruto asked. She looked at Naruto with anger-filled eyes, as her pride wouldn't let her admit that she lost to Naruto in their very first match against each other. The Hyuga clan in general pride themselves on their juken style, Naruto said. But over the course of time, while studying and watching Hinata-chan, you, Niji, and others of your clan, I learned to adapt to your clan's style, and developed ways to counter you Hyugas. If I learn to do this, what makes you think that, somewhere down the line, others won't develop their own ways to counter you guys? In spite of all of your training, you couldn't even land a blow on me because I learned to upgrade my style of fighting to counter yours. Hanabi wanted to give a retort, but she couldn't think of a thing to say as Naruto's words were circulating through her mind, not to mention her, but was still a little sore. Naruto went and held Hanabi before he body flickered with her back to her bedroom. It's been a long night for you, and I know you must be tired and worn out, Naruto said. I'm not expecting an immediate reply from you about my offer. I'll give you some time to think things over. Let me know when you decide what you want to do. Naruto picked up her champagne flute and drank the rest of her wine. Putting the champagne flute back down, he then body flickered from her room, leaving Hanabi alone with much to think about. While she stood there to think about things, she found that she, in fact, had found some answers to her questions about Naruto that Hinata refused to give her. A certain satisfactory smile appeared on her face as her curiosity about who Naruto truly is became more aroused. At the same time, though, Naruto's match with her and his words to her afterwards planted a seed of interest in his offer, and it led her to question if her clan's Jukin was completely reliable. And flashback present time. Hanabi was still debating with herself about whether she ought to accept Naruto's offer, but she also wondered how he was able to learn the drunken fist so fast, when he was said to be the worst at everything in his class. So much about him is a mystery, Hanabi thought. He's like a living embodiment of inconsistencies that only Nasen understands, and she refuses to tell me the truth about who Naruto-kun really is. She gave a determined smile. Well, who needs Nasen? I'll learn and find out the truth about the real Naruto-kun on my own, even if I must go beyond the sight of my Byakugan. Hanabi got the rest of her things together before making her way out of her room, heading for the ninja academy. Meanwhile, far from Konoha, so far, things had been calm, and no trouble had arisen for the team. Naruto was continuing his pace at the front of the group until he noticed that there was a small puddle of water. Kakashi also took note of that peculiar puddle of water that was a few feet from them. A puddle of water out here? Naruto and Kakashi thought. It's summertime now, and no rain has fallen for days. Naruto and Kakashi turned back around and continued on their way. As they did, the puddle they just passed morphed into two ninja. They wore black clothes, and each sported a single huge metal gauntlet, equipped with massive claws covered with poison. They were connected by a sharp-looking chain that extended from one gauntlet to the other. They jumped towards the group and wrapped their chain around Kakashi, who, of course, was behind everyone, making him the easiest to attack. First one, the two ninjas said as Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Tazuna turned around to see Kakashi torn to pieces. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura cried out as Kakashi's body parts rained down from the air and onto the ground in a cloud of smoke. Taking out the team leader first, Naruto thought as he and Sasuke placed their guard up in front of Tazuna when the ninja turned their attention toward them. Second one of the two killers said as they rushed at Sakura with their chain in hand, ready to do what they did to Kakashi once again. That was until Sasuke jumped into the air and pulled out a shuriken and a kunai. He threw the shuriken at the chain. The shuriken brought the chain to a nearby tree, and Sasuke threw the kunai, lodging the chain into the tree. The two attackers tried to pull it out, but it wouldn't budge. It won't come out, one of them said as Sasuke landed down on their gauntlets. Grabbing their weapons, he kicked them both in their faces before they detached the chain and dashed away from each other. One went after Sakura, who now had her kunai out in front of her, while the other went for Tazuna, who was being guarded by Naruto. Sasuke moved speedily to intercept the Mist Nin going for Sakura, getting ready to stop him. Neither of the Mist Nins managed to reach their intended targets, however, when two shadow clones of Naruto suddenly appeared and knocked the two Mist Nins in their jaws with their feet. The two killers were flipped backwards, and, as they flew, the two clones exploded on them, burning them partially as they were sent flying further into the nearby trees before crashing hard into them, causing them to fall to the ground. They two ninja were in too much pain to move. Sasuke and Sakura were shocked to see that Naruto's clones had exploded violently in flames instead of just bursting into white smoke. That jutsu, Sasuke thought. How did Naruto learn it? Nice job, everyone. Kakashi smiled underneath his mask as he appeared from the bushes. You three made effective use of your teamwork before Naruto delivered the finishing blow. Kakashi-sensei. You're alive, Sakura said happily, relieved that Kakashi wasn't dead. Is it that obvious? Kakashi remarked while Sasuke looked at him with a mixed expression of amazement and curiosity. That was when he and the others looked to see pieces of chopped logs lying where they thought the scarecrow had been torn to pieces. Kawarimi no Jutsu, Naruto thought. Why am I not surprised? Naruto turned and said, Yo Sasuke. I must admit that you surprised me. I didn't think you had it in you to use yourself as a human shield to protect Sakura. I guess you took Kakashi-sensei's words about not abandoning your comrades to heart. Whatever, dobe, Sasuke replied. Sakura, blushing, was about to say something, but Sasuke had already left and turned his attention back to Kakashi. Kakashi was examining the two ninja Naruto had immobilized. There's poison in these guys' claws, Kakashi pointed out. Should they have cut any of you, we would have had to open up the wound and leach out the poison before it turned fatal. Sasuke said nothing in return as Kakashi turned to Tazuna and said, I need to talk to you. The others joined Kakashi after tying up the two wounded ninja. These two are Chuunin level ninja from the Mist Village, Kakashi said. They're known to keep fighting no matter what. Tell me, how were you able to detect us? One of the two asked. You dumbass. Naruto mocked. Any fool should know that there shouldn't be a puddle in an area that hasn't had rain for days. That's true, Kakashi admitted. Tazuna turned to the Jounin and asked, why did you allow these kids to fight when you knew that, if I wanted to, I could have killed those two in the blink of an eye? However, Kakashi explained before looking at the older man suspiciously and finishing, I needed to know who their target was. What do you mean? Tazuna asked nervously. In other words, Naruto answered for Kakashi as he turned toward Tazuna, were you being targeted, or was it somebody from our team? Kakashi-sensei and the rest of us haven't heard anything about you being targeted by ninja. Your request was for us to protect you from armed groups like gangs and robbers, Kakashi added. This is a mission that's above C rank. Our job was to support and safeguard you until you completed the bridge. If ninja are our enemies, then it would be an expensive B rank mission. We're sure you have your reasons, however, we're in trouble if you lied in your request details. This wasn't part of the mission. Tazuna remained quiet after hearing what Kakashi was saying. Kakashi-sensei, Sakura spoke. This mission is out of our league. We should return to the village for reinforcements. Sasuke was about to say something when, no. Naruto strongly interjected. The three of us requested a more challenging mission, right? I'll be damned if we turn back now, and I'm not one who turns his back on someone in need of help. We should continue this mission. Kakashi spoke up, as passionate as you are about this, Naruto. It would be best to know exactly what we're up against before we continue. And for that, we need more information. The Jounin took out some rope and tied up the two wounded ninja before hauling them away. I won't be long now, Kakashi said as he walked off into the bushes until he was out of sight. What is he going to do? Tazuna asked. Pry information out of those two, Naruto replied. I wish I could be there to watch. I could have learned something. Sasuke then remembered something he wanted to ask. Naruto, what is it? Naruto replied. Those clones you made that exploded on those two ninja, Sasuke inquired. They weren't your standard Kage Bunshin, were they? Actually, they were. They just used a kenjutsu only Bunshin can use, called Bunshin Daibakuha no Jutsu, Naruto explained. Those weren't jutsu taught at the academy, Sakura stated. No, they weren't, Naruto said. I'm the only one from our class that has the massive chakra reserves needed to use them without risk of dying from chakra exhaustion. When did you learn that jutsu, and who taught it to you? Sasuke asked in a manner that showed he wanted answers. How I learned it doesn't concern you, Naruto replied, attempting to brush Sasuke off. Sasuke retorted, it does concern me, seeing as it was my brother who came up with it. No one else but him uses it. Did he teach it to you? Whether or not he did is irrelevant, Naruto replied in the same tone. Don't play with me, Naruto. Sasuke replied angrily. That jutsu isn't yours. If Itachi felt you were strong enough and worthy of learning that jutsu, then maybe he'd have taught it to you, Naruto replied. Sakura saw the rage that built up in Sasuke after hearing Naruto's stinging and insulting remark. The Uchiha was far from pleased to learn that Naruto was somehow learning B and A-class kenjutsu without fear of deadly repercussions, whereas he was only adept at a few fire jutsu, some taijutsu, and other basic abilities. Things were about to get ugly between the two male genin, but Kakashi appeared from the bushes and went over to the group. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura called out as the others turned to see the Jounin rejoin the group. What did you do with those two ninja? Sasuke asked. I had them tell me everything they knew, Kakashi spoke. They'll no longer pose a threat. It didn't take long to interpret what Kakashi meant. The two mist ninja were dead. As noted earlier, Tazuna has been withholding information from us. Those mist ninja were the demon brothers. Those two served a man named Momochi Zabuza, who was in turn hired by someone else. They didn't know who, but I'm sure Tazuna does. The rank of this mission is indeed higher than C rank. It's an A rank. Tazuna was now noticeably sweating. You're right. There's more to this than you all know. About a year and a half ago, Nami no Kuni was a rich and prosperous country, and everyone was happy living there. Then Gato came. Gato? Naruto inquired. The president of Gato Corporation. He's one of the wealthiest men in the world, Kakashi explained. Tazuna nodded and continued. Officially he's only a businessman. However, he's actually a criminal, using corruption and violence to take control and smuggle drugs, weapons, and other valuables. He took control of Nami no Kuni by buying all of our country's ports. He controls all sea travel, and on an island, that means you control the island itself. Nami no Kuni has become a poor country with no hope. That's why I'm building the bridge to connect Nami no Kuni with the mainland. With that bridge, my people and I can prosper again. However, Gato fears my bridge, because it would end his tyrannical control over the country, and he wants to kill me to put a stop to its construction. Naturally, he hired a few shinobi. I traveled to Konoha to get protection, but since we're so poor, we couldn't afford anything more than a C-rank mission. You understand why I had to lie about the mission? It took everything our entire village could save to even afford this type of mission, and we can't pay for anything higher. Our country has been suffering through severe economic poverty. I see, Naruto said before turning to Kakashi and asking, "What do you think, Kakashi-sensei?" "This mission is clearly an A rank," Kakashi stated. "This isn't the kind of mission I've trained you three for yet. However, we'll continue with the mission on one condition, Tazuna." "And what's that?" Tazuna asked. "When your country gets back on its feet, you're to pay us the rightful amount of money," Kakashi said, and Tazuna nodded in agreement. The team assumed their previous formation around Tazuna, with Kakashi in the back, Naruto in the front, and Sasuke and Sakura watching Tazuna from the sides. The group continued on their way until they found themselves at the shore, where they found a small boat and its captain waiting for them. It was evident that they would have to ride the boat across the water. They all boarded the boat and started on their way to Nami no Kuni. The ride was spent in silence. After a while, they arrived at the shore of their destination and got off the boat to continue on their way to Tazuna's house by foot. "All of you are welcome to stay at my house. I've got 2 extra rooms for you to use and a sofa if there's not enough room," said Tazuna as he showed them the way to his house through the forest. While walking down the dirt road to Tazuna's, Naruto remained silent, deep in thought about something. He snapped out of it when he sensed a presence. He pulled out a kunai and threw it into a bush, nearly hitting a defenseless white rabbit that was now backed up into a tree. Everyone turned to Naruto after he pulled that stunt. "What's the deal, Naruto?" Sakura asked. "Something's wrong here," Naruto pointed out while looking into the forest. "It's summer and the color of that rabbit is white. It was kept indoors," Sasuke realized. "Which means, everyone get down," Kakashi shouted while he grabbed Tazuna. Sasuke pulled Sakura down, and Naruto hit the dirt as well. Just in time, too, as a large sword barely missed removing their heads. It appears that this new bunch is more aware of the dangers before them. "No matter, you're all going to die here," said the dark voice of the man who appeared before the group, standing with his giant sword. "Momochi Zabuza, demon of the bloody mist, I presume," Kakashi calmly said as he and the others stood back up. A former member of the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist, Zabuza took a good look at the team in front of him. He then took a better look at Kakashi. "Copycat Ninja Kakashi," Zabuza stated. "I've heard of you as well, though I question if what they say of your abilities is true." Sasuke saw that Kakashi was once again called Copycat Ninja, just like what Naruto called him. "Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, watch over Tazuna and keep him safe." "I'll handle this," stated Kakashi, lifting up his head protector and revealing a single Sharingan. "The Sharingan," thought Sasuke with a puzzled expression. "But how?" "So, that's why he's called Copycat." Zabuza let out a gravelly chuckle. "During my days in Kirigaku's assassination squad, our bingo books had your information. It says you're the ninja who copied over 1,000 jutsu. Capture or kill by whatever means possible. Is Kakashi-sensei that great of a shinobi?" Sakura asked herself. "I don't understand. The Sharingan is a bloodline limit that appears only in the Uchiha clan. Could he be? How could Kakashi-sensei have the Sharingan?" Sasuke wondered out loud. "Enough talk," said Zabuza. "I have a job to do." "What's your role in all this?" Kakashi inquired. "I was hired to kill the old man over there." "Now, hand him over and I'll let the rest of you go free," Zabuza said confidently. Naruto snorted, and he, Sasuke, and Sakura formed a protective circle around Tazuna. Kakashi stood his ground before Zabuza. Taking a deep breath, Naruto dropped his perverted goofy character and replaced it with one not known by his team. "It seems I have to kill you first, Kakashi." "So be it," Zabuza said. "I'll make fish bait out of your genin after I'm through with you." He held his large sword and vanished, then reappeared on the water not far from them. "Ninpa Kirigaku no Jutsu," Zabuza said, and the fog thickened, lowering the visibility nearly to 0. "Damn," Sakura cursed. "I can't see anything." "Be quiet. He'll kill you before you know it if you don't keep your voice down," Kakashi said. "Who is he?" Sakura asked. "Momochi Zabuza is a rogue ninja from Kirigaku no Sato," Kakashi explained. "He killed over 100 ninja before he even got his genin rank. He's known as the Demon of the Bloody Mist, and trust me, you don't want to get in a fight with him." "How do you know this?" Sakura asked. I have my ways, Kakashi answered plainly. Momochi Zabuza is renowned for his silent killing technique. Silent killing is a way of killing that is executed in a flash and in absolute silence. In some cases, you are dead before you realize it. So don't let your guard down. Team 7 tightened their grip on the kunai they'd pulled out. Naruto made 2 Kage Bunshin that took advantage of the mist to keep out of sight from everyone while taking care of what they had to do. 8 places to choose from, came Zabuza's voice, seemingly from everywhere. Huh! Sakura said. The larynx, spine, lungs, liver, jugular vein, subclavian artery, kidneys, and heart. Now, which vital organ should I strike? Zabuza asked, bloodlust filling his voice. Kakashi sent out a wave of his own killer intent, so much that even Tazuna, Sasuke, and Sakura felt disturbed by it. What is this feeling? Sakura asked, her voice quivering. This is the feeling that comes when 2 strong ninja do battle. Their bloodlust. It's so great that it can make weak-minded people commit suicide to escape it, Naruto explained calmly, being unaffected by the waves of bloodlust. Zabuza unexpectedly appeared right in the middle of the ring, in front of Tazuna. Die! Zabuza yelled as he swung his sword, swiftly slashing Tazuna's head off as his headless body stumbled backwards before falling to the ground with the head rolling a couple of feet away before stopping. No! Sakura screamed in fright and shock. Damn it! Sasuke cursed, seeing that their client was killed right in front of them. Zabuza's smile was pasted behind his mask. I win, Zabuza said triumphantly. Then, Tazuna's body and head burst into a cloud of smoke and vanished. What? Zabuza said with a perplexed expression. A Kage Bunshin? But when, taking advantage of Zabuza's confused state, Kakashi rushed at him and stabbed him with a kunai. Yug, Zabuza groaned, but instead of blood, water poured out of the wound. Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto stared at Zabuza. Kakashi's voice snapped them out of it. Mizu Bunshin, Kakashi acknowledged, and Zabuza smirked before collapsing into a puddle of water. Another Zabuza appeared behind Kakashi. Die! He yelled again as he swung his sword and cut Kakashi in 2. But Kakashi turned into water as well. Huh! A Mizu Bunshin? Zabuza shouted in surprise. An instant later, he felt a kunai at his throat. It's over, Kakashi commented blandly. Sensei! Sakura cried out happily. Zabuza started to laugh. He copied my jutsu. It's over? I don't think so, Zabuza said as he, too, dissolved into water. Another Mizu Bunshin? Sakura yelled, surprised, as Naruto started gathering wind chakra around his body. Suddenly, Zabuza appeared behind Kakashi, making a downward strike with his sword. Kaze Sakudo Chikara, Naruto called out as he ran towards Zabuza at incredible speed and body slammed into the man. Zabuza was sent flying off the ground away from the Kakashi. As Zabuza was still airborne, Naruto followed up with a swift punch to Zabuza's face. The rogue skidded off the ground a couple of times before crashing straight into a tree in his path, bursting into a pool of water. Terrific, Naruto remarked sarcastically. A Mizu Bunshin again. Zabuza appeared and got ready to strike Naruto. Naruto saw this, however, and readied himself to counter Zabuza at the last second. However, Kakashi, being fast enough, came and used his kunai to block the massive sword. Zabuza, in return, tried to strike Kakashi with his own kunai, but Kakashi jumped away. Zabuza followed up with slashes that Kakashi barely dodged. Kakashi threw his kunai towards Zabuza, but he evaded it. Kakashi then vanished and appeared on top of the water, doing a set of hand signs. Zabuza smirked and vanished. Kakashi suddenly jumped over some shuriken launched at him, and crouched down on top of the water when he landed. Zabuza appeared behind him. Baka. Sura no Jutsu water prison technique, Zabuza said. A sphere of water formed around Kakashi with Zabuza holding onto it. You can't get out of this prison, so just kick back and watch me kill your precious students, Zabuza said, and a Mizu Bunshin appeared in front of him. But before it could take one step, it was destroyed by several kunai thrown by Sakura and Sasuke from different directions. If you think it'll be that easy, then you're wrong, Sasuke said. Zabuza huffed, and created more Mizu Bunshins. Well, you aren't as useless as I once believed, but you can't beat this many Bunshins, Zabuza said. But then 2 of the Bunshin dissolved after being struck by a couple of shuriken, courtesy of Naruto. Hey, Kakashi-sensei. Get your ass out of that damn sphere, Naruto yelled. Zabuza's eyes widened when the Kakashi in his prison popped away. Sorry, Zabuza, but did you think I would let that jutsu hit me? Please, I know it myself and recognized it immediately. Don't underestimate me. Kakashi's voice came from everywhere, and suddenly the water under the Mizu Bunshins rose up and destroyed them. Then Kakashi appeared in front of Zabuza. He threw a punch towards the man's face, but he evaded, countering with a kick towards Kakashi's stomach. It connected and Kakashi popped in a cloud of smoke. What? Kagebunshin? Zabuza was surprised, but his surprise turned to fright when he heard Kakashi's voice call out, Suetun Suryuden no Jutsu. Water release water dragon bullet technique. A dragon made of water sped towards Zabuza, who jumped away while making hand seals. Kakashi made the same seals as Zabuza, and in unison they called out, Suetun Suryuden no Jutsu. Twin dragons of water rose up from the water under the fighters and battled for supremacy. They ended up destroying each other ultimately. When the water dragons were destroyed, a slightly tired-looking Zabuza stood in front of Kakashi, whose face didn't show any humor. It's time to die, Zabuza, Kakashi said, and formed some seals so fast that Zabuza couldn't keep up. A masked person watching did see the seals, however, and prepared for Kakashi's move. Suetun Daibakufu no Jutsu Grand Waterfall Technique, Kakashi said. The water below him started to spin before rising and forming a spinning funnel that headed straight towards Zabuza. What? This can't be. Zabuza yelled before he was swallowed by the water. The funnel of water continued to spin and move through the forest. Naruto wasted no time as he quickly ran and followed after the spiraling water vortex through the forest, while Zabuza was being thrown in different directions inside the water before finally getting slammed into a tree. Zabuza found it difficult to move after the harsh impact into the tree, and being violently spun around added to his disoriented state. A masked person who was in hiding watching the fight the entire time disappeared in a swirling mist. As Naruto was reaching Zabuza, he pulled out several kunai and threw them into Zabuza's arms and legs. Now die, Naruto said as he extended his right arm and prepared to finish Zabuza off with a soon-to-be-formed Rasengan. Suddenly, 2 long needles flew through the air and struck Zabuza. He fell down with a shocked expression. Hey, you were right. He did die, a masked person said, standing on a tree branch not far from where Zabuza fell. Kakashi appeared next to Zabuza and checked his life signs. He really is dead, Kakashi said, then looked at the masked person, who bowed to him. I am most appreciative of your defeating Zabuza for me. I really don't think I could have handled him on my own. If you'll excuse me, I'll take the body, said the tracker, earning a wary gaze from Naruto as she picked up the body. Wait a minute, let me help get rid of his body, offered Naruto. Thank you, but I can handle it from here. Besides, I'd have to kill you if you stumbled upon one of my village's secrets while I dissect him, the tracker replied before quickly disappearing with the body in a swirling mist. Naruto's eyes narrowed, but he made no comment. Kakashi collapsed to the ground before Sasuke and Sakura ran over to him. The Sharingan has interesting abilities, Kakashi said. However, it puts a lot of strain on the body, and it drains a lot of chakra. Going over to Kakashi, Naruto made 2 Kagebunshins and had them take Kakashi off Sasuke and Sakura's hands. By the way, Naruto, where's Tazuna? Kakashi asked. Up there, Naruto said as he pointed up to the top of one of the trees. The group looked up to see a Naruto clone standing on one of the branches with Tazuna on his back, high up in the tree. Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura saw that none of the trees actually had any lower branches for Naruto or his clones to use to climb up. How did your Kagebunshin get Tazuna and himself up there without any branches near the ground? Sakura asked. A hook and some rope, Sakura, Naruto lied. Nothing special, really? He held on to my clone as my clone climbed the tree. What Naruto didn't tell them was that his clone scaled the tree using chakra with Tazuna holding onto him. The clone held onto Tazuna and performed a smokeless shunshin with him and teleported over to Naruto. Shunshin no jutsu. When did you learn that? Sakura asked. Must I be questioned every time I improve? Naruto remarked. Rather than questioning me, you ought to be proud and complimenting me. I'm sure you'd have done that if it were Sasuke. Sakura wanted to give a retort, but Kakashi cut in. Swapping Tazuna with one of your disguised clones was a nice trick. After Zabuza made that mist, I took advantage of our imposed inability to see our surroundings and made 2 clones. I had one of them henge into Tazuna, while the other one took our client and hid with him high up in the trees while keeping watch over him. That way, we were able to deal with Zabuza without fear of Tazuna getting hit in the crossfire or Zabuza finding another chance to attack Tazuna. Naruto untied his orange jacket from around his waist and placed it back on normally. You really thought that through, Naruto. Excellent job, Kakashi complimented. In general, you've all done well, thank you everyone. I would be honored to have you guys stay with me, said Tazuna. Naruto's 3rd Kagebunshin popped as the group headed to Tazuna's house to rest and regain the strength that they had lost in the battle. 3 hours later, the group finally arrived at Tazuna's place, a nice plain house by the riverside. Waiting there was Tazuna's daughter, Tsunami, a woman in her 30s with long dark hair and an attractive but stern face. Tsunami. I'm so glad to see you. These are the good ninja from Konoha that protected me, Tazuna said, introducing the team from Konoha, each of whom bowed back in response minus Kakashi, who was still being carried. Thank you for helping my father, Tsunami said, smiling. Kakashi, though exhausted, nodded along with Naruto, while the genin beamed with pride at Tazuna's next words. They're really strong, and they didn't even leave when they learned that they will be up against really tough enemies here. The old man boasted. But why did you all decide to continue the mission? Tsunami asked as Tazuna and the others headed toward the house. We only had enough for a C rank, and this must be more than that. Forsaking and abandoning those in need is both dishonorable and cowardly. Plus, we wanted a tough mission to strengthen ourselves, Naruto said with a bit of seriousness, then he gave a perverted smile. And seeing a beautiful young maiden of the ocean's waves like yourself before my eyes is my undeserving reward for accepting such a dangerous mission. Surely someone of your feminine grace can't possibly be any older than 22. Sasuke and Sakura groaned in annoyance, seeing that Naruto was back to his old perverted antics again. Ugh. Thank you? I guess, Tsunami could only say with a blush while feeling both faltered and embarrassed that she was being flirted with by someone less than half her age. Tazuna chuckled at his daughter's situation and Naruto's behavior and admiring Tsunami. I think my daughter is a little too old for you, boy. No maiden beauty that I'm a foreigner to is ever too old for me to admire and appreciate, Naruto countered. That comment got Tazuna to laugh louder while Tsunami's embarrassment only increased. You're shameless, Naruto, Sakura scolded with a scowl. He's dating Hinata, who should be with someone better, and yet this two-timing pervert flirts with women much older than him. I don't know what she sees in him. Kakashi-sensei needs a place to rest, Sasuke stated, returning the focus back on Kakashi's needs as everyone now entered the house. I doubt I'll be able to move properly for a week, Kakashi replied. I have 2 extra rooms for you all, Tazuna said. The young girl can sleep in one of them, while your sensei and the boys can share the other. Naruto's 2 Kage Bunshin handed Kakashi over to Sasuke and Sakura. We'll go outside to keep watch over the house, one of the clones said. Naruto nodded as he followed the others to one of the spare rooms Tazuna was leading them to. The clones went outside to be on guard. A while later, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke were in the room with Kakashi as he rested on a futon. Tazuna and Tsunami later entered the room as well. Naruto was deep in thought and remained silent for most of the time. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi said. I have a few questions for you guys. What are they? Sasuke asked. What is a tracker ninja? Kakashi asked. Special ninja that hunt down and dispose of rogue ninja, Naruto replied. And how do they dispose of their target? Kakashi asked. They kill their target and destroy the body, Sasuke replied. Where? Kakashi asked. I don't know, Sakura replied. How should we know? The only tracker ninja we've seen took Zabuza's body away, Sasuke said. Kakashi nodded. That's true. And that's what's been bothering me since Zabuza's defeat, Naruto said, causing the others to focus on him. What do you mean? Sakura asked. From what I know, trackers dispose of the body on the spot, and if she needed any evidence that her job was done, she only had to take Zabuza's head and sword, Naruto explained. Also, Kakashi jumped in. The weapons she used were Saban needles, which aren't very dangerous. That tracker didn't kill Zabuza, she helped him. Zabuza is alive. What? Sakura and Tazuna shouted in surprise. Naruto and Sasuke just stayed quiet and listened. But you said he was dead, Tazuna said. I did, Kakashi admitted weakly. It's possible to put someone in a temporary death state, though. Trackers know the human anatomy very well, and it would be easy for them to do that. Naruto nodded before standing up. He is alive, and he will be back soon, Kakashi said. I should think we have about a week or 2, based on his injuries and how long it takes to recover from a near-death state. Kakashi sat up and looked at his genin. Sensei, how are you going to prepare us for this before it's too late? You can't move for a while, Sakura asked. Kakashi chuckled and replied, I'm going to make you, Sasuke, and Naruto go through some training. But sensei, even if we train, it won't be very helpful. The enemy gave you problems even with your Sharingan, Sakura said. Sakura, Kakashi said. All of you helped me out during my battle with Zabuza. You're all growing and improving rapidly. An 8-year-old boy wearing green overalls and a hat that shadowed his eyes walked into the room. Everyone turned to look at the boy. Who are you? Naruto asked. Inari, where were you? Tazuna asked as the boy went over to the old man and hugged him. I've been here all this time, Grandpa, Inari said. Inari, say hello to them. These are the ninja who escorted your grandpa, Tsunami said warmly. Inari turned to look at Kakashi and the group. The young boy snorted, it doesn't matter. They'll all die anyway. There's no way they can win against Gato. Excuse me? Naruto replied indignantly. If you don't want to die, then you should go home, Inari replied as he started walking away. Where are you going? Tazuna asked. Inari stopped and said, I'm going to watch the ocean. The boy continued walking and went on his way, leaving the other behind. Forgive him. He has been like that since an ill-fated incident some time ago, Tazuna said. Later, Naruto was walking down from the room they had when he heard sobbing coming from Inari's room. Huh! Naruto mumbled to himself as he quietly opened Inari's door. The young boy's room was modest. It had a bed in a corner, and a desk in front of a window. On top of the desk Inari sat, crying and staring at a picture. Naruto walked up behind the boy, too silent to be noticed, and looked at the picture. It was a man with dark hair, a kind smile, and a cross-shaped scar on his jaw. It was clear that the man meant a lot to Inari. Naruto didn't know what to do other than try to comfort the boy. He laid a hand on the boy's shoulder, and Inari nearly jumped out of his skin. What? Oh, it's you. What do you want? Inari asked coldly. Who's the guy in the picture? Naruto asked, pointing at said object. What's it to you? Inari began. It's none of your. If you don't wish to tell me, fine, but you'll never feel better than you did a moment ago if you keep it inside, Naruto interrupted before exiting. Deciding to step outside, Naruto went over to the sandy shores to gaze at the ocean. In all his life, he had never seen the ocean before, though he'd seen many pictures of it. This was his first time, and he was enjoying the fresh, enchanting smell and the breeze of the open, crystal-clear ocean with the sun shining over him. The waves of the ocean were splashing against his feet, causing wet sand to get in between his toes. Too bad Hinata-chan isn't here to enjoy this with me, Naruto thought to himself as he pictured himself holding Hinata in his arms while watching the sun set over the ocean. Snapping back to reality, Naruto cleaned the sand from his feet and out of his sandals. Turning around, he went back to the house and over to where his clones were. He dispelled them and absorbed all of their memories and experiences. From what he saw, nothing happened while they were on guard. Just as he was about to summon more clones, something caught his eye on his right. He turned his head, and from a distance, he caught sight of someone in the woods, a very attractive young woman hiding behind one of the large trees. Mother? Naruto wondered before shaking his head to come back to his senses. What am I saying? Idiot. My mother died years ago. Naruto took a better look at the woman, and though the unknown woman resembled his mother, Naruto soon saw that there were noticeable differences. From what Naruto was able to make out, she had dark eyes and long red hair tied in a braided ponytail in which she wore a white headband. She wore a purple, sleeveless kimono with yellow trimmings held closed by a traditional obi with a long, streaming bow tied to it, mesh armor underneath it, and a short white skirt. He also noted that she was barefooted. Who is that hot-looking woman? Naruto wondered as a blush and toothy smile appeared on his face, and he started to approach the woman. As he got closer, Naruto felt something flow through his being, and it only got stronger as he got closer to her. He couldn't explain it. The feeling wasn't threatening or harmful in any way. Instead, this new feeling gave Naruto a sensation of harmony and familiarity with the unknown redhead. What is this strange feeling? Naruto wondered as he stared back at the woman. Who are you? Naruto asked loud enough for the woman to hear. Tell me your name. He got no reply, as the woman was now backing away from the tree she was hiding behind and into the woods beyond. Wait! Naruto called out as he ran after the woman. When he got to the tree she was hiding behind, he saw that she was already gone. Where did she go? Naruto asked aloud to no one in particular. Who are you looking for? Tazuna asked as he approached the blonde. Naruto turned to Tazuna and inquired, Do you know of a really gorgeous woman with long, braided red hair? The old man looked at Naruto, baffled. I have never seen such a woman living here in Nami no Kuni, Tazuna said, then gave a perverted smile. But if such a woman did live here, I'd have loved to have met her. This bothered Naruto greatly. He was sure that the woman he saw was no illusion, as the feeling he felt was too strong to ignore, and he couldn't dispel it. Though Naruto was unaware of the legacy seal imprinted inside of him, it had reacted to the woman. But why? In a cone-shaped house in the middle of the forest, Zabuza was resting in his bed. He did not like the fact that he had lost to Kakashi, let alone the fact that he was then immobilized and wounded by his blonde-haired genin, who then nearly killed him. Speaking of the blonde, Zabuza saw that there was more to that genin than meets the eye. Moments later, a short man dressed in a business suit with 2 samurai bodyguards entered the room and went over to Zabuza. What do I see here? The great demon of the bloody mist is crippled after facing a few kids and some ninja? I'm beginning to believe that I'm not getting my money's worth with you, Zabuza. Perhaps I ought to kill you now and spare myself the pain of losing my money, said the short man, whose name was Gato. Gato walked over to the masked ninja and reached out to strangle Zabuza when a figure came out of nowhere and stood before the short man, tightly holding his arms before twisting it hard. You will in no way harm Zabuza. I won't allow it, said the young hunter Nin, who was no longer masked. Much to the older man's surprise, it was a young girl. The girl had a very pretty face, dark brown eyes, and dark hair that was tied up in a bun on top of her head, with 2 bangs hanging down and framing her face. She wore a green kimono with brown pants and a long brown obi. "Remove your hands from our boss, you little bitch," yelled one of the two samurai bodyguards. The girls simply threw Senbon at specific points in their arms, rendering the men helpless. "I purposely missed your vital points, so don't test me," she warned, "you brat. I expect both you and Zabuza to finish the job you started. I will not tolerate failure from either of you. Get the job over and done with, or suffer the consequences," shouted an angry Gato, leaving the room with his bodyguards while rubbing his injured arm. "Haku, there was no need for you to intervene. I could have taken care of matters myself," said Zabuza, holding on to a kunai under the bed sheet. "I was aware of that, but as your instrument I must always protect you, no matter the circumstance," Haku said with a smile. Zabuza sighed, and said, "I will recover soon. After I get back to full strength, I'll make sure Kakashi suffers for putting me in this condition. I'll kill his little brats too." The blonde one among them looked more dangerous than the others, Haku said, then continued, "He was ready to finish you off had I not taken you away from there. That blonde kid's name is Naruto." "Really?" Haku said with interest. "So that's his name." "Haku," Zabuza warned. "Be as cautious against Naruto as you would be with Kakashi." The girl simply nodded. Later that night, Naruto decided to take the first watch and summon 35 Kage Bunshin to survey and patrol the house and the surrounding landscape and beach. Some of the clones also hid themselves among the trees, while others transformed into the nocturnal animals roaming about the forest. As for Naruto himself, he was standing guard while sitting on the roof of the house, with the full moon shining ever brightly over him. The blonde was still bothered by what he felt earlier after he saw that red-haired woman. The experience he felt was not only foreign, but it felt good, as though he instinctively knew she was a kindred spirit. Who was that woman, and why did my mind and body react that way when I got closer to her? Naruto wondered, knowing that his body's unexplainable reaction to the woman wasn't anything perverted, to his surprise. Tazuna said that he doesn't know of any gorgeous woman in Nami no Kuni with long red hair. She even looked a little bit like my mother. Naruto sighed and relaxed. Everything's so peaceful out here. After another hour, a clone from each sector dispelled, giving Naruto their complete detailed report about their patrol with visuals. He took a moment to close his eyes to absorb the memories of his clones and understand what each of them sent to him. After a couple of minutes, he opened his eyes again, now having all of the memories his clones gave him. Naturally, before dispelling, the clones had made more clones, so the spots weren't unoccupied. Some of them were even sent to spy on the town, and from what Naruto saw from his clones' memories, the situation was bad. The horrendous living conditions of the people and the marketplaces were even worse than he'd pictured after hearing Tazuna's story. Without a doubt, something had to be done. Naruto had organized his disguised Kage Bunshin to be his eyes and ears. He was going to use them as part of the new spy network he started forming a month ago. The idea came to him one night after a dream he had about some informants that came to meet up with him at an undisclosed location. He then thought about what Hiruzen told him about Jiraiya's spy network, and how it needs lots of funding to keep it going, thus Ika Ika Paradise. Perhaps I ought to start writing my own book series so I can fund my own spy network. I wonder what I should call it, Naruto said to himself as the gears in his head started turning. As that happened, Hinata and Hanabi's faces came to mind. Now why did those two come to mind, Naruto asked himself, and then bam. It hit him. That's it. I'll call it, The Moon's Eye Above the Fireworks, A Lone Ninja's Tale. It's perfect. I just need to come up with a series of captivating storylines involving drama, romance, suspense, adventure, action, shocking plot twists, and let's not forget the hot explicit love scenes. Pulling out a pen and pad from inside his jacket, Naruto started writing down everything that started coming to mind, and ideas started flooding his mind. There was one lead male protagonist, two lead female protagonists, a few antagonists, and a couple of other main and side characters. He just needed to come up with a couple of names for his characters for his new book series. Besides serving as surveillance, his clones were also on the lookout for that mysterious red-haired woman, whom they had yet to find. The following morning, Kakashi was up early and walking around with crutches. Though he was weakened, he was still able to perform his assigned duties. He made his way downstairs and found Naruto there waiting for him. "Naruto," Kakashi greeted. "I take it you had a peaceful night? It gave me much time to think without any distractions. And seeing as you're awake now with no one else around, I can talk to you in private," Naruto said. "What do you wish to discuss with me?" Kakashi implored. Naruto gestured for him to follow him outside. Kakashi shrugged and went outside with Naruto. They walked several yards away from the house until they were out of hearing range. Taking a breath and exhaling, Naruto turned to face Kakashi. The expression Kakashi saw in Naruto's eyes was not the same the boy usually exuded. This look showed an entirely different person Kakashi was not familiar with, Kakashi-sensei, tell me your history with my father and mother. I want to hear it out of your own mouth, Naruto requested, getting straight to the point. Kakashi knew this would happen someday, but he was a little surprised that Naruto chose now to do so. Tell me how you found out about your parents, Kakashi said. Did you ever plan on telling me about them, or were you expecting to die with the truth while leaving me in the dark? Kakashi was about to respond, but Naruto didn't give him a chance. And please spare me the crap speech about my parents having many enemies outside Konoha. I heard that abominable excuse from Jizan already before I told him off for lying to me all these years while allowing the stupid ones of Konoha to have their way with me, he retorted before Kakashi could even speak. Kakashi eyed Naruto carefully and found that the Naruto standing in front of him wasn't to be lied to or played with, and he had already come close to killing him 2 months ago. Sighing, Kakashi began, Minato-sensei was like a second father to me after the death of my father, Hatake Tsukumo. My father, as you already know, was once a strong, highly respected and renowned shinobi. He believed in being there for his comrades and friends, and considered betraying your comrades as being one of the vilest acts anyone could do. But one day, during a mission, his teammates were ambushed, and he was caught between fulfilling the mission or saving his comrades. He chose to rescue and save his comrades. That led to not only the mission ending in failure, but it also led to the deaths of several people he and his team were sent to rescue. My father was disgraced by the Konoha Council, and he lost face with everyone in Konoha. He fell into a deep depression and committed ritual suicide in front of me when I was around 6 years old. I was a Chuunin at the time. I was considered an extraordinary prodigy during that time, but after my father's death, I concluded within myself that rules and completions of missions were of greater importance and priority than the well-being of teammates and others. This continued even after I was part of Minato-sensei's team with Rin and Uchiha Obito as my teammates. I was 13 by then, and I was a jounin. It was Obito who changed my way of thinking. How so? Naruto inquired. Kakashi explained, it was during the Third Shinobi World War. Konoha and Iwa were at war with each other, and the deaths from both sides were mounting before Minato-sensei tipped the scale in Konoha's favor, giving us victory. Before that, however, our team was sent to Kusugakure to destroy a bridge over there that was being used as the main supply route for Iwa ninja. During the mission, Rin was captured, and Obito suggested we rescue her. I opposed the idea and stated that completing the mission was of more importance than rescuing Rin. With some disgust and disapproval of me, Obito told me that many say that those who don't complete the mission are trash, but in his opinion, those who abandon their teammates are worse than trash. I eventually followed him to rescue Rin, and in the scuffle that occurred I lost my left eye. Obito, however, had awakened his Sharingan. Though Rin was rescued shortly after, we were ambushed again, and Obito was fatally wounded by a boulder that fell and crushed most of his body. With his last breaths, he asked Rin to surgically transplant his remaining left eye into my left eye socket. Hurt by his death, I went out to kill the men who had ambushed us. I didn't get far, but Minato-sensei arrived in the nick of time to save Rin and me. After the war, with Konoha gaining victory over Iwa, Minato-sensei became the Yondaime after Sandaime-sama stepped down as Hokage. Rin and I continued training under Minato-sensei, but Rin later died on a mission with me. But her body though was never found. Were you aware that an Uzumaki clan once existed, a clan my mother and I are descended from, a clan that helped build our village? The very spiral you wear on the back of your jounin flak jacket is my clan's symbol. The Shogai Hokage decreed that all Konoha ninja were to wear my clan's insignia along with the crest of Konoha as a representation of the ties the Senju clan shares with the Uzumaki clan. It's insulting that Konoha's ninja wear the symbol belonging to the very clan they offended through their abuse and mistreatment of me, Naruto spat. I was aware of your clan's existence, and its destruction by enemy nations that feared them, Kakashi alleged. I meant to ask Jizan this, but where was Konoha when Uzumaki needed them before my clan's foreign enemies engineered their destruction? Naruto asked. Kakashi sighed lowly. It was a turbulent time and the Shinobi World Wars were horrible. Konoha was dealing with Amigakure, Kumogakure and Iwagakure. Konoha lost many members of the Senju clan as a result. Though Tsunade is alive, we don't know her exact whereabouts. What the Sandaime did to try to help the Uzumaki clan, I'm not really sure. Naruto accepted that, finding no deception in Kakashi's explanation. What do you know about my mother, if anything? Before my teammates' untimely deaths, Minato-sensei introduced us to your mother shortly after he had married her. I admit, even I couldn't hold back the blush that crept up on my face upon seeing her. She was a very beautiful woman with long, red hair. It was quite comical seeing Minato-sensei appearing on the training field, grumbling something along the lines of temperamental women whenever he lost an argument with Kushina. Now that I think about it, if there was anything I knew about your parents, from what I know, Minato never won a single argument with her, Kakashi recalled. I'm sure it was amusing, Naruto remarked. Still, your father loved your mother, and whenever he wasn't busy with his duties as Hokage or training me, he spent his time with Kushina. Even though I didn't know Kushina as well as Minato-sensei did, I saw that she was a powerful kunoichi who could have become Konoha's first female Hokage if she had lived. She was beautiful, loving and caring, but a frightening woman when angered, Kakashi explained. Were you aware that my mother was a Jinchuriki of Kyuubi before I was? Naruto queried. Excuse me? Kakashi blinked. My mother was the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi before I was, and before her was Uzumaki Mido, the Shodai's wife who was the first Jinchuriki of Kyuubi. My Uzumaki ancestors were Jinchuriki because only an Uzumaki can hold Kyuubi. Anyone else who attempted to become the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki would die, and Kyuubi would be released. Were you aware of that? Naruto inquired. No, I was not. What I'm hearing now is, in fact, news to me. But since you say that your mother was the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi before you and that the Shodai's wife was the first one before her, that changes everything I was brought to believe about Kyuubi's attack on Konoha 13 years ago, Kakashi admitted. What do you mean? Naruto questioned. Back then, Kyuubi suddenly appeared and started wreaking havoc and destruction on Konoha, killing everyone in its wake. We didn't know why it just appeared and started attacking everyone and everything, and since your mother was the Jinchuriki then, I don't know what happened that led to Kyuubi's escape. Naruto explained. When a female Jinchuriki becomes pregnant, the seal holding the bija gradually weakens, and upon labor and birth, the seal is at its weakest, with the bija having a strong chance to escape. That was the case with both Uzumaki Mito and my mother. They both had to be outside and far from Konoha during their time of giving birth, but foul play was involved during my birth when an unknown intruder came and attacked, killing those who were attending to my mother and father. Among the victims was Jizan's wife. Kyuubi's attack was the result of the intruder's attack. It's possible that man was using Kyuubi as a tool to attack Konoha. Kakashi nodded, better understanding the circumstances of the attack. But tell me, what did you do when Kyuubi attacked? Naruto inquired. I, along with every other ninja of the younger generation, was forced to go to a safe location to ensure we survived, since the older generation didn't want any of us to die fighting Kyuubi. When we heard Yondaime joined the fight, we all wanted to help, but they wouldn't allow us. We were trapped in a containment seal and forced to stay out of the fight until it ended, Kakashi clarified. How did you feel when my parents died? Naruto queried. My sensei's death was what hit me the hardest, since he was the only major attachment left in my life. I was also saddened by Kushina's death, as she was a friend who I cared about as well. Why weren't you there for me? Naruto asked coldly. Kakashi sighed again. He knew he was going to be asked that question, and he also knew that Naruto wasn't going to like his answer. The death toll on the civilian and shinobi populations was high, and the village couldn't spare their remaining forces. We had to put up a strong front while rebuilding our forces and keeping enemy nations from attacking us. With the Yondaime gone, Sandaime-sama had to retake the seat as Hokage, but there was still a power vacuum within the shinobi ranks. I later joined the ANBU, and in time I became an ANBU captain. This left me with very little to no time for anything else, as I was sent from one mission to another to protect Konoha, though I did look in to see how you were doing from time to time. Many of my missions were A rank to S rank, and I couldn't put them aside for personal agendas or feelings. Naruto spat on the ground before he sneered at Kakashi. Jizan at least made the effort to try to help me. He lost his wife just minutes or less after my birth, and he also lost a dear friend and successor in my father. But in spite of all this, although mistakes were made, he made the effort to be there for me regardless of his personal feelings and loss surrounding my birth. You, on the other hand, never once talked to me or approached me after all these years until I was assigned to your team with the obsessed fangirl and her so-called prince trying to steal my girlfriend. All I hear is that you buried yourself in your work in an effort to escape reality, while leaving the son of your father figure to fend for himself. You knew and bonded with my father, something I can never do because of his demise, and never once did you think of returning the kindness my father showed you to me when I needed you. No, like all the others who should have been there for me, I was left to be traumatized at the mercy of Konoha's populace, who treated me cruelly because they needed some outlet for their own anger and grief. There was a brief moment of silence between the two of them. Kakashi was trying to think of something to say, but he couldn't think of anything plausible to say that Naruto would accept. He recalled 2 months ago that Hiruzen warned him that Naruto wouldn't immediately forgive him with open arms when he came to confront him. I know what I'll say next won't change the past, but I'll say it still. Uzumaki Naruto, I'm sorry, was all Kakashi could actually say. Naruto was about to say something when both he and Kakashi heard Sakura and Sasuke coming out of the house and making their way over to them. There you two are. We were wondering what happening to you both, Sakura said. Tell them nothing about this conversation, Naruto requested. He took a breath and exhaled before he turned to the group and gave them his typical large, goofy smile. Hey you guys, Kakashi-sensei and I were just having a chat. Nothing for either of you to be worried about, Naruto greeted. Sasuke snorted skeptically. A real chat with Kakashi? I hardly find that believable. Believe what you want, team, it's what you do best anyway, Naruto retorted. Sakura was about to hit Naruto, but Kakashi intervened. I'm happy that both you and Sasuke finally decided to join us. Now that you three are here, I'll teach you all a new jutsu. Now if you will, follow me into the woods, Kakashi said. The three did as they were told. Naruto pulled out his notepad and started writing down some things that started coming to mind. Kakashi, in the meantime, was deep in thought about Naruto. He found Naruto to be more than he let on, and their encounter with the demon brothers and Zabuza, and his recent conversation with him, was all the proof he needed. What are you writing, Dobe? Sasuke asked. Poetry, Naruto answered bluntly. Sakura almost tripped on hearing that before turning to Naruto suspiciously. Poetry? Seriously? Naruto began reciting what he wrote. As a lone young ninja, I walked into a new town, wanting to start my life anew with the need to settle down. In my early life, I had gone from battle to battle, finishing my enemies as though they were cattle. I risked my life to rescue a daimyo's daughter, and I did away with the kidnapper like a bull to the slaughter, wanting no more to spill blood with my blade. My new travel began this life-changing escapade. Though I don't know what the future has in store, I'm sure in this town I'll find the love I'm looking for. That was really good, Naruto. To be honest, I thought you were going to recite something perverted and obscene, Sakura admitted. I'm glad you enjoyed it. What about you, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked. Your use of rhymes was catchy and entertaining, leaving the listeners wanting to know what will happen next. It sounded to me like an introduction to an interesting story, Kakashi expressed. Are you trying to write a book, Naruto? Sasuke questioned. Would you read if I was? Naruto replied. Sasuke grunted. No, your loss, Naruto shot back as he placed his pen and notepad back in the pocket inside his jacket. 2 hours later, a young red-haired woman in her 20s was walking through the woods barefoot, enjoying the serene environment. As she continued her trek, her eyes came in contact with a group of genin that appeared to be doing training of some sort with their Jounin sensei watching them. From what she saw, they were practicing scaling up trees without the use of their hands. A moment later, her eyes fell upon the blonde genin that she saw yesterday. That's the one that saw me yesterday, the woman said to herself. He and his team are from Konoha, but why are they here? The woman moved closer to where the others were but stayed in hiding as she stealthily moved from tree to tree until she was close enough. Naruto, in the meantime, was walking through the woods after secretly leaving to practice his new wind jutsu. Before sneaking off into the woods alone, he made a Kage Bunshin and switched places with his clone to have it stay with Kakashi and the others. A minute later, he felt the same sensations he experienced yesterday. There goes that feeling again, Naruto thought aloud as he looked to see the same red-haired woman hiding behind one of the trees watching Kakashi and the others. Naruto placed a cloaking sheet over himself and stealthily moved closer to the unknown woman. The closer he got, the stronger the feelings he was experiencing within his being became. Who is she, and why is my body reacting like this? Naruto wondered. The woman in question sensed something approaching her. She leaped and ran up one of the tall trees until she was at the top of it. Damn! Naruto thought. I can't confront her without blowing my cover to the others. Somehow she detected me. But seeing her scale up that tree clearly indicates that she's a kunoichi. Is she a spy or an ally? Naruto looked to see Kakashi and the others making their way back to the house after the Jounin instructed them that it was time to go back. The blonde looked up again, only to find that the mysterious red-haired woman was gone. Got away again, Naruto acknowledged. But I'll be sure to confront her next time. Naruto quickly followed after Kakashi while removing the cloaking sheet and putting it away. He substituted with his Kage Bunshin and had the clone dispel itself so he could absorb the memories of what happened during the past 2 hours. From what Naruto saw, it wasn't much. 3 days later, Kakashi was starting to feel better after his depletion of chakra and Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke were still training to do tree walking. Naruto himself was busy in a secluded location, working on his new wind jutsu with 8 Kage Bunshin. A day earlier, Naruto learned that Sakura punched out a man she mistakenly took for a pervert trying to grope her but, when in reality he was trying to steal her purse. It was after spending the day in the village that Sasuke and Sakura understood the gravity of the situation Nami no Kuni was in because of Gato's tyranny. Also during the 3 days, the genin took turns guarding Tazuna as he and his workers continued their construction project on the bridge. When it was Naruto's turn to stand guard, he summoned Kage Bunshin in large numbers to help with the bridge project to speed up the process. Naruto chose to work for free, acknowledging that the other men were more in need of money than he was. Tazuna was very grateful, especially since a few of his workers had quit a few days ago out of fear after they received threats from Gato. Later that evening, Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke entered the house after a long day. Naruto spent his day guarding Tazuna and helping with the construction of the bridge, while Sasuke returned completely exhausted from his tree-walking training. Sakura had been assigned to watch over Nami and Inari, the latter of whom would every so often be seen sitting alone by the dock or strolling around with a disheartened appearance. When Naruto, Kakashi, and the other genin returned home, they were welcomed by the smell of home cooking. "You're all back," exclaimed a happy Tsunami as she put the food on the table. "How did your day go?" "It went rather well," Sasuke responded. "Though I must confess that tree walking requires better chakra control than I currently have." "Don't worry about that, Sasuke-kun. I'm confident that you'll have it mastered in no time," Sakura said, encouraging him. "Actually, Sakura, I mastered it today," Sasuke corrected. Sakura cheered. "That's great, Sasuke-kun. I knew you could do it." Minutes later, Inari entered with a hostile look on his face as he looked up slightly to see the tired-out genin and their sensei eating their dinner. "Stop your foolishness," Inari said, his voice full of anger. "Why do you all continuously train, knowing you're fighting a battle none of you will win? None of you know anything about this place. None of you know what it means to suffer hardships." "Enough," Naruto strongly ordered, immediately silencing the youth with a voice that grabbed everyone's attention as they all turned to look at him. "I know enough about hardships, boy. A lot more than you think." Naruto stood from his seat and walked over to Inari and stood in front of him, towering over the boy with a battle-hardened expression and cold blue eyes that pierced through his soul. Inari cringed in fear from the feeling that penetrated through him the moment he stared straight at him with those unbreakable blue eyes of his. Tsunami and Tazuna had worried expressions on their faces, hoping Naruto wasn't going to do anything against Inari. Sakura and Sasuke watched while looking at Naruto's expression while they, too, felt Naruto's aura. Kakashi stayed silent as he waited to see what would happen next. "You say we don't know anything about suffering hardships, right? Well, kid, that just shows how narrow-minded and ignorant you are. The only one on my team that's lived a relatively peaceful life is Sakura. Kakashi-sensei and Sasuke lost their families early on in their lives. As for me, my parents were killed the day I was born. I grew up never knowing what it's like to feel parental love and discipline. I never had a father to teach and guide me or a mother to love and raise me. Since birth, I grew up being ignored, scorned, hated, and looked upon like unwanted trash by my entire village. Heck, I was even thrown out of the orphanage when I was 6. Parents pulled their children away from me with hate-filled eyes, telling their children to have nothing to do with me, and that I was a monster. In time, that same poisonous hate corrupted their children, and they too scorned, bullied, and hated me. I'd been called cruel and vicious names, and my very existence was spat upon. I spent countless nights crying alone, never knowing why everyone hated me so much, why they never wanted me around, why nobody wanted to be my friend. I grew up being lied to by those I trusted, and only recently did I learn the truth. During the early years of my life, I used to wonder why I never had parents, never had a family, and never had friends who cared about me. I had to learn to fend for myself while I was in danger of being consumed by the ever-growing hate and bloodlust that was developing within my soul, wanting payback for how I was so terribly wronged by the people of the village. And even now I'm fighting to keep that hardened and darkened side of myself at bay. Thankfully, I managed to find important people who saved me from becoming the very monster everyone else thought me to be. So tell me, Inari, can you relate to my suffering and nightmares?" Naruto concluded with a cold and hardened tone. Inari and everyone present was left speechless at Naruto's words. Sakura was in total disbelief at what she heard. All she knew about Naruto was that he was a perverted troublemaker and prankster who caused mayhem wherever he went. What she heard just a moment ago went against everything she thought she knew about Naruto. Sasuke had considered Naruto to be his rival ever since they were 9 years old. He competed against Naruto not only to try to prove who the stronger and smarter ninja was, but also for the acknowledgement and affections of the Hyuga heiress. Seeing this side of Naruto made the Uchiha put into question who Naruto really was. Kakashi saw a pattern to Naruto whenever that look in Naruto's eyes changed. The blonde's personality and character completely changed to one that he and only he was familiar with, as though he was an entirely different person. Kakashi suspected that that was the true Naruto, and that the other one they were used to was an intricate illusion. "You're a true deceiver and illusionist, Naruto," Kakashi thought. "I wonder how long it'll be before you decide to drop the mask. Though I still wonder when and how your changes took place. I don't know if you'll ever forgive me, but I'll try to make it up to you." Inari got up and dismissed himself to his room upstairs. "I never would have known you had such a bitter life, Naruto," Tsunami said sympathetically. "Why would people from your own village treat you so cruelly? It's a long and dark story, and I'd rather not discuss it. I have my reasons, Naruto said. By the way, I saw a picture of a man with a cross-shaped scar under his chin in Inari's room. Where is that man? Sighing, Tazuna gave a detailed account to everyone about what had happened with Inari, and the man who became his surrogate father, whose name was Kaiza. The old man explained how Kaiza saved Inari from drowning one day after the boy was bullied by the older boys of the village. Tazuna expanded, from that day, Kaiza quickly became a hero in Inari's eyes, and the two were inseparable. My daughter, too, became very close with the man, especially after seeing how Inari loved him so much. Many others happened to regard Kaiza as a new hope for the people, seeing as he possessed such a carefree yet courageous heart and spirit. Everything was going so well for everyone, Tazuna continued before giving a dejected expression. But later, Gato and his men came to our island and took over. Kaiza was the only man brave enough to defy and stand up to his cruelty. But he was later captured, and Gato and his thugs had Kaiza publicly executed in front of everyone. It crushed Inari's poor heart seeing Kaiza killed. Adding to this terrible misfortune was that my daughter Tsunami was planning on marrying and settling down with Kaiza. Like my grandson, my daughter was heartbroken by that horrific event, and she cried many times thinking about how her son had lost 2 fathers and how she had lost 2 lovers. Everyone was silent after hearing Tazuna's story. Tsunami wiped away the few tears that spilled out of her eyes as she remembered what happened. Naruto and Sasuke didn't say a word as Sakura gave a sympathetic look to Tazuna and Tsunami. A moment later, Naruto started to walk off. Please excuse me, said Naruto calmly as he performed a smokeless shunshin and left the scene. That is not Naruto. That not the same guy, Sakura thought. Kakashi-sensei, what Naruto said about himself, was it really true? Sakura asked. Kakashi nodded solemnly, every word of it. There was no exaggeration to Naruto's life story. He was being serious. Sakura didn't know what to think. She always thought she had Naruto figured out, and now she found that she truly knew nothing about who Naruto really is. Sasuke, too, was deep in thought about what he heard from Naruto, and hearing Kakashi confirm Naruto's story to be true made the Uchiha wonder what realities about himself Naruto hid from everyone. Meanwhile, in Inari's room, Inari sat there on his bed holding a picture of Kaiza. The man looked so happy and carefree. Back in this room again, I see, Naruto said, startling the boy. The blonde approached Inari and stood in front of him. Come, Naruto ordered as he held Inari and body flickered with him to the beach. Tsunami went to check on her son, only to find that he was gone. Where did he go? Tsunami asked aloud. At the beach, Inari, Naruto said calmly. Hear me out, please. I will not deny that you went through a painful experience, but you're thoughtlessly going at it as though you're the only person in Nami no Kuni who's suffering. Your mother and grandfather take no delight in seeing you behave the way you do. In fact, you're the one who's adding more to their discomfort by your continuous brooding and pessimistic outlook. I know you truly loved Kaiza, but so did your mother and grandfather. Instead of dwelling on the tragic ordeals you went through, what you should be doing is feeling grateful that you still have your family there for you. Believe me when I say that not everyone in Nami no Kuni is as fortunate as you. I've seen how others live in this country as a result of Gato's tyranny, and I definitely hate what Gato has reduced this beautiful country to and how many lives he has ruined. Kaiza was a brave man for challenging Gato and his army, and it's sad that you and your family lost him. But you can't keep your mind in the past, because that's what's preventing you from seeing what's happening now in front of you. You're overlooking the bravery your grandfather is showing by defying Gato so openly. The young boy was stunned at what Naruto was telling him. Your grandfather risked his life to get aid from a foreign shinobi village, knowing he'd be killed if he were discovered on his way to employ our team. He and many others are risking their lives in order to save Nami no Kuni, and everyone who lives here, from Gato's oppression. Gato may appear strong and untouchable, but the truth of the matter is completely different. Gato is afraid of your grandfather. He fears what the completion of Tazuna's bridge will mean for him. That's why he wants your grandfather dead so desperately. Your grandfather is a serious threat to Gato, just like how Kaiza was. Kaiza fought to protect those he loved and cherished as his precious people, and likewise, your grandfather is doing the same. Naruto looked out at the ocean. You have a beautiful home with an amazingly beautiful ocean to gaze upon, Inari. Don't fill it with sadness and misery because it won't honor Kaiza's memory as the hero you saw him as. Inari looked at Naruto with a dumbfounded expression. All that time he never thought of his grandfather in such a way, and Naruto helped him to see it clearly. I suffered a great deal in my life, but I too had heroes and heroines who saved me, and among them were my girlfriend Hyuga Hinata, her sister Hanabi, their father Hayashi, the Sandaime Hokage, and a few others. I had to learn to count my blessings and remember the good things I have now rather than dwelling on the misfortune I went through in my early years. I have precious people I want to protect with my life, just like Kaiza and Tazuna. You ought to be proud of your grandfather for his selfless and brave spirit. Naruto turned and headed towards the house. He then stopped and turned halfway to Inari and advised, "Count your blessings, Inari. If you truly want to make your grandfather and Kaiser proud of you, then I suggest you find someone or something precious to you, and fight to protect them." With those words, Naruto dismissed himself from Inari's sight, leaving the boy alone with his thoughts. The young boy stared at the picture and contemplated deeply on everything Naruto just told him. "Inari. Inari, are you out here?" Tsunami called out as she ran around looking for him. Inari turned to see his mother looking for him. Naruto pointed to where Inari was, and Tsunami hurried over to him. "Inari, are you alright?" Tsunami asked worriedly. Inari looked at his mother before embracing her. "I'm sorry, Mommy," Inari cried. "I'm sorry for always making you and Grandpa so sad. I'm so sorry." Tsunami knelt down and embraced Inari. "Naruto Niken is right. Grandpa is a hero. I'm sorry for not seeing that. I was stupid and selfish," Inari cried. "It's alright, Inari. We're not angry at you. We're just happy that you're alright," Tsunami consoled as her son cried on her shoulder. A few minutes later, Inari pulled away and said, "I'm not going to be sad anymore, because Grandpa doesn't want us to be like that. I'm going to do everything I can to make you and Grandpa happy and proud of me just like Naruto Niken said I should do." "I'm so happy to hear that, Inari," Tsunami said as she embraced her son again. A few days later, Haku stood up and walked over to the window. Releasing the bun, her hair fell down to just under her shoulder blades. 12 minutes later, she left the cone-shaped house and went walking into the forest. She now wore a pink kimono with red cherry blossoms on it, and brown sandals. She carried a basket, and was humming slightly to herself. After an hour of walking, she came upon what she had searched for. Kneeling down, Haku started to pick herbs useful for medicines. Soon, her basket was almost full. A bird landed on her shoulder, and she smiled at it, cooing slightly at it before returning to her task. Haku was startled when the bird suddenly flew off. Feeling slightly down, she followed where it was going. She saw the bird land next to a boy lying on the ground on his back. The boy had blonde, spiky hair, and a Konoha forehead protector. He was wearing an orange jumpsuit and blue sandals. Haku got up and walked towards him. The bird flew off, as if thinking that the girl was going to kill the boy. Instead, she crouched down in front of him and shook him awake. "Hey, you'll catch a cold, sleeping here," she said kindly. Naruto was awoken from his slumber by a gentle nudge. He opened his eyes and looked up at a very pretty girl who was at least 2 years older than him. Sitting up, he rubbed his eyes before looking at her. "Hey beautiful, what are you doing here?" Naruto inquired with a smile. "Did I die somehow and become a wandering spirit for you to take with you to the afterlife?" Haku smiled and answered kindly, "No, you're very much alive like me. I'm picking medical herbs." Haku gestured to her basket. "Ah, I see," Naruto acknowledged as he sat up on the ground. "By the way, I'm Haku," the girl greeted. "I'm Naruto," he replied in return. "Are you a shinobi?" asked Haku. "I am, what of it?" Naruto responded. "Well, what were you doing out here?" Haku asked. "I was training intensely by myself before I decided to take a break," Naruto replied straightforwardly. "I must have passed out at some point. Why would you be training?" "You look very strong already if you asked me," Haku said. Naruto grinned cheerfully. "Ooh, it makes me so happy when hot-looking maidens like you acknowledge me as the strong and confident alpha male that I am. Still, I want to become even stronger so that I can one day revive my lost clan as its new leader and become the Hokage of my village." "So you train because of your precious people, and the family you wish to have?" Haku figured. Naruto replied. "Were my motives that obvious to you?" Haku couldn't help but smile brighter and blush at what Naruto said to her. She spoke. "I believe that you have people precious to you, and that you're working harder to become stronger to protect them. I believe that if you have someone to protect, you can become truly strong." "It's clear that we have a mutual understanding of each other's feelings about things," Naruto said. "But tell me, do you have anyone precious to you that you seek to protect? Or are you in search of someone to become that precious person?" "Oh, I do have someone precious to me. In fact, that's why I was gathering all these herbs. They're to be used as medicine for him," Haku explained. "In that case, beautiful, I'll let you continue on your way," Naruto said. Haku nodded and smiled before she stood up from where she had crouched down and took her basket. She turned and started walking off from Naruto. As she was walking off, "And just so you know, I'm a boy," Haku said plainly. Naruto scoffed. "Liar. No boy can ever smell so feminine. Those pheromones coming off you are definitely from a woman." Naruto grinned mischievously. "Like I said before, I take pride when hot-looking maidens like you acknowledge me for the strong and confident alpha male that I am." Haku frowned and blushed, slightly annoyed at Naruto and how he saw through her lie. She was even more annoyed at the implications Naruto was suggesting. Naruto watched her retreating form until she was completely out of sight. Turning, Naruto started walking off away from the scene, heading back to the house where Kakashi and the others were. I know she's that fake hunter Nin, Naruto thought, but there was no point in alerting her to the fact that I'm aware of this, since she didn't pose a threat to me. Just then, Naruto stopped as one of his Kage Bunshin popped. He absorbed the information and experience that was being transferred to him. Found you, Naruto said before he used his acquired transparency jutsu and body flickered to where the Kage Bunshin previously was. He found himself standing on top of a high tree branch. The young red-haired woman was surrounded by some of Gato's wannabe samurai thugs. Naruto decided to watch and see how things would play out in case she didn't need his help. Hey Fexi, one of the thugs said smugly. You look lost and lonely. How would you like to come and provide your company to us? Sorry, the woman replied. But I never substitute unwanted trash for men. What was that? The second thug yelled angrily as he prepared to pull out his sword. I think we should teach you a lesson. Forget that, the third thug suggested. How about we have a little fun with her instead? Besides, I haven't had a woman in a while, and right now I'm in need of a good lay. I'm down with that idea, the first thug agreed, eyeing the young woman up. I can tell that this gorgeous broad here is an untouched virgin, and I'd love to be the one to screw her till she passes out. Naruto saw that the three thugs had rape in mind, something he couldn't allow. He was about to intervene when he saw her race through a set of hand seals before clasping her hands together. Chains made out of solidified chakra suddenly started popping out of the ground and binding the thugs in their place. The three would-be rapists struggled to break free, but to no avail. You three crooks work for a man named Gato, the woman stated. I want to know everything you know about his operations. Like hell we'll talk. The second thug remarked. The woman frowned and caused some more of the chains to go around their necks before beginning to strangle them. At the same time, the rest of the chakra chains tightened around them. The men found it difficult and painful to breathe. I'll ask again, the woman said. Tell me everyone you know about Gato. We don't know anything about him. The lead thug confessed. We're just hired mercenaries paid to do a job. That's all I tell ya. Consider your jobs done in advance, the woman replied before making a hand seal, which caused the chains to break all three of the men's necks, effectively killing them. Releasing the seal, she dropped the corpses of the men down onto the ground as the chakra chains formed from her seals vanished. Great, she muttered. Another dead end. The barefooted woman took to the trees and started running off, jumping from tree to tree. Naruto followed in hot pursuit, not wanting to lose track of her this time. After 10 minutes, the woman found herself a good distance from where she killed the three thugs. She leaped down from the tree branch and landed gracefully on the ground. For someone who doesn't use sandals, you're sure fast on your feet, Naruto complimented, startling the woman as he revealed himself to her when he dropped the transparency jutsu. She looked up and saw Naruto crouching down on a tree branch above the tree she was standing under. It's you, she acknowledged, the one called Naruto. I'm flattered you know my name, but I don't know yours yet. I will admit that it wasn't easy tracking you after seeing you for the first time several days ago. As a kunoichi, you're quite elusive, but as a ninja myself, I learned to search for and hunt for many things, even the chance to meet and bless my eyes with the sight of gorgeous women like you, Naruto remarked. Do you flirt with and compliment every female you see, even those clearly much older than you? She asked as she crossed her arms over her breasts. No, I only do that with the sincere and lovely ones like you, who have the tendency to hide behind objects so they can watch and admire me while in hiding. Sorta like what my girlfriend and her kid sister do. You obviously share a common trait with them, Naruto teased. The red-haired woman replied funny. While I admit that I've been watching you for some time, it wasn't for romantic reasons, I'll tell you that. So why have you been watching me all that time? Naruto asked. I was in the forest that day when you guys first arrived here. I went to investigate why Konoha ninja were here in Nami no Kuni, and that's when I saw you from behind the tree by his house. We were hired to protect Tazuna and his family until he completes the construction of his new bridge. Though the mission was higher ranked than what this country could afford, we decided to continue the mission anyway, Naruto elaborated. You and your friends are quite the noble shinobi, unlike most I've run into in my travels, the woman remarked. Tell me, why are you here in Nami no Kuni? I know you're not an enemy, seeing as we both want Gato out of the picture. I saw how you tried to interrogate those three wannabes for information about him, Naruto said. I've only been here a few weeks. By the way, my name is Anoka, and I've traveled from place to place. I don't have a home or family to go back to. After seeing Gato's cruel rule over this poor country and the people living here, I've been trying to come up with ways to overthrow him. I can handle taking on those armed thugs, but going against Zabuza alone would be suicide, and he has his young female partner. Her name is Haku. She looks to be 2 years older than me. She has a nicely shaped figure from head to toe, though she has a B-cup rack. She has soft-looking creamy tan skin, long black hair with a sweet smile and adorable face that can melt any good man's heart. Haku is very knowledgeable about the human anatomy, knows a great deal about pressure points, and has the ability to put anyone in a death-like state. Her weapons of choice are long needles. She knows a lot about healing herbs and cares for those precious to her like Zabuza. I'm assuming that was why she was gathering the plants in the first place, considering how badly wounded he was after our last encounter, Naruto concluded. Anoka looked up at Naruto with a flabbergasted expression. In a brief yet very detailed summary, he gave her a whole lot more information on Haku than she had been able to attain, and Naruto only had 2 run-ins with the girl. What kind of a ninja are you? Anoka asked. One of a kind, Naruto remarked. Such modesty, Anoka snickered cynically. And what about you, Anoka? I saw your display earlier and I must say I like your seal jutsu with those solidified chakra chains. They were pretty cool, Naruto praised. Thanks. Chakra chains and Fuin jutsu have always been my strongest points. But I do know some water jutsu, Anoka replied. I'm very knowledgeable in seals too, and we have something in common, though I don't have any expertise in chakra chains through seals like you do, Naruto said with his trademark smile before he flipped down to the surface over to Anoka. When he reached her, Naruto saw that she was 6 inches taller than him, not that it bothered him anyway. As he was about to say something, he started feeling the same sensations rising in his being again, and now that he was standing so close to her, what he was now feeling was at its peak. Naruto had to focus hard and keep himself together. It's that feeling again, Naruto thought to himself. Only this time, it's a whole lot stronger than it ever was before. Why am I feeling this about her? Anoka saw the look of wonder and curiosity in Naruto's expression as he gazed at her. Naruto, are you alright? What's the matter? Anoka asked, concerned. Who are you? Ever since I saw you for the very first time by Tazuna's house, my mind and body have been reacting towards your presence in a way I can't even describe in words, Naruto explained. Reacting to my presence? Anoka inquired skeptically. What are you talking about? On a sudden impulse, Naruto reached out and clasped his right hand around her left hand. Upon doing so, something unexpected happened, as though a link of some sort was made between them. They felt a sudden strong jolt travel through them before they felt warmth of familiarity and mutual understanding toward one another, as if they were seeing someone dear they thought they had lost long ago. Naruto felt like he found his older sister, though he was his parents' firstborn and only child. For Anoka, she felt as though she found her lost younger brother in spite of the fact that she too was an only child before her parents' untimely deaths. After another minute, Naruto slowly removed his hand off from Anoka's. Another minute of silence went by before Anoka broke the silence. What's your full name, if I may ask? Uzumaki. Uzumaki Naruto, Naruto answered. Anoka gasped with widened eyes as she held her racing heart. Uzumaki? Did you say Uzumaki? Naruto saw tears building up in her eyes before falling down her face. Good heavens. Another Uzumaki, like me. Anoka said through joyful tears as she reached out and embraced Naruto affectionately. I'm Uzumaki Anoka. We're of the same clan. Our long-lost Uzumaki clan. Naruto couldn't believe what his ears heard. It was so much all at once hearing and seeing another Uzumaki before his eyes, holding and crying happily while embracing him. Another Uzumaki, like me, Naruto repeated lowly as he allowed her words to sink deep into his heart. When it did, he also burst into tears and silently cried happily as he embraced Anoka. I'm not alone anymore. I found a precious Uzumaki sister, Naruto exclaimed as he laughed happily. Chapter 14 Album. Naruto and Anoka were still holding on to each other in their tear-filled affectionate embrace. Both Uzumaki had long thought that they were the only one left, and now they both found each other. After a couple of minutes, Anoka and Naruto pulled away and stood in front of each other as they smiled and wiped the tears away from their eyes. Taking a breath, Naruto said, "This is so cool. Not only did I find another Uzumaki, but a hot babe at that. Just like my mother." "Your mother?" Anoka inquired, recalling how Naruto said that he wasn't alone anymore. She realized that, like her, he is also an orphan. She just didn't know for how long. Did something happen to her? Her name was Uzumaki Kushina, and my father was Namikaze's Minato. He was Konoha's Yondaime Hokage and the famed and feared Yellow Flash, Naruto explained. Your father was the Yellow Flash, and Kushina was married to him? Anoka asked in amazement. I can't believe it. You're Kushina's son. Naruto laughed a little at Anoka's expression of disbelief, but continued. All that is true. You knew my mother? Anoka reached into her kimono and pulled out a small scroll. She opened it and revealed the kanji for album written in it. She focused chakra into the scroll and commanded Kai. The scroll burst, and a red photo album was released from the scroll. The Uzumaki clan insignia was engraved into the thick cover. This book is one of my greatest and most guarded treasured possessions. It contains captured moments and memories of our clan's history and time in Uzumaki, Anoka said as she looked at the book in her hands with a warm smile. She then saw the look in Naruto's face. It was a look of both excitement and anticipation. Can I see it? I just have to see what memories of our clan are in that book. Can I? Naruto requested eagerly. Anoka giggled and smiled affectionately at Naruto as she wrapped her right arm around him. Anoka moved and guided the blonde Jinchuriki to the same nearby tree and sat down against it with Naruto sitting next to her. Let's look at them together, Naruto. I tell you everything I know, Anoka invited before she opened the book to the first picture, which was an old group picture of several Uzumaki, all of whom had long red hair besides the oldest male standing in the center of the group, who had long shining white hair, and a mustache and beard. These were my parents, Uzumaki Ryoma and Uzumaki Junko, and a few of our distant relatives. Kushina is right there among them, though she was only 8 years old at the time, and the distinguished man with the long red and white hair standing next to Kushina was her grandfather Uzumaki Mamoru, who was also the Uzumaki clan head and the leader of Yuzuno Kuni. Wait a minute. That old man was my great-grandfather, and he was the clan head and village leader? Naruto asked excitedly. That's right. From what I was told about him, Mamoru was a great man and everyone loved him. He was like a grandfather to every Uzumaki. He was also the strongest seal master. Kushina learned seals from him personally. Naturally, he was her grandfather, Naruto commented. These were happy times, before our people's enemies engineered Yuzuno Kuni's destruction. I was born a few years after Kushina-san left Yuzuno Kuni for Konoha, though I don't know why she left, Anoka explained. I do. She left and was taken to Konoha to become the next Jinchuriki of Kyuubi since the first one, Uzumaki Mido, was reaching the end of her life, Naruto enlightened. Anoka looked at Naruto interestedly. Your mother was a Jinchuriki? She was. She and my father made me the third one moments before their deaths. It's like Kyuubi is a family heirloom passed down to a chosen Uzumaki. But I'll explain more about that later. Right now, I want to see those cool pictures you have in that album. Anoka shrugged and continued showing Naruto more pictures. The next picture he saw was a picture showing a view of the entire Uzumaki clan from above. This picture was taken a long time ago during the days of Uzumaki Mido, when she was a teenager. Every Uzumaki came together for this picture, and she was among the group. Anoka pointed to the next picture. This is an old picture showing the Uzumaki clan leader of that time, Hate, shaking hands with Hashimura Senju, with both our clan and the Senju clan in the background. As Naruto looked at the picture, a certain feeling started to gradually surface from within him. Anoka showed him another picture. This one was a very old picture showing the previous generation of the Uzumaki and Senju clan members, all dressed in samurai armor, male and female alike. That was before the time Hashirama and Hate were born. Both clans shared very close and strong ties with each other, stronger than the bonds between any other clans, and their bond went back more than 200 years. Whatever battle the Senju were in, the Uzumaki were there with them, and likewise the Senju were there to support our Uzumaki ancestors in whatever battle they were in. It's not surprising, since both clans came from a common ancestor, Anoka explained. The feeling of familiarity Naruto was experiencing was growing stronger, as he continued looking through the album he was being shown. Anoka next showed Naruto pictures of the ocean's whirlpools that surrounded their homeland and its landscape. The blonde was captivated by the beauty that Yuzuno Kuni was filled with. Soon, he was shown close-up pictures of the different unique buildings and bridges of Yuzuno Kuni. There was also a photo of Mido Uzumaki and Hashirama Senju together, happy on their wedding day, with the Uzumaki clan header and other Uzumaki and Senju representatives giving their blessings to the newlyweds, and then another with their newborn baby a year later. There was a photo of Tobirama standing with Mido, a photo of both Hashirama and Tobirama standing with Mido, and one with Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya as children, standing with Mido, Hashirama, and Hiruzen. There was one large group picture of the Uzumaki leaders and Mido with Hashirama, Tobirama, and some other Senju, a picture of Kushina and Minato as genin and as a happy couple in their young teen years, several months before Uzumaki destruction, and finally, several pictures of Anoka's late parents and relatives and her when she was a newborn, and several more when she was 1 and 2 years old. By the time Anoka was done, Naruto was completely in tears. In one preserved photo album, he saw and learned so much about his heritage and clan's backgrounds and history. It was so much more than Konoha has ever given him in his entire life, and it felt as though a void within him had been filled. But as he looked at each picture, for reasons he couldn't understand, he felt as though he knew the people from each of those generations. Something within him gave him those sensations of familiarity, and honestly, Naruto loved it. Soon though, Naruto wiped away the tears that were descending down his face and collected himself before he took a breath to calm down. Anoka-nichan, you gave me a gift that Konoha has denied me all my life. Words can't even begin to express my gratitude for sharing with me this precious treasure you guard so greatly, Naruto said softly. Thank you? No, Naruto-kun, it's our precious treasure now, and it makes me so happy that I don't have to say that it's mine alone anymore. I found an Uzumaki brother to share it with, Anoka replied happily. Did you ever live in Yuzu-no-Kuni? Naruto queried. I was born in Yuzu-no-Kuni, but I didn't live there long. My mother and I were among the surviving Uzumaki who escaped after enemy shinobi villages joined forces to rise up and destroy our homeland. Uzumaki Mamoru, along with his strongest fighters and seal masters, stayed behind and fought all of the invading shinobi while the rest of us escaped to wherever we deemed safe for our survival. My father was among the fighters who stayed behind and fought to his death to ensure that my mother and I survived and escaped. I never met my father, even though my mother spoke of him often, telling me stories about how great a man and shinobi he was. I knew she loved and missed him very much. Why didn't Konoha help during the invasion? Naruto asked. I don't know. I was too young back then to understand why all those bad things were happening to our clan, and why our people had so many enemies. It was a most chaotic period, and the Third Shinobi World War brought about more casualties to our Uzumaki brethren who escaped the destruction of Yuzu-no-Kuni, since some hadn't found safe homes yet. My mother, as a result, lost contact with Kushina and the other Uzumaki survivors. We were ultimately on our own, and IWA Hunter Nin were after us. While on the run for the first 9 years of my life, my mother taught me all she knew in terms of seals and being a kunoichi. In time, though a group of IWA Hunter Nin found and ambushed us, we were outnumbered and outmatched, and they were bent of taking us back to Iwagakure alive, Anoka recounted. Why so? Naruto asked. I'm sure you're aware that we Uzumaki have very special chakra and longevity, along with the fact that we have a keen ingenuity for seals. They wanted to use us to advance their nation's power and strength while trying to tip the scale in their favor in their war against Konoha. I tried to help my mother, but I didn't have as much experience in battling ninja, and my mother had to protect me. It saddens me to think that she took a fatal injury as a result. Despite that, she still showed me her kind and protective motherly smile. But things only got worse as more ninja appeared and surrounded us in large numbers. Despite her fatal injury, she was still able to summon chakra chains and trap the group of hunters and the additional group of ninja that arrived. Anoka looked at the photo album affectionately. That was when she took out and gave this photo album to me. She told me to guard and protect it, as it possesses the history and memories of our nation and people. My mother then instructed me to leave with this important piece of our clan's legacy. I argued and told her that I wanted to stay and help, crying while telling her that she was all I had left. She smiled but told me firmly that I had to live for her and the rest of our people, and she asked me to find happiness with whomever I find love with. Anoka had tears running down her face as she recalled the incident. She wiped her tears away and continued. She then executed an S-class Kenjutsu Uzumaki Jiko Bakuhatsutiki Uzumaki self-detonation. With her remaining strength, she said that she loved me before saying goodbye and performed a reverse summoning jutsu to teleport me to a location far from where she and the army of IWA ninja were. A moment later, I heard a loud, ground-shaking explosion, followed by a mighty blast of hot wind that knocked me off my feet. I turned around to see a giant ball of white light that consumed the area and eventually shaped itself into a large mushroom cloud that went high into the sky. My mother made sure none of the enemy ninja within the vicinity survived. Uzumaki Jiko Bakuhatsutiki is a self-sacrificial kenjutsu that destroys everything within a minimum of a 2-mile radius of the user after the Uzumaki turns him or herself into a living bomb. A minimum of 2 miles? What's the maximum? Naruto asked. I don't know. The kenjutsu works in a combination with another seal that stores a little bit of chakra in it every day from when it's placed on us at a young age. Because we Uzumaki naturally have massive chakra reserves, the blast range could stretch for tens of miles if the user were to perform it after living a long life, and our longevity just adds to the equation. But because of the nature of the kenjutsu and the catastrophic destruction it causes while killing everyone in its blast range indiscriminately, very few chose to learn it. Those who did were strictly instructed to never use it unless it was a last resort under extreme circumstances. The user had to be certain that their comrades or innocent people weren't in their blast range before executing the kenjutsu. Naruto nodded his head quietly. Anoka continued her story. Despite the hot tears that ran down my face, I got up and ran as fast as I could. I didn't dare to look back again. I just kept running forward, promising myself that I would get stronger and live as the surviving legacy of my fallen parents and brethren. But life as a homeless orphan was no easy life. I traveled from place to place, looking for a home to make for myself while stealing what food and clothes I could get in order to survive. All the while I studied and practiced everything I learned from my mother. I was 11 when a veterinarian kunoichi named Chiaki adopted and took me into her home, and raised me as her own daughter. She was very kind, and had a deep interest in studying and caring for various animals. Chiaki Okeiken's love for fieldwork and animals eventually grew on me, as did her choice of fashion, and like her, I chose to forego the use of any kind of footwear. Why? Didn't you and your foster mother worry about sharp objects or other things you both might step on? Naruto implored with a quizzical look on his face. Anoka giggled and smiled. I understand where you're coming from. I will admit, I asked her the same thing back then. Like you, I found her habit weird and unusual. But Chiaki Okeiken told me that being barefooted allows her to communicate with nature and the creatures living in the soil, and that having footwear on separates her from that. I didn't understand her at first until I later decided to follow her example to see things from her point of view. I tell you this, it was no walk through park getting used to the idea of not wearing sandals, and sometimes the scorching sun made the ground very hot. You can imagine what it put my feet through. After some time, I became accustomed to the habit while learning ninja arts and veterinarian skills from Chiaki Okeiken. She also taught me how to make herbal medicine and how to treat injuries using natural herbs. Several years later, a group of scientists and researchers recruited Chiaki Okeiken and I for a project they were working on in Kuchios no Shima Samoing Island. The island itself is located somewhere east of Hai no Kuni and south of Kaminari no Kuni Lightning Country, where research of summoning animals and development of them were done. The ultimate summoning beast was also created there. The lab was located in the mouth of a volcano, and I was assigned to restrain the beast using my sealing techniques. But one fateful day, I was unable to restrain the beast after it had gone berserk, and it killed all of the scientists and researchers. Chiaki Okeiken and I fought the creature, but we weren't able to kill it, only put it to sleep before sealing it away in a containment unit developed by one of the scientists. Chiaki Okeiken was badly wounded from the creature, and being cut off from civilization on a remote island made receiving medical attention impossible. Though a motorboat was available, we wouldn't have gotten to a hospital in time. I did my best to save her using what she taught me about healing herbs, but her injuries were fatal. She died the next morning in my arms. Chiaki Okeiken was the second mother I lost. After burying her and the rest of the scientists and researchers, I left the island and returned back to the mainland. Since then, I traveled from place to place as a bounty hunter, going after bandits, thieves, and wanted samurai thugs. It was enough to make sure I always had money in my pocket when I needed food to eat and a place to stay for a while before moving on. I later journeyed and came to this country after Gato seized control of it. I've been trying to take him down ever since, but after learning that he hired a rogue ninja who was one of the 7 swordsmen of Kirigakure, I went into hiding to avoid being discovered and killed, all the while trying to topple Gato's control of Nami no Kuni in other ways. And that leads us to where we are now, Naruto-kun. Naruto took a moment to take in everything Anoka told him about her life story. It was very clear that Anoka had a hard life, though there were some happy times. Naruto felt bad that those happy times were tragically cut short by unforeseen events, but what he admired about Anoka was that she kept growing stronger instead of giving up and became a surviving legacy of both her biological mother and her adoptive mother. That's truly an amazing life story you got there, Anoka-nichan. You went through a whole lot over the years, but from the way you look, I wouldn't have though that about you, Naruto confessed. Most wouldn't, I suppose, but I try to stay as optimistic as possible, wanting to one day find the love and happiness my mother always wanted me to have, Anoka stated before changing the subject. You mentioned earlier that you're not alone anymore after meeting me. What happened to Kushina and Minato? Naruto sighed and explained. They died saving me the very day I was born. Naruto went into detail, explaining everything that happened from the time his mother was pregnant with him, the incident surrounding the time his birth and Kyuubi's release, his father fighting and defeating the intruder responsible for the incident and Kyuubi's attack, to his parents using him to become the next Jinchuriki as Kyuubi unwittingly stabbed through both of them together with one of his claws in a desperate attempt to kill him. He told her of the villagers' reactions to learning that he was the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi, which lead to the law Sandaime past, and the cruel and bitter life he was forced to live for the first 9 years of his life before he became close friends with Hinata, Hanabi, and to some extension, Hayashi. He also mentioned how Hiruzen, Irika, and Tuchi and his daughter Ayame were among the few that treated him kindly. Naruto expounded on how his friendship with Hinata started and gradually grew into love as they grew and trained together. He also explained his ties with Hanabi, and how Hayashi has his own subtle way of showing that he's actually fond of him. Naruto then enlightened Anoka about his grandson-grandfather relationship with Hiruzen, and how it's currently strained from what he discovered recently about his heritage and status as a Jinchuriki. He told her about the lies he was told, and how nobody in Konoha seems to remember Yuzu no Kuni. He also mentioned the other genin and the teams they're on, along with their Jounin sensei. When he got to his team, he made it clear how dysfunctional his team is, and told her of his sensei's and teammates' personality traits. Naruto told her about Sakura's obsessed fangirl behavior over Sasuke, which disgusts him. He also told her how he continuously had to deal with Sasuke trying to steal his girlfriend despite the fact that Hinata made it clear that she doesn't like him at all. Now I understand why Kushina left for Konoha. Both she and Mito were the chosen vessels to imprison Kyuubi, and only those of our Uzumaki bloodline can hold it anyway, Anoka acknowledged. I wouldn't have ever thought that life as a Jinchuriki would have been that harsh and indescribably brutal. It astounds me that you didn't turn into the very demon they reviled you as over the years. To be honest, part of me really wanted to, just to show them some of my hate for them for their sins against me, my family, and all of our fallen Uzumaki brethren. It's because of Hinata-chan that I didn't become the monster that lives inside me. I owe her more than I can repay. I can tell that you really love this girl, though you're still a shameless pervert, Anoka remarked. Naruto snorted. Hinata-chan knows that, but she doesn't mind. I'm a guy who admires and appreciates exquisite and exotic beauty, but my Moon's Eye Spring Rabbit will always be #1 in my book. Everyone in Konoha knows me as the perverted, troublemaking village clown, and my graduating class's dead last who peeps in women's bathhouses and reads Ika Ika Paradise in the open. That's my mask and the illusion cast over everyone's eyes, which only Hinata's ever seen under. Kakashi-sensei, Irika-sensei, and Sandanger-san know about my mask, but they have a really good idea what I can really do since they were victimized by me before. I trust that you won't expose my mask to anyone and that you'll accept me as your fun-seeking troubling-making kid brother, so long you don't act perverted or flirt with me. It would just look awkward being perversely flirted with by my own little brother, Naruto Tuto, Anoka requested. Now that's disturbing, and that says a lot coming from me, Anoka-nichan, Naruto remarked. Anoka leaned down and kissed Naruto on the cheek. Despite what he said, Naruto couldn't help but blush, seeing as Anoka was the second female in his entire life to ever kiss him on his cheek. You said that you don't have a home to go back to, right? You can come and stay with me back in Konoha. I can explain everything to Jizan and we can work things out. I have my own place, and I can make it bigger, even though I'll have to break a few walls down to extend my apartment, but everything can be set right. That way we won't be alone anymore. What do you say? Anoka thought for a moment, then stood up and sealed the photo album into the scroll and placed it back into her kimono blouse. When that was done, she extended her hand to Naruto. I say lead me to your team, and introduce me to them as your long-lost Uzumaki-nichan, Anoka suggested. Smiling brightly, Naruto stood up and took Anoka's hand before started on their way back to Tazuna's house. As they were walking through the forest, Naruto took note of the animals following them. 2 small colorful birds flew down and landed down on Hana's shoulders, and a few other animals gathered around her. Anoka-nichan, you mind telling me what's going on? Why are these animals gravitating to you? Naruto requested. Anoka smiled and explained, you see, several weeks ago I discovered that I have a special kind of chakra that can attract animals, insects and arachnids of all sorts and tame their behavior towards me and whomever I choose. I've been practicing controlling this special chakra of mine, but I still need a lot of work before I can master it. Every female Uzumaki seemed to be gifted with some form of special chakra. What about us male Uzumaki? Naruto remarked. Anoka giggled, maybe it'll manifest someday, if it's there. Like I said, I didn't know about mine until recently. If you say so, Naruto said with a shrug. Later that afternoon, elsewhere. How do you feel, Zabuza-sama? Haku asked as she sat at Zabuza's bedside dressed in complete hunter ninja garbs. A lot better. In a few hours I should be more than ready to move again. Go make certain the others are ready to move out early by morning. The blood of my enemies will pour over this country, and their bridge of optimism, said Zabuza as he reached and grabbed his giant sword. I'll inform the others right away, Haku replied, bowing her head before taking her mask with her to do what she was told to do. An hour and 38 minutes later, everyone was back at Tazuna's house, but no one knew what happened to Naruto. He told them that he was going out early to train alone, but he hadn't returned for half the day. Sasuke was sent to go and look for him, but Naruto's trail turned cold at some point. Where is that knucklehead? Sakura asked angrily. He should have been back by now. How could he be this irresponsible while we're on a mission? It is troubling that Naruto hasn't returned yet. If anything, he should have informed us if anything happened. I may have to go and look for him myself, Kakashi stated. You don't suppose something happened to Naruto-niken, do you? Inari asked worriedly. Everyone saw how Inari's demeanor had changed completely since Naruto's talk with him. He no longer cried and complained pessimistically, instead trying to be optimistic and encouraging whenever possible. Everyone also took note that Inari also started referring to Naruto as Niken. Kakashi replied, I'm sure that Naruto. Kakashi was cut off when the front door to the house opened, revealing Naruto entering the house. Naruto Niken. Inari greeted happily as he went over to the blonde genin. What happened to you? We were all worried about you. Sorry Inari, but something very important happened that required my immediate attention. It was a life-changing event for me, Naruto explained with a bright smile on his face. Is that so? And what, pray tell, was this life-changing event? Sasuke asked cynically as he, Kakashi, and Sakura approached him. Tsunami and Tazuna appeared from the kitchen to see what was going on. Grinning, Naruto stepped aside and gestured for Anoka to step into the house. When she did, the reaction Naruto got was quite comical, as she placed her left arm around his shoulders and smiled at everyone. So, she's the red-haired gorgeous woman you were talking about when you first came here, huh Naruto? Tazuna realized. She's quite a catch, boy. Ah. To be young again. Tsunami frowned and nudged her father's side for his perverted implications, while Inari looked on with a quizzical expression. Tsunami didn't like the fact that her father was making such statements about a woman, especially in front of her son. Father, don't talk like that in front of Inari. Tsunami scolded. Inari replied, What do you mean? All Grandpa said was how much his missus being young and all. Yeah, but he meant it in an inappropriate way, Tsunami corrected. What do you mean? Inari inquired. Tsunami decided to drop the subject. I'll tell you when you're older. Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura took a good look at Anoka. All three of them had to admit that she was indeed a healthy-looking, beautiful young woman. The question in everyone's mind was how Naruto was able to get her to follow him back. Kakashi, though, was able to sense that there was more to Anoka that was about to be explained. Naruto was about to introduce Anoka properly, but, you two-timing cheater. That's your life-changing event? You had us all worried, thinking that something bad happened to you, and while that's going on, you go and get involved with some woman out in town and boldly bring her here for us to meet, despite the fact that you already have a girlfriend. You're really low, Naruto, and what's worse is how this woman here was willing to go along with it. Sakura yelled. Naruto and Anoka blinked and took a moment to process what just happened. When they did, they both burst out laughing. Is that what you all think? That I was out in town secretly seeing some other woman? Naruto laughed. While I'm flattered that you believe I have such talent, that isn't the case here at all. Naruto calmed down from his laughter and became serious. And I wouldn't cheat on Hinata-chan either. Then would you care to enlighten us on who this young woman is? Kakashi suggested with his orange book in hand. Let me introduce myself properly, Anoka said with a sweet tone. My name is Uzumaki Anoka. I'm Naruto-kun's distant cousin, and now I'm his surrogate big sister. He and I are of the same Uzumaki clan. There was a dead silence at that moment as Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura repeated Anoka's words to themselves. Sakura's mouth dropped open in utter disbelief as her eyes widened after everything sunk in. Sasuke had a hard time believing that this female before him was, in some distant way, related to Naruto, of all people, but what he was bothered by was the fact that Naruto found a survivor of his clan. Kakashi dropped his orange book as he understood the full weight of Anoka's words. This can't be. Sasuke replied doubtfully. You were said to be an orphan, Naruto, and there's no record or mention of anyone else in Konoha bearing the name Uzumaki. Clearly, Konoha has been lying to all of you for all these years, Anoka stated dryly. There are other Uzumaki scattered around the world. Naruto-kun and I just don't know where they are or what became of them. We're just happy that we found each other today, and we won't allow ourselves to be separated again. Naruto-kun and I are descendants from a strong clan that had strong ties with Konoha and the Senju clan, a clan that was hated and feared by many foreign nations before they sought our destruction. We've never heard of any of the things you're talking about. How do we know you're even telling the truth? Sasuke asked suspiciously. That's because everything she said is true, Kakashi confirmed. There's no lie to what she said. You mean that there actually was an Uzumaki clan? Naruto. Descended from a clan? Sakura asked, trying to believe what she was now learning. One that helped build Konoha to the village that it is now. In fact, the red spiral on the back of my green flag is his clan's insignia. As law, all ninja from Konoha are required to wear it, as decreed by the late Shodai. Some of Chuji's clan members wear that insignia facially, Kakashi clarified. Is that some kind of twisted joke, Kakashi? By law, we have to wear the insignia of the clan that Dobe descended from? Sasuke retorted. Why weren't we taught this at the academy? Sakura asked. There's a lot that the academy didn't teach any of you about the huge of history behind Konoha's ties with Yuzuno Kuni, the country once ruled by the Uzumaki clan. But it's an S-class secret that none of you are to discuss with anyone, Kakashi said. I'm not under your Hokage's law, therefore I'm not obliged to obey. If you guys want to know about me and who I really am, you're best to know my history and the bond one share with Naruto-kun, Anoka argued, leaving Kakashi with no room to argue with her. The Jounin sighed. Very well then. But I ask that after everything has been explained that what's discussed doesn't go beyond this house. It would really cause too much trouble, especially since not everyone in Konoha is ready to learn the truth. And by extension, Kakashi turned to Tazuna and his family. I'll have to ask you three not to share any information you hear here with anyone else. All three of them agreed and Tazuna spoke for them. You can trust us. For the next hour, everyone was in the living room as Anoka briefly explained her life story to them. She didn't show them her photo album, as it would reveal too much that she didn't want them to know. She told them that Naruto's mother was in fact an Uzumaki who married a very strong shinobi of Konoha, but she wouldn't reveal their names. When Sakura and Sasuke asked why, Naruto told them that their names and status as a couple wasn't disclosed to Konoha civilians for unknown reasons. Needless to say, the two genin found something suspicious about that explanation. But hearing from Anoka how the Shodai Hokage was married to an Uzumaki who later became Tsunade's grandmother startled Sasuke and Sakura. Kakashi confirmed that it was true and added, in fact, many of the seals and some of the jutsu Konoha ninja use originated from the Uzumaki clan, including the Kinjutsu Kagebunshin no Jutsu. However, the Shodai and Nidaime had to downgrade Kagebunshin no Jutsu to Bunshin no Jutsu because of its ability to kill the user. Ironically, performing Bunshin no Jutsu is impossible for the Uzumaki clan because of their massive chakra reserves, and many of the other seals created by the Uzumaki clan had to be downgraded because of their aggressive effects on the user's lack of chakra reserves. Regardless, the Senju and Uzumaki clans were very close in their ties and bonds with each other. So much so that the Shodai decreed and made it law that all Konoha ninja are to wear the crest of the Uzumaki clan as a sign of their eternal bond and respect to the Uzumaki clan. You mean to tell us that the Dobes clan was more powerful and famous than my clan? That's right, Kakashi said unwaveringly. You can consider the Senju clan the founding father of Konoha, while the Uzumaki clan would be the mother with whom the founding father conceived Konoha. Don't get me wrong, Sasuke, the Uchiha clan helped establish Konoha too, but more so as the midwife. Naruto's stifled giggle escaped his throat, then burst into an all-out laughter after hearing Kakashi's anthropomorphic depiction of how Konoha was birthed. Sasuke wasn't happy at all at how Kakashi was laying down the fact that the Uzumaki were stronger, more resourceful, more important, and more famous than the Uchiha clan. The fact that he and many others, including his fallen Uchiha brethren, were made to wear the Uzumaki insignia made it clear that the Uchiha clan was overshadowed completely. And to add insult to injury, he and many others had to learn downgraded versions of the Uzumaki clan's jutsu and seals because they were too dangerous to use. Anoka then related how many foreign shinobi nations that hated and feared the Uzumaki joined forces in their effort to wipe out the Uzumaki clan and destroy Yuzu no Kuni. Despite their best effort, she explained, they weren't successful in killing everyone, as a number of her and Naruto's Uzumaki brethren managed to escape. Sasuke didn't know what to think as he now heard that, like his clan, the Uzumaki clan faced genocide, but with a few major differences. The Uzumaki clan was nearly obliterated by shinobi nations joining forces in their attempt to wipe them out, whereas it took only Uchiha Itachi to eliminate the Uchiha clan after turning traitor. Naruto's clan was so feared that other nations had to team up against them, and still they failed to completely destroy them because there were survivors. And here it was that Naruto has found one of those surviving members of his clan, while his fellow clan members are still gone. After hearing it, he thought about the possibility that if Naruto found a survivor, then maybe there are survivors of his clan somewhere outside of Konoha. But Sasuke dismissed the thought as a delusional fantasy. What a story. Both you and Naruto really went through a lot of hardships in your lives. Tsunami commented. True, but Naruto-kun and I do have a common objective while we're here, and that's to rid Nami no Kuni of Gato and his army once and for all. When that's done, I'll journey to Konoha with Naruto-kun and live with him. Kakashi nodded. You know it'll be difficult proving your claim that you're an Uzumaki to the Hokage and the others. Naruto-kun provided me with an irrefutable way to prove that I am who I say I am, Anoka replied as she stood up and formed a hand seal. He taught me this Kinjutsu Kagebunshin no Jutsu. Clouds of white smoke burst from nothing, and after clearing, 14 solid clones of Anoka were in the living. Is this proof enough? Anoka and her clones chorused simultaneously. Kakashi shrugged in defeat. No further arguments. Isn't Anoka-nichan great? After seeing me use that jutsu earlier, she practically begged me to teach it to her. Naruto teased. Anoka gave Naruto a playful smack to the head and rebuked. I didn't beg you. I requested if it were possible to teach that jutsu to me after seeing how useful it is. That's not how I saw things play out, Nei-chan, Naruto replied as Anoka dispelled the jutsu. Is that right? Anoka shot back. Yes it is, Naruto retorted as they stared hard at each other, waiting for other to back down. After another minute, they both burst out laughing as they hugged each other. Team 7, Tazuna's family, and Tazuna himself all sweat dropped and sighed, but they were able to see the genuine happiness that sprouted within Naruto, and the smile on his face was truly sincere and full of life. They really do act like siblings, Sakura commented, putting a smile of her own on her face. But it's great that Naruto found someone he could actually call a family member after living such a harsh life. I'm really happy for both him and Anoka-san. All of us are, Sakura, Kakashi stated. Naruto found a survivor of his clan. Truly, he was looked out for by a higher force, Sasuke said in a monotonous voice. Who knows, Sasuke-kun, there might be survivors of your clan somewhere outside of Konoha, Sakura said, trying to lighten Sasuke's mood. Sasuke, though, turned and gave Sakura a hardened look and stated, the only survivor of my clan who lives outside of Konoha now is the one responsible for its destruction. There was no one in my clan reported to have been anywhere else besides the Uchiha district when my older brother turned traitor. If you'll all excuse me, I'm going to turn in and rest before my watch begins. Sasuke dismissed himself from everyone in the living room and left for upstairs. Sakura sighed and dropped her shoulders, seeing that she once again failed to gain Sasuke's attention and acceptance. Leave him alone, Sakura, Kakashi advised. Right now it's best not to go talking to him. Clearly, the fact that he'll never see any of his clan again is hitting him hard right now. Hopefully he'll calm himself down after he's had time to think things over. I hope you're right, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura said worriedly before turning to the female Uzumaki and saying, Anoka-san? I'm as sorry about my outburst earlier. I shouldn't have jumped to conclusions like that. Don't worry about it. It's water under the bridge, Anoka assured. Which one? Tazuna didn't finish his bridge yet, Naruto joked. Enough jokes, Naruto, Sakura replied. 2 hours later, Tsunami and Sakura watched silently from the kitchen doorway as Anoka chopped vegetables and cut up pieces of meat to be cooked. Tsunami had offered to help, however Anoka had politely insisted on preparing everything on her own as her way of saying thank you to everyone for the hospitality and kindness towards her. Tsunami had to admit that the young woman appeared to know what she was doing. Your culinary skills are really impressive, Tsunami complimented. Anoka looked up from where she was chopping vegetables and replied, thank you. Chiaki-Okakin taught me many things, and cooking was one of them. Her hands did not stop despite taking her eyes from her work. Naruto walked into the kitchen with Inari following close by behind him as he made his way over to Anoka. You know, Nei-chan, cooking and baking are among the things Hinata-chan enjoys doing. Like you, she has a real knack for it, Naruto mentioned. From the way you've been comparing Hinata and Hanabi's qualities to me, I'm led to believe that you like girls who remind you of your big sister, Anoka teased. Naruto snorted and looked away as he crossed his arms over his chest. Whatever. I like strong and talented kunoichi. I recall you telling me that Hinata is the heiress of the Hyuga clan back in Konoha. Yes, Anoka remembered. Tsunami spoke in. Really? I heard of that wealthy clan. No disrespect, but, being the heiress of that prestigious clan, I would have thought that she would consider cooking as something beneath her. Naruto gave a firm shake of his head and explained, the members of the Hyuga clan are very traditional, and so is her father. Every girl in that clan is expected to know how to cook and take care of the household. I'm sure she'll become a capable wife someday, Tsunami stated matter-of-factly. Just as Naruto was about to say thank you to Tsunami, all she needs is a strong and talented ninja to become her capable husband, Sasuke remarked as he entered the kitchen. Naruto replied, I appreciate that you acknowledge that I'm the only ninja in the room fit for her, Sasuke, Kakashi said with a touch of firmness as he appeared outside the kitchen and gave the Uchiha a look that told him to drop the subject now. Sasuke swallowed his next words and said nothing further. I'll have everything prepared in a while. So please wait patiently, Anoka requested. An hour later, everyone was sitting around the table after Anoka was finished preparing everything. Anoka stood by the table between Inari and Naruto. Inari just stared at all of it with wide eyes and a watering mouth. Wow! You made all this by yourself, Anoka-san? Oh, it's just a little something, Anoka said with just the slightest grin on her satisfied face. Please enjoy the meal that's been prepared for all of you. I think I speak for both myself and my family when I say we appreciate all the effort you obviously put into preparing this meal for us. When my wife was alive, she also took pride in being able to cook a good meal for all of us, Tazuna expressed to her. Hey guys, can we eat? Inari's mouth appeared to be salivating. Son, don't you want to thank Anoka-san for making all this delicious food for us first? Tsunami reminded. Huh? Oh yeah, right. Inari sent her a bashful smile and offered a low bow. Thanks, Anoka-san. Now can I eat? Laughing, Anoka nodded. Please do. All of you please enjoy this meal, and enjoy the mean they did. The meal was as delicious as they saw it to be. For Naruto, having Anoka living with him back in Konoha was going to be great if that also meant he didn't have to cook for himself anymore. Later that night, Sakura was walking through the house, making sure everyone was safe and unharmed. All of the doors were locked, and everyone was fast asleep. She went into the living room to find both Anoka and Naruto sleeping on the sofa with Naruto resting his head on her shoulder, and his right arm around her waist, while her left arm was wrapped around him. Anoka had her head tilted to the left, resting it on Naruto's head. They really became attached to each other, Sakura noted as she found the blanket sheet Naruto used the previous night and unraveled it to cover both of them with it. Seeing that her work with them was done, Sakura left the living room and continued with her patrol. The following morning, the sun shone right onto Naruto's eyes, and it took a few minutes for him to blink away the tiredness in his body. He turned and looked to find that Anoka and everyone else was gone. Damn. I overslept. Naruto realized before jumping out of sofa, running to the bathroom upstairs, quickly cleaning himself up, and running back to get dressed. Just as he was putting his orange jacket on, he heard a shout from downstairs. Get away from my child. That was Tsunami-san. What's going on downstairs? Naruto thought, sensing trouble. He sneaked out the window and clung to the wall using his chakra. Making his way to the door, which was broken to pieces, he looked in and saw two gruff thugs, evidently low-level samurai, taking Tsunami hostage and leaving a crying Inari. Quickly hiding, Naruto watched as the two samurai came out, leading a tied-up Tsunami away. A moment later, Inari remembered Naruto's words to him. Kaiser fought to protect those he loved and cherished as his precious people, and your grandfather is doing the same. If you truly want to make your grandfather and Kaiser proud of you, then I suggest you find someone or something precious to you, and fight to protect them. Naruto Niken is right. Mom is someone worth protecting and fighting for, and Grandpa is fighting in his own way. Dad did the same for us in this village because he felt we were worth protecting and fighting for, Inari thought before he ran out the door. You bullies let go of my mom. Inari shouted, catching up to them not far from the wooden bridge that connected their house to the island of Nami no Kuni. That stupid kid is coming our way, said one of the thug samurai as he pulled out his sword, ready to end Inari's life. Teleporting and appearing a short distance between Inari and the samurai thugs, Naruto took out two of his kunai. Release Tsunami-san or suffer my wrath. Naruto warned. What? You're one of those shinobi brats Tazuna hired. One of the samurais exclaimed. Let's kill him and be done with, the other said. His partner looked at Tsunami and threatened, if you so much as move an inch, we'll kill your little brat in front of you. They then rushed at Naruto, who led them away from Tsunami. Inari, seizing the opportunity, ran to his mother as fast as he could. Mom. I'll save you. Inari said as he untied her. Inari. Tsunami said, then hugged the boy as soon as he untied her. Meanwhile, getting them where he wanted, Naruto, being a good distance from Tsunami and Inari, grinned as the two samurai rushed at him. Feel my wrath. Naruto shouted as the samurais rushed at him. Before Naruto could do anything, chakra chains appeared from the ground and raced after the two thugs, restraining them. What the fujijijijijijijigrrrrhhhh. The first thug cried as both he and his partner were stabbed with kunai in their throats. Naruto turned to see Anoka and two of her Kage Bunshin next to her. That takes care of the bandits, Anoka said confidently before dispelling her chains and dropping the dead bodies. That Kage Bunshin no jutsu really comes in handy, little bro. That's why it's one of my favorite jutsu. Did you check up on Tsunami and Inari? Naruto asked. As if on cue, Inari and Tsunami ran over to the two Uzumaki, being careful not to step in the blood pool from the two dead samurais. Naruto-kun. Anoka-san. Are you both alright? Tsunami asked. We're fine, thanks. If those two attacked here, maybe their partners will attack the bridge. Anoka-nichan, would it be too much to ask you to watch over Tsunami and Inari while I go catch up with the rest of my team? Naruto inquired. Just be careful and come back in one piece, Anoka replied. Not a problem, Naruto assured as he turned and ran from the area. Needing to speed things up, Naruto resorted to using his Kaze Sakudo Chikara wind speed force to get there more quickly. He only hoped he wasn't too late. Chapter 15 Ninja A Tool or a Human? Meanwhile, in Konoha, Hinata was walking through the woods alone that morning without her usual jacket on and her forehead protector tied around her forehead. She was performing her routine exercises and warm-ups before doing some jogging. While jogging, rocks suddenly came flying at her fast from multiple directions. Reacting quickly, she ducked and evaded the rocks as they came from behind the trees one after another. She performed this fast-paced sidestep and dodge dance for the next 5 minutes before three of her Kage Bunshin appeared from behind the trees. Seeing a large body of water, a good source for her water manipulation, Hinata hurried over to it as her clones chased after her. One of the clones ran faster and flipped over Hinata's head, landing in front of Hinata before she began battling with her. As the two of them fought with each other, another clone jumped in an effort to ambush Hinata. Byakugan. Hinata exclaimed, activating her bloodline limit with the clones doing the same thing. Resuming their battle, Hinata engaged 2 of her 3 clones in a fierce Juken bout, while the third one watched carefully, waiting for the right moment to enter the fight. After another 7 minutes, Hinata knocked out and dispelled one of the clones, leaving 2 left. The second Kage Bunshin didn't allow time for Hinata to catch her breath as she continued to fight. Hinata endured several bodily and facial injuries and cuts from her fight so far, even a busted lip which was seeping blood. Through it all, Hinata pushed herself harder to improve. Another minute later, she overpowered and knocked out the second clone before it dispelled. Very good, Nasan, the third clone said after doing a henge of Hanabi with her Byakugan activated. Now you'll face me. Hinata gestured for the clone to come at her. Wasting no time, Hanabi charged at Hinata and engaged her in a brutal combat. Neither Hinata nor Hanabi had any intention of showing mercy to the other. Hanabi aimed to shut off Hinata chakra points, but Hinata managed to block all of her attempts. Nasan, why do you insist on fighting me when I'm clearly stronger, faster and more adept at Juken than you? You wouldn't stand a chance against Niji Nizan, and he's considered a prodigy in our clan. I thought that you, being my older sister, would be superior to both myself and Niji Nizan, Hanabi taunted. Hinata smiled darkly at Hanabi and replied, in that case, I'll be more serious. Hinata rushed at Hanabi faster than before, and this time she started landing harsher blows on her one after another. Hanabi endured all of the attacks and pressed on as she increased her speed and strength to match Hinata's. Hanabi, as a result, managed to land additional blows against Hinata. This deadly dance continued for another 10 minutes when Hinata decided to perform her next attack. Kaiten! Hinata shouted as she spun herself at a super-fast speed until she created a spinning dome around herself, which struck Hanabi and sent her flying off the ground and crashing into a tree. Hanabi vomited blood from her mouth from the impact before falling and hitting the ground. Hinata gradually stopped spinning, and when she did, she found that she was now standing inside of a wide crater that formed as a result of her rotation attack. Hanabi coughed up more blood as she lay there on the ground on her back. Hinata approached and stood over her as she looked at the damage done. My time is up, Nasan. I used up all of my chakra. You better get yourself cleaned up for your actual spar session with Hanabi. Only this time, make it look like you improved just a bit, Hanabi suggested before puffing out into smoke. Hinata absorbed all of the experience Hanabi and her other clones had, and needless to say, she was pleased with her improvements. 3 days ago, she practiced and battled with her 3 Kage Bunshin using both Juken and water manipulation, and her clones did likewise against her. The battle was indeed hard, but she gained a lot from it. Hinata turned and started to make her way to the hospital for treatment first before heading home. On the way, she found that she was partly limping in her walk while holding her side. My clones are starting to develop their own ways of beating me, and I'm the original. Talk about being my own worst enemy, Hinata remarked, feeling painful sores from the brute thrashings her clones were dishing out against her. Meanwhile, in Nami no Kuni, at the bridge, ambush and the element of surprise have been renowned as the greatest weapons of all shinobi. Seeking out the weaknesses of their targets and exploiting them was what made their profession so sought after, even though it wasn't considered very honorable by some. Regardless, most accepted the fact that a great ninja could wipe out 1,000 fighters and still survive the encounter, and history attested to that time and time again. It was due to those historical realities that ninja were sought after as instruments of war. However, there were occasions when one ninja must test their mettle against another strong peer. To do that, it could be done in the way of their profession, in the dark, in the shadows, or in the mist. Tazuna, Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke had arrived at the bridge. When they got there, they were met with the sight of the workers laying there, unconscious. This is, Sakura said. Form the ring, Kakashi ordered. The ninjas formed a protective ring around Tazuna, each pulling out a kunai while getting ready. Then a thick mist came rolling in. Kirigakyu no jutsu, Zabuza's voice rang through the mist. I really hate this jutsu, Sakura growled. Momochi Zabuza, Kakashi greeted. Normally, meeting someone of your reputation would be something I'd rather avoid. However, considering the circumstances, I don't think we'll be able to back down. Sad but true, Kakashi. I have ambitions that need to be put into effect, armies that need to be built, and a country that needs to be overthrown. Zabuza chuckled darkly within the mist. Suddenly, 10 Mizu Bunshin of Zabuza appeared around Kakashi and his group. Sasuke, Kakashi said. He nodded. He pulled out some shuriken and threw them at the clones. The Mizu Bunshin were stabbed and fell apart into puddles of water. The mist cleared a bit, and there stood the real Zabuza with the fake hunter Nin next to him. It would seem that this fight will give us some trouble, Zabuza said. Indeed, Haku said. Sasuke, you deal with that fake hunter Nin while I fight Zabuza. Sakura, you guard Tazuna, Kakashi instructed. The genin nodded as they went to do as they were told. The boy there looks ready to fight. Haku, go handle your opponent, Zabuza said to the girl next to him. The first to move was Haku. She rushed at Sasuke with a senbon. Sasuke blocked it with his kunai and tried to kick Haku, who blocked with her foot. It looks like we're at a stalemate, Sasuke said, but Haku shook her head. No, I have two advantages. First, I have occupied one of your hands, then there is the water around us, Haku said, then started forming one-handed seals. Sasuke gasped when he saw it. What is this? One-handed hand seals? I've never seen that before. Sasuke exclaimed in surprise. Hijitsu Sensatsu Suisho's secret technique, flying water needles, Haku called out, and the water around her rose up and turned to ice needles. The needles flew towards Sasuke, and just before they hit, Haku jumped away. Sasuke focused chakra into his legs, and when Haku jumped, Sasuke did the same, successfully evading the needles. Haku spun like a tornado. She had several senbon in her hands, making her spin motion very dangerous. Sasuke leaped away from the needles before they made contact. Meanwhile, Naruto was making his way to the bridge when he saw Sasuke from a distance taking on the fake hunter Nin. Looks like Haku and Zabuza didn't waste time getting this party started. Well, better late than never, Naruto commented as he neared the bridge. Naruto, with his Kaze Sakudo Chikara wind speed force still in effect, ran across the surface of the water, forming waves behind him as he did so. Reaching the base of the bridge, Naruto ran up one of the supports where Sasuke and Haku were battling. When he reached the top, he leaped high into the air and dashed to where Haku was. Naruto focused all of the wind chakra of his Kaze Sakudo Chikara into a central point as he blasted down at Haku like a meteor. The girl quickly jumped away from the attack as Naruto aimed in her direction. Naruto plunged into the ground hard enough to send both Sasuke and Haku flying away. The blonde stood within the newly formed crater and looked over at Haku. Haku, I know it's you behind that mask, Naruto stated. The girl maintained a calm demeanor as she stood back up with Naruto looking at her. There's no point in trying to lie to me. You're the girl from the forest, Naruto revealed calmly as Haku looked up at him and quietly nodded, admitting the truth as she removed the mask from her face. Sasuke looked to see the attractive face of his attacker who was conversing with Naruto. When I met you there in the forest, you didn't seem to recognize me, Haku said. Naruto replied, I knew who you were all along. I just didn't react to you because you didn't pose a threat to me at the time, plus I needed additional information. It was for the sake of my research. Sasuke took the opportunity to get up and pull himself together. He gazed over at Naruto and saw the same look in his eyes as when he spoke with Inari several days ago. That dobe is strong. When and how did he acquire that power? Sasuke wondered. Haku saw Sasuke stand back up, but she didn't let it deter her. I don't wish to kill you. This isn't anything personal, Haku said. Then stand down and neither you nor Zabuza will get hurt, Sasuke ordered. I'm afraid I can't do that, as I've been instructed to deal with you, and now Naruto-kun as well. This is the end, Haku said. Naruto replied, the hell it is. Haku formed some seals. Hijitsu Maku Hayashi's secret technique, demonic ice mirrors. The water below the bridge rose around Haku, Naruto, and Sasuke, and formed mirrors of ice arranged into a large dome around them. Haku, putting her mask back on, walked up to one of the mirrors and melted into it. What is that? Sakura asked as she and Tazuna witnessed what happened. That girl. She has a bloodline limit? Kakashi asked, and Zabuza nodded. That is her ultimate jutsu. Those two kids won't be able to survive it. No one has beaten it, ever, Zabuza bragged. Nothing's as boring as bragging. Let's go, Kakashi said. Zabuza chuckled, and the mist thickened around them. You may be the copy ninja, but I'm superior when it comes to killing without sight, Zabuza said. Kakashi sighed and blocked 3 shuriken that Zabuza threw. In the central province of Nami no Kuni, within a heavily guarded 5-story building was a man named Gato. He was a man who enjoyed keeping his mind open to any beneficial business opportunities he could get. His minions would make their rounds in terrorizing the citizens and ensuring the locals were kept in line. Once in a while, the civilians would get a little unruly and would need to be reminded of their place, but that didn't take more than a few choice words. Gato would still give reports every now and then, but not frequently. He was currently checking his account books, calculating the numbers and watching them continue to increase. Boss, we got news for you, one of his minions said as he entered Gato's office. Grumbling, the midget raised his head up from his desk to stare at his 2 mercenaries behind his very round sunglasses. This better be important for you to interrupt me while I'm busy, Gato warned. Zabuza and his partner are at the bridge. They intend to finish the job and the contract today, a second former samurai spoke up. That's good news. He and that young girl with him were starting to prove to be waste of space anyway. Is there anything else you have to share with me? Gato asked with a frown. The extra mercenaries you requested are at the mainland, sir. Believing the bridge to be closed for construction, they requested a ship to transport them here to this island, the second ex-samurai explained. Just the thought of that goddamn bridge pisses me off. I'll have to buy a shipment of dynamite to use on that bridge and have it blown down after Zabuza finishes his job. Gato turned back to his reports. With the new addition to my army and Zabuza finishing his contract, I'll have less to be concerned with. That's the other thing, boss, the first minion said, interrupting Gato's work. Zabuza is having a hard time against those ninjas he's fighting. Even as we speak, Zabuza and his partner could end up losing, or worse. As a sinister smile grew on Gato's lips, he spoke, now this is something. If Zabuza could, at the very least wear them down, he and the other shinobi will be vulnerable, and we can just kill all of them. Yes, that would do nicely. Understood, boss, the second minion snickered as he rubbed the hilt of his sword with anticipation. Gato stood up from his desk and ledger, contemplating what was discussed. This could be a blessing in disguise. I think I'll go meet my new army at the mainland. That way, I'll have a front row seat to see what's become of Zabuza and that partner of his, Gato said with a dark smile. Inside the ice dome, Sasuke and Naruto looked around inside the dome of ice mirrors. In every mirror, there was an image of Haku holding several needles. What? Multiple bunshin? Sasuke wondered out loud. He was answered by a shower of saban needles, very few of which they managed to evade. The two genin took out some shuriken and started throwing them at the mirrors. Haku traveled swiftly between the mirrors while Sasuke went through some hand signs, seeing his chance to attack. Katon Gakakyu no Jutsu Fire-style Grand Fireball Technique. Sasuke shouted as he took in a deep breath before releasing a blast of fire from his mouth towards Haku, who evaded the flames. The black-haired genin was able to follow my movements with his eyes, almost as if he has a bloodline limit of his own. Wait. His eyes are now red with tomo on each of them. Did he just awaken a dormant Kekkai Genkai? Haku wondered as she escaped to the sanctuary of another ice mirror. You seemed stunned. I guess you never went up against an uchiha before, said the now smirking Sasuke looking at Haku. Naruto took note of the fact that Sasuke's bloodline limit activated, but gave no verbal remark about it. An uchiha. Zabuza-sama warned me about that clan and their eyes. I heard they were all wiped out with the exception of two of them. This one must be the survivor of the massacre. Haku contemplated before speaking. It makes no difference to me whether or not you're an uchiha. Neither you nor Naruto-kun will escape this ice prison of my creation. Saban needles now came from every direction simultaneously. Sasuke tried to see when Haku threw the needles, but the Haku moved too fast. All Sasuke could see was a blur in front of the mirrors, and he felt a new cut. Sasuke started to get desperate as he tried to evade and block the needles with his kunai, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto called out, creating more clones. The clones stood in front of the boys before charging at Haku, or what they believed to be her. More saban needles came flying at the clones before taking them down like the others, destroying the clones and striking both boys. Meanwhile, damn it! Kakashi cursed as he narrowly dodged another swipe from Zabuza's Kubikurabocho. Even with his Sharingan eye, he couldn't see through the thick fog the former Kiri-nin had summoned. What's wrong, Kakashi? I assumed that almighty eye of yours would at least see through the mist, Zabuza taunted, his voice echoing through the mist all around him. I need to come up with a strategy soon, otherwise he'll get me, Kakashi thought as he jumped out of the way of another strike from the missing nin. What's happening in there? Sakura thought worriedly as she looked towards Haku's dome of ice mirrors. She would have run off to check on her teammates, but she refrained from doing so. She wasn't stupid, she knew a fierce battle was happening inside that dome. She was by no means deluded. She knew that she wouldn't last 5 seconds in there. Then there was Tazuna, the bridge builder she was guarding. Sakura had seen the condition of Nami no Kuni over the course of the mission. It was abysmal, all its inhabitants were dressed in rags. Even small children had to scavenge for food. She couldn't stand to see their deplorable state. That was why they needed the bridge, that was why they couldn't risk having anything happen to Tazuna. His bridge would open up an invaluable trade route and save Nami no Kuni altogether. The entire future of Nami no Kuni rested on him, and if she left him, Zabuza might just take the opportunity to kill him, condemning the citizens of Nami no Kuni to their horrendous living conditions for the rest of their lives. So Sakura stayed, watching with worried eyes and hoping Naruto and Sasuke were alright. Back inside the dome, Sasuke's cry caught Naruto's attention. The Uchiha had several sebins sticking out of his shoulders and thigh, crumpling him to the ground. The ghostly masked girl dashed through her mirrors towards them with a speed that was blinding, outwitting them. Naruto held a kunai in his hands and sped through a defensive weave, deflecting the Senban as they tried to pincushion him and Sasuke. Sasuke was trying to drag himself over to Naruto, but his injury was keeping him from moving properly. The girl that had quickly and easily put down Sasuke was approaching Naruto with her hands full of saban, floating over him like some wrathful spirit within her mirror. Naruto himself sustained a couple of cuts and stab wounds around his body. Sasuke at this point was kneeling on one leg on the ground after being struck with multiple saban needles around his body and bleeding from his injuries. Sasuke, are you still with me? We're not dying today, Naruto stated. Sasuke started dragging himself, one-handed and one-legged in a sort of sideways crouch, moving towards Haku, his expression saying that he wasn't going to lose this way, not without a fight. They were fighting to live, and he was just standing there as that kunoichi who took them down was calmly cocking her head at him, curious to see what Sasuke was going to do. The reflection of the smooth saban in his opponent's hands caught Naruto's eye. You are not needed for the success of Zabuza-sama's plans, Haku spoke sadly behind her mask. Please, don't take this personally. I'll make your death swift and painless. A swift and painless death, that's what you're offering us. You're full of such mercy, Naruto mocked in sarcasm, never taking his eyes off of Haku, though he could hear Sasuke's grunts. Dobe. Don't listen to her. We have to. Before Sasuke could finish his speech, 7 more needles came from behind and impaled Sasuke in the back, arms, and legs all at once. The Uchiha fell to the ground on his chest. I'm afraid you won't be finishing your declaration of bravado, Sasuke, Haku remarked as she landed on her feet on the ground in front of one of the mirrors. And Naruto, Sasuke said weakly, opening his eyes, blinking away the pain and weariness he felt. Naruto, while ignoring the pain from his body, pulled out the needles from both his and Sasuke's bodies and tossed them away. Before Naruto could do anything else for Sasuke, the Uchiha's entire body went limp as his eyes closed. Sasuke? Naruto asked, concerned. Sasuke. Damn it, team. Wake up, he's dead. Accept it, Haku said, having been watching them quietly the entire time. Is this the first time you've lost a friend? Naruto gave her no verbal retort. We are ninja, weapons, nothing more, Haku said. Shut up. Naruto replied. There is always the chance that you or your comrades will die in battle, Haku added. Won't you shut up? If you cannot realize that, then you are fighting pointlessly, Haku continued. It's only pointless if I stand by and do nothing. Naruto countered. Haku gave no reply but waited for Naruto's next words. And besides that, he's not dead, Naruto countered after checking and finding Sasuke's pulse. He only lost consciousness. You question my abilities? Haku sneered. Naruto turned and stood up to glare at her and countered. I question your objectives in all this, considering who your partner is. What are you implying? Haku shot back. I'm implying that you had every opportunity to kill Sasuke, but you didn't. Clearly Sasuke was outmatched by you and you could have easily finished him off, but you didn't. None of your saban needles struck a vital organ or blood vessel. That's because it's not in you to kill anyone. Am I right? Haku, do not talk to me as if you know me, Naruto-kun, Haku retorted as she backed away into a mirror and melted into it again. The mirror images came back, and before Naruto knew it, dozens of needles came flying at him from all angles. This again? Naruto taunted as he used his wind element to create a complete suit of armor around his body, stopping the needles in their tracks from striking his body before blasting the needles away from him with his wind-type armor. Haku was shocked from the sudden yet effective defense to her attack. Impossible. How were you able to stop my needles when you weren't capable of doing so before? Haku asked in disbelief. Naruto smirked, like I tell you. Without fail, your mirrors have proven to be a bother, and I'm not in the mood to waste precious time and chakra any longer. As it is, I believe I've studied you and your abilities enough, so from here on out, I'll fight you seriously. Naruto was able to feel Kyuubi's chakra circulating to all his wounds, and already the chakra was at work, healing him as fast as possible. Naruto just had to buy himself a little more time as his wounds closed up. Why can't you see that it is useless? Haku asked. I just don't know when to give up. And besides, I didn't come this far to die now. I have dreams to fulfill, and precious people to protect so they can fulfill their dreams too. Naruto exclaimed. I see, so you fight for your dreams, and for the dreams of others. Well, I fight for the dreams of my precious person. I want to see Zabuza-sama's goals and ambitions carried out. I want to be completely useful to him and his plans. I will admit that it's difficult for me to be a shinobi, but for Zabuza-sama, I'll sacrifice everything and become a full-fledged shinobi. To do so, I'll destroy my heart and kill you both, Haku replied, then held up a saban needle. Destroy your heart? Naruto asked. That's right. To be able to kill with no hesitation, one must destroy their heart. To take another's life is the way of the shinobi, Haku said as she noticed Naruto's enraged demeanor. Naruto looked up at Haku and countered, I risk my life and do what I must to do to protect the girl I love, my new big sister, my friends, and those who can't protect themselves. If I destroy my heart, accomplishing this will be impossible. I can't protect those precious to me and fight for their dreams if I lose all sense of humanity. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto summoned 2 Kage Bunshin. He needed 5 hands his hand to release and spin the chakra, one clone to form the shell to maintain the sphere shape, and the other to mix the wind-natured chakra. This jutsu he was resorting to looked fairly similar to an ordinary Rasengan, except it had 4 small white blade-like protrusions surrounding it, making it look like a miniature Fuma shuriken. The concept behind this jutsu would be the rotation and power of the Rasengan, and Naruto's wind-natured chakra condensed into a sphere. During his time training alone in the forest while in Nami no Kuni, Naruto mixed his wind element with the Rasengan, maintaining its original stability and increasing its power, far beyond that of his ordinary Rasengan. What is he up to? Haku wondered as she watched Naruto from within her ice mirror. When the technique's preparation was done, Naruto sent the second Kage Bunshin over to Sasuke's unconscious body to shunshin out with him, while the first one puffed out. Get ready. Futon Rasengan. Naruto yelled as he resorted to using and combining the attack with Kaze Sakudo Chikara and in a blur rushed at the mirror Haku was in. Haku launched dozens of her Sanban needles again, but in mere seconds, Naruto crashed the upgraded Rasengan into the dome. The sheer force and speed of the attack triggered a massive explosion that completely obliterated the needles and the ice dome in its entirety. The blast released a powerful shock wave with an explosion of wind as a large spinning vortex of white and blue energy burst from the attack and heavily ground into the pavement of the bridge while propelling Haku into the forest away from the bridge and over into the mainland. Zabuza and Kakashi were still fighting, but after the Naruto's attack occurred, the next thing they, Sakura, and Tazuna knew was that a mighty quake rocked the entire bridge as a strong wind came and blew them nearly off their feet as it cleared a majority of the mist away. My mist is gone. And what the hell happened to Haku's ice mirrors? Zabuza asked aloud angrily to no one in particular. Naruto happened, I'm sure, Kakashi remarked before he and Zabuza resumed their battle. Haku was sent flying backwards from where she was after the Futon Rasengan exploded on her, destroying her mask in the process. She used her bloodline limit to shield herself from the attack that would have killed her, however, she still sustained painful external and internal injuries as a price for her survival. In fact, parts of her clothes took damage, as some parts of her brown pants and green shirt were shredded away, along with her hair bun being undone, allowing her long black hair to flow freely. Haku impacted onto roadway and rolled backwards on the hard, unforgiving ground. Though alive, she was in much pain, as the impact had added to her injuries. She coughed up some blood as she laid on her back. Naruto appeared next to her, with his Kage Bunshin carrying Sasuke's battered motionless body, Sasuke's right arm wrapped about the clone's shoulders. By this time, all of Naruto's wounds had healed up without so much of a scar to show for it, though his clothes looked a bit ragged. You truly are strong, Naruto-kun. Zabuza-sama warned me to be as cautious of you as I would be with Kakashi. I failed to heed his warning seriously, in spite of the fact that you came close to killing Zabuza-sama days ago. I underestimated your true abilities, while I overestimated my own against yours. I lose. Finish it, Haku requested as she awaited her death at Naruto's hands. I won't kill you. My last attack could have done so, but I was certain you would have pulled off something that would allow you to survive my attack, Naruto said. Haku inquired, why do you choose to spare me? Am I not your enemy? Why didn't you kill Sasuke while we were inside your ice dome? Why didn't you try to kill me in the forest yesterday while I was sleeping? Naruto asked. Naruto had hid the fact that the previous day when Haku found him passed out under the tree, there was a Kage Bunshin watching over him while in hiding in the tree that was above Naruto. If Haku had actually tried anything to threaten Naruto's well-being, the clone would have intervened and stopped her. You know why? Because I know for a fact that you don't have what it takes to destroy your heart. So why fight and make yourself an instrument for Zabuza? What's so great about him that moves you to allow him to dictate your life? You can do so much more with your life. How can you allow yourself to be controlled by that man? Naruto asked. Because my life had no significance, Haku answered with a low voice. I'm afraid that I don't understand what you mean, Naruto remarked. Zabuza-sama gave me a reason to exist. She cried, tears forming in her eyes before they started descending down her face. He gave my life a purpose. This purpose being? Naruto inquired. I am a tool, to be used by Zabuza-sama in any way he sees fit. It's what I live for. You chose that as your purpose in life? To be his instrument? Listen to yourself, Haku. You're a human being with feelings, hopes, and dreams. Why do you allow Zabuza to dictate your life? Naruto replied with outrage. Haku cried and sobbed. I had no one. I have a bloodline limit. Back in Kirigakure, we with bloodline limits were hated and killed off. The Yondaime Mizukage had ordered the complete genocide of everyone with bloodline limits, My mother, who also carried the same bloodline I have, lived with my father, hoping that he would never learn what she had. But one day, he found out. So he murdered my mother and tried to murder me as well. I can't remember what exactly happened after he tried to attack me. All I know is that when I woke, my father was dead, clearly killed by me, with eyes stabbed through his heart. From that time, I was all alone. No one wanted me. I became a homeless orphan, alone on the streets, living off of whatever I could find to eat or drink. No one cared whether I lived or died. To them I was just street trash to be tossed to the side. It was Zabuza-sama who found and took me in when everyone else shunned and left me to die. He gave me clothes, food, shelter, and taught me all he knew. There was a moment of silence between Naruto and Haku. The blonde allowed the girl's words to sink into his mind as she continued in a sad tone. Zabuza-sama found use for me and my bloodline limit, and he wanted me to be a weapon, a tool for him. I was finally wanted in the world, as Zabuza seeks to overthrow the Mizukage. But Zabuza-sama has no use for a weak tool. I no longer have a purpose. Now that you have beaten me, please, tears falling down her face. Finish me. Just end my life. Haku turned her head away, waiting for the final blow, but it never came. Instead, Naruto knelt down and placed his comforting hand under her head and lifted it up, causing the older girl to look at him. I understand your pain, Haku, more so than you know. Our lives aren't so different. Like you, I was also an unwanted and hated homeless orphan back in my village. Like you, I carried a burden since my birth which led to me being scorned, bullied, and reviled by everybody of all ages. Many even called for my death when I was an infant. And like you, I found someone precious in my life that I would give my life for, Naruto explained. Haku, regardless of what happened not too long ago, gave Naruto a sincere smile. I see that we have more in common after all, she commented. Even though I've beaten you, you still have much to live for. You can find a new purpose. You don't have to die here, Naruto encouraged. Who would want me, a living weapon with a cursed bloodline limit that has now been proven to be weak? Haku asked. Haku, listen to me. Naruto spoke. It's not too late for you. You're very good with herbs, so you can become a medic ninja and build a new life again. You can't throw your life away like this. Haku stared at him quietly. If Zabuza doesn't want you anymore, just because you aren't an invincible tool, then you are better off without him, Naruto said firmly. Haku was silent. Haku, please. It doesn't have to end like this, Naruto pleaded. Naruto-kun, Haku began, but then Naruto lifted and carried her bridal style. He and his clone body flickered back to the bridge in time to see the mist lifted. They saw from a distance at the center of the bridge several dogs of varying sizes biting down onto Zabuza, holding him in place and preventing him from moving at all. If sight and hearing don't work, use smell. My dogs went after the smell of my blood on your weapon. Now you won't be able to escape, Kakashi said as electricity started energizing in his left hand. Zabuza, you're very much renowned. You tried to take over Kirigakure, but when you failed and escaped, you started working for scum like Gato to get away from the hunter needs. The man you are trying to kill, Tazuna-san, is important to Nami no Kuni. Your motivation sacrifices too many lives of the innocent, Kakashi said, his tone cold and hard. Spare me your speech, Kakashi. As long as I can accomplish my goal, I'm happy, Zabuza replied. I'll finish you here, Kakashi said coldly, readying his attack to tear into the man at the other end of the bridge. What the? Naruto said when he saw Kakashi's jutsu. They gasped when Kakashi started running towards Zabuza. Zabuza-sama. Haku cried out in fear for Zabuza. Raikiri, Zabuza-sama. Haku screamed as she began to do hand signs and disappeared from Naruto's arms. Haku looked forward and saw that Kakashi was charging at Zabuza. Raikiri extended forward. Haku panicked and raced as fast as she could over to Zabuza, standing in front of him with her arms stretched out to her sides ready to take the full brunt of the attack. Kakashi's eyes widened as he saw the girl appear in front of Zabuza, prepared to use herself as a human shield to protect her precious person. The Konoha Jounin was unable to stop, as he was moving too fast. Haku held her eyes shut tightly while anticipating the agonizing pain. Before anyone knew what happened, an explosion occurred with smoke and a dust cloud covering the area. Sakura and Tazuna looked on as the mist and smoke of the explosion gradually cleared, and the bridge eventually stopped shaking. The Naruto Kage Bunshin, holding up Sasuke's unconscious body with the Uchiha's right arm over his shoulders, dragged the boy over to the others as they looked on to see what happened. Sakura and Tazuna hurried over to them as the clone laid Sasuke down. Sakura ran over to Sasuke and knelt down next his motionless body before pulling his body into her lap with tears running down her face. He's alive. Boss examined Sasuke earlier. But I don't know how long he'll be unconscious, the clone said. Sakura just nodded while holding on to the Uchiha as the clone puffed out. What everyone saw next shocked them completely. Kakashi's left fist was deeply embedded in a stone slab that seemingly appeared out of nowhere, blocking Kakashi's view of Haku and Zabuza. His attack had also blown off a huge chunk of the large slab. Kakashi's hand was still charged with electricity, but it gradually died out. The stone slab in question now crumbled and fell apart to the ground after taking the full force of Kakashi's Raikiri attack. Doton Iwa Heki Earth Release Stone Wall. Naruto called out the jutsu he used to shield Haku from Kakashi's fatal attack. The blonde had used Shunshin and followed Haku to where she was going. Upon seeing what she was going to do, he acted quickly to stop Kakashi from unintentionally killing her. He stopped Kakashi-sensei's attack to protect that fake hunter Nin and Zabuza, Sakura said in disbelief as she and Tazuna looked on in surprise. But why would Naruto do that? The other question in both Kakashi and Sakura's mind was how Naruto knew how to use that earth-style jutsu. Naruto, Kakashi asked with a shocked and serious tone. Why are you protecting them, knowing that there are enemies? Kakashi-sensei, listen to me, Naruto requested as he was about to give his explanation when suddenly, everyone turned to see that both of Zabuza's arms were struck from behind from a surprise attack. The attack wounded his arms and rendered them useless. My oh my. You sure are getting beat up, aren't you, Zabuza? A short man in expensive clothes said. Behind him from the mainland was an army of ex-samurai and rough-looking mercenaries, all of them armed. Gato, Zabuza said as he eyed the man and his army of thugs. Oh, there's been a little change in plans. You see, I never intended to pay you, Gato said and laughed. What? Zabuza asked angrily. Hiring normal ninjas is expensive, so I hire missing Nins like you. Then I dispose of them when they're tired from battle and no longer serve any use for me. No one misses missing Nins like you. The demon of the hidden mist, what a joke. You are just a little puppy demon, Gato said, and his thugs laughed at the joke. He planned on betraying us the entire time. I should have known, Zabuza realized. Haku, stand down. Kakashi, I'm sorry, but this fight between us is over. Haku and I have no reason to fight you and your team anymore. Kakashi nodded as he signaled his dogs to release the Kiri Nin. You bastard. You'll pay for double-crossing me. Zabuza growled at Gato. Say what you want, but it doesn't matter. You'll all die here, Gato said as two of his thugs shot arrows straight at Zabuza. Before Zabuza or Naruto could react, Haku jumped and embraced Zabuza tightly, allowing the arrows to stab her in the back. She screamed as the sharp blades of the arrows tore through her. Haku! Naruto yelled after seeing the girl's selfless action. Zabuza looked at Haku, who smiled at him affectionately, blood trickling down both ends of her mouth. Haku, Zabuza said softly, you're my precious person, Zabuza-sama, and like Naruto-kun, I was ready and willing to lay down my life for you, Haku said before slowly sliding down to the ground. The girl lied on the ground, face down, with the arrows still embedded deep into her back as her world faded into the darkness. That stupid girl. She should have stayed out of the way and allowed you to die with what dignity you had left. Gato sneered with contempt. Zabuza stood in a dead silence as he processed what just happened. Naruto's eyes closed tightly as a beastly growl escaped his mouth. His facial whiskers grew more feral as his fangs grew longer and sharper. His fingernails grew and turned into razor-sharp claws, and a red aura appeared around Naruto's body. The aura itself gave off feelings of malevolence and pure hate. This is bad, Kakashi muttered as he saw Kyuubi's influence rising from within Naruto. But suddenly, intricate seal writings appeared and glowed around Naruto's body briefly before disappearing back into his skin. Kakashi and those who saw them didn't know what to make of what those seals were. Kakashi-sensei, what's happening to Naruto? Sakura asked worriedly with a frightened expression. Tazuna was just as scared while Zabuza looked on in wonder. Naruto opened his eyes and gone were the ocean blue eyes everyone was used to seeing. Now in place of them were bloody red eyes with vertical slits for pupils. She used herself to save your life, Zabuza. Do you feel anything? Naruto asked through his growl. Haku was a shinobi, an instrument like myself. I used her as much as Gato used me. That's all it was. I needed and wanted her bloodline limit, not her, Zabuza answered coldly. Naruto looked back at Zabuza with disgust and indignation. Do you really mean that? Naruto asked. I have no regrets. We're tools of war, Naruto. That's the shinobi way, Zabuza added. Haku loved you, Zabuza, more than she should have. You were precious to her, more than her own life. She lived for your dreams without having any of her own. You both have been together for all this time, and all you have to say is that she was a useful instrument. Have you no heart? Naruto shouted. Gaki, stop it. Zabuza requested. Is that all you have to say? Naruto asked loudly. Please. Don't say anything further, Zabuza pleaded as several tears fell from his eyes as he stood over Haku, It pained her to have to fight you. She fought not only for me, but for you guys too. She was too kind. Naruto couldn't think of anything to say, but Zabuza continued, I'm glad I faced you guys in the end. You may be right, Gaki, a shinobi is still human. We may not be able to become emotionless tools after all. I've lost. What a heartwarming soap opera. I could cry if I cared. I've had enough of this drama. I have a country to dominate, and some troublesome ninja to kill. Gato said contemptuously. Zabuza, lend me your Kubikurabocho. Now. Naruto ordered as he went over and took the Kirinin's large sword before the older man could give him an answer to his request. Sakura asked with the same scared but worried tone as before, Naruto, what are you? Just stay with the others, Sakura. I'll handle things from here. Don't any of you argue with me. I'm not in the mood. Naruto replied darkly with a venomous and murderous tone as bloodlust was pouring out of him in waves. Naruto walked over to Gato and his army while holding Zabuza's Kubikurabocho with his right hand. Despite the size and weight of the sword, it was surprising to everyone that Naruto was able to wield the weapon with only one arm. Gato and his men looked at the possessed-looking genin, trying to look like they weren't scared by his change of appearance. That's a nice trick there, boy, but you must be crazy if you think that it'll make me and my men run away from the likes of a child like you, Gato said as confident as possible. Among us ninja, Zabuza is renowned as the demon of the hidden mist, and yet even he has a heart and a measure of honor. But unlike Zabuza, you're something far worse, you have a dead heart and no honor. Therefore you'll have to be removed, Naruto declared as he stood where he was and summoned 8 Kage Bunshin, 4 to his left and 4 to his right, each holding a copy of Zabuza's giant sword in their hands and looking the exact way Naruto currently looked. All 9 of them now started focusing large amounts of wind chakra into the sharp large blades of their Kubikurabocho. After a couple of moments, Naruto yelled, Wind release 9 spiraling guillotines. Using powerful wind manipulation with the swords, Naruto and his 8 clones simultaneously slashed their swords, sending out 9 powerful razor-sharp wind guillotines at Gato and his army. The guillotines tore and shredded through the ground before reaching them. The result was gory and catastrophic as the 9 enormous spinning wind blades plowed through them. Gato's men screamed in agony and dread as the attacks delivered their devastating blows. Kakashi-sensei, did you teach Naruto that jutsu? Sakura asked. I did not teach him that jutsu as I never seen that jutsu before. I haven't taught him wind manipulation, either, Kakashi answered calmly as he and the others watched Naruto in action. What a strong ninja that boy is. Zabuza marveled. Wind Release 9 spiraling guillotines was the new attack that Naruto was secretly working on over the last 2 months. Even Hinata wasn't aware of it. And the fact that he used Zabuza's Kubikurabocho made the attack more devastating than it would have normally been. When the 9 blades died out, Naruto dispelled his clones. With Zabuza's Kubikurabocho in hand and wind chakra still focused around the giant blade with his chakra and gravity restraint seals lowered by several notches, he rushed in with blurring speed to finish off those that survived the attack. All that was seen of Naruto was the occasional orange-red blur. When it was all over, Gato, who narrowly avoided being killed by Naruto's earlier attack, came out of hiding and saw a sight that left him in a terrifying situation. All of his hired men were dead, slaughtered and butchered in the most brutal and vicious way he could imagine. Slashed organs, dismembered body parts, and blood of his slain men littered the ground. He stopped when he felt pure bloodlust from behind him. He cowered as he slowly turned and saw a red-eyed and fanged Naruto holding Zabuza's blood-covered Kubikurabocho standing behind him. Monster, Gato said lowly in fear. Look who's talking, Naruto remarked darkly as he started to move closer to the man. Please, spare me. Gato shouted desperately, I'll give you anything you want. Money, power over Nami no Kuni. Beautiful women. I'll buy as many as you want. You'll give me what I want? Well, there are a few things you have that I want to retrieve, Naruto replied as he summoned a Kage Bunshin. The clone moved forward and grabbed Gato by his shirt collar. Take him, Naruto ordered as the clone nodded and body flickered away with Gato, making their way back to the central town of the country and leaving Naruto alone. Back at the bridge, Kakashi-san, Anoka called out as she, Inari, Tsunami, and all of the villagers that came together with them to rise up against Gato and his army made their way over to Kakashi, Tazuna, and the others. Tazuna and Kakashi assured the people that Zabuza and Haku were no longer threats to any of them and that they longer worked for Gato after the man double-crossed and had them wounded. Anoka rushed to where the wounded Haku was lying and examined her. She carefully removed the arrows, both of which struck Haku's vital organs. After a few moments with the others watching, Anoka confirmed, she's still alive. I will have to act fast to save her and stop the bleeding. Anoka performed a hand seal and said Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. She summoned 4 solid clones of herself. She instructed the first 2 to take Haku back to Tazuna's house, where they could treat Haku's wounds. The next two were told to examine Zabuza and bandage his injuries. The clones nodded and did as instructed. Despite his injuries, Zabuza stayed behind with Kakashi as they and everyone else hurried to where Naruto was. When everyone arrived on the scene, they found that all of Gato's men are already dead, and Gato was gone, taken by Naruto's clone to an unknown location. It's over. Gato's reign over Nami no Kuni has come to its end, Naruto said calmly after changing back to normal with the red chakra vanishing entirely. His gravity and chakra restraint seals were also returned to their previous levels. As happy as the people were that Gato was defeated, they couldn't help but feel dread from the gory, bloody, and devastating mess Naruto single-handedly left behind in his wake. Parents turned their children away from the horrific scene while a couple of the people even vomited after seeing what became of Gato's army and the surrounding environment that was caught in Naruto's wrath. Sakura, who was still carrying Sasuke with his right arm around her shoulders, didn't know what to think as fear of Naruto came over her, as she and everyone else looked to see the gruesome carnage Naruto left behind for all to see. Magnificent. I never thought Konoha could produce such a powerful genin who could use a sword with such talent. Zabuza congratulated. What have you been teaching the boy, Kakashi? I hate to admit this, but what I'm seeing here is beyond anything I taught my 3 genin, Kakashi confessed while wondering if Kyuubi had anything to do with what happened after seeing that red chakra. But Kakashi threw that theory out of the window after considering the fact that in spite of the red chakra he and the others saw, Naruto was still in control of himself and his actions without going berserk. Naruto went over to Zabuza and returned his blood-covered Kubikirabocho. This came in handy. Pity I can't keep it, Naruto commented. Boy, after seeing such a display from you, I'd be honored to make you my successor, if it were possible, Zabuza remarked. Naruto Niken, did you really do all this by yourself? A shocked Inari asked. It was true that Inari, with the aid of Anoka and Tsunami, rallied the people to stand up against Gato's tyranny. They were inspired to take back what was rightfully theirs, and not let a cruel businessman steal and keep it for himself while they suffer and slowly die out from poverty and despair. The people were ready to fight and go the distance against Gato and his army, but by the look of things, Naruto had beaten everyone to the punch in breaking Gato's hold on their country. You wiped out Gato and his entire army all by yourself. You're so strong and amazing, Niken. You freed us from Gato's evil rule over us. Inari praised. I didn't do that all by myself, Inari. My team and I did that, Naruto said, trying to act as humble as possible, though inwardly he was enjoying the praise and acknowledgement he was receiving. But you left behind quite a grisly mess. It'll be a while before we get this all cleaned up, Tazuna remarked with grim expression. Not likely, Anoka countered as she stepped forward and pulled out a small scroll from with her kimono blouse. Kneeling on the grass, she set the open scroll down on the grass. On it was the kanji for supplies, kai. Anoka said, releasing the seal and revealing unused scrolls, ink bottles, ink brushes, a roll of wire, and a wire clipper. I'll handle this, Anoka stated as she started writing seals across the scroll and drew around the center of the writings where she aimed for the sealing to be absorbed and locked in place. When that was done, she slammed her right hand down to the ground in front of the scroll, causing the seals to activate as chakra streamed out from the scroll and headed over to where all of the blood and dismembered corpses were. The chakra absorbed every last one of them into itself until not a drop of blood was left, though it left behind the cut-down trees. The chakra then traveled back into the scroll as it was absorbed into the center of the seals where it was designated to go. The kanji for burial of dishonor was shown where the sealing was taking effect. After the sealing was done, Anoka rolled the scroll and tied it closed. I'll bury this scroll in an unmarked grave, Anoka said as she unrolled some wire from the roll and clipped it. With the wire in hand, she picked up a rock and tied the scroll tightly with the wire. After sealing away all of her sealing utilities, she took the tied scroll and gave it to her clone that treated Zabuza's wound earlier. The clone took the scroll and went to the center of the bridge, and dropped the scroll over the bridge and into the running waters underneath it. The clone dispelled after that. And that takes care of those dead thugs, Anoka said. Your aptitude in seals is rather impressive, Kakashi complimented. I'm an Uzumaki like my dear brother. Creating and mastering seals is in our blood, Anoka grinned. Aren't you modest? Sakura snorted. Like Sasuke, Naruto mocked. Sakura was about to give a retort when Naruto's Kage Bunshin from earlier returned, but not with Gato. He was seen carrying a large briefcase and a small black bag. So what happened? Naruto asked. The Kage Bunshin explained. I forced Gato to return all the seaports he bought and to return all of the money he stole from Nami no Kuni. I then had Gato hand over a huge sum of money to give to the people and Tazuna to finance the completion of the bridge. All of the official documents with Gato's signature and stamp are inside this briefcase along with the money. And what became of Gato himself? Kakashi questioned. Naruto's clone produced Gato's sunglasses, suit, and 2 expensive gold diamond rings from out of the black bag. All 4 items were drenched and dripping with fresh blood, and a large stab wound was seen through the suit jacket. "You won't find a body, so don't ask," the clone stated before puffing out, giving Naruto all of the knowledge he needed to understand what happened. After he did, Naruto saw what became of Gato's body after his clone finished him. "Shark food," was all Naruto said. Later back in Konoha, Hanabi was wiping the beads of sweat off her face with a cold wet washcloth. She had just finished sparring with Hinata, and much to her surprise, Hinata did much better and lasted much longer than she ever had before. Hanabi didn't beat her like she used to before, but Hinata didn't win either. To the surprise of their father and Ko, the match ended in a draw. Hayashi was pleased that Hinata was showing signs of improvement in their clan's juken, as she didn't lose as she used to in the past. Ko congratulated Hinata on her progress, while telling her that Hayashi never gave up on her despite his disappointments from before. Hanabi, though, was another story. "Nei-san, are you really as weak as everyone says you are?" Hanabi muttered under her breath. While she wasn't angry that she didn't win her match against Hinata, recently she started questioning Hinata's weaknesses and shy character. These thoughts started after Hanabi lost to Naruto in their late-night match against each other. Naruto had easily beaten her using Drunken Fist. To make matters more embarrassing for her was how Naruto spanked her twice while feigning drunkenness, and not once was she able to hit him. A blush appeared on her face as she snorted at the memory of her defeat. "That Naruto-kun," Hanabi muttered. "I wonder when he'll be back." "Who are you talking to, Hanabi?" Hayashi asked, standing behind her. Hanabi yelped slightly from her father's surprise appearance from behind. She turned to face her father while he was looking at her questionably. "Are you truly well? You seem to have drifted into your own world while mumbling incoherent words. What was on your mind?" Hayashi inquired. "Thinking fast," Hanabi replied. "I was just thinking about my recent spar session, and how I can improve before next time." "I guess I was just thinking out loud to myself, father." Hayashi looked at Hanabi suspiciously, his gaze never turning from her. The position they were in made Hanabi recall the prank Naruto pulled on her when he hinged into Hayashi and tricked her into believing her father caught her stealing sake from the storage chamber. "What's wrong with me? Why am I thinking of Naruto-kun at a time like this?" Hanabi wondered to herself. "Just don't make it a habit, Hanabi," Hayashi advised before he turned and walked off. Hanabi sighed in relief. The young girl turned to see Hayashi making his way over to Hinata. "Hinata," Hayashi called to her elder daughter. Hinata turned to her father, stood before him, and answered, "Yes, father? You've come a long way in our clan's treasured style. Through your struggles and much effort, you've succeeded in bettering yourself, and I'm pleased to see how well you've improved," Hayashi praised. "Thank you, father." Hinata bowed respectfully, and then stood back up. "That's enough practice for today. Both you and your sister can have the rest of the day to yourselves," Hayashi concluded before he departed from the dojo with Ko following close by. Both sisters were left alone in the dojo. "I didn't win against you, Nei-san, though you didn't exactly win against me either. I wonder what your spar sessions at the academy were like for you," Hanabi commented. Hinata fidgeted with her fingers. They were moderate. "A number of my matches proved difficult, but I was able to perform some our clan's style without losing. At times." "And how was Naruto-kun? How did he perform in his matches?" Hanabi asked. Hinata blushed and responded, "Naruto-kun would always give it his all. Everyone lacked faith in his ability to improve. He was considered the worst in everything. Even my grades were better than his. Yet, in spite of all of his faults and academic failures, Naruto-kun never allowed his handicaps to hold him back. His determination was my greatest strength." "Aren't you bothered by the fact that he's a pervert?" Hanabi inquired. Hinata looked at Hanabi and answered, "Are you? Recently, I noticed that. You've loosened up around him, and you yourself don't mind his company." "That's because I have no trouble keeping him in line if I so have to. Naruto-kun knows his place when he's around me," Hanabi replied confidently, though she knew what she said was an outright lie. Hinata teased, "You make it sound as if he's your boyfriend." "Nonsense," Hanabi retorted defensively, though a little louder than her normal tone. "If I recall after our graduation to Genin, he had you humbled after he told you something that you don't wish to share with any of us even now," Hinata added. "Nei-san," Hanabi replied, feeling her annoyance rising, "you're no different either. Even now you hide things about Naruto-kun that you refuse to share with me." Both sisters looked at each other, as though they were locked in a stalemate. An awkward silence flowed through the dojo as both Hanabi and Hinata were waiting for the other to crack the silence. Niji then opened the door to the dojo and found both sisters looking straight at each other while failing to notice his presence. "Hinata-sama? Hanabi-sama? Is there something here that I'm interrupting?" Niji inquired. Both girls snapped out of their trance and turned to look at their older cousin. No, Niji-Nizan, we were just finishing our spar practice for today. Nasen didn't win again, Hanabi said with a firm tone while seeing the look on Hinata's face. Hinata was about to give her reply to Hanabi's words when, that's not surprising. Hinata hasn't won a match against anyone within our clan, Niji sneered. Still, she made some improvements that even father was pleased to see. But despite her best efforts, they still were not enough to topple me, Hanabi added. Whatever progress she or anyone else believes she made, it won't change the path fate had already decided for her. Fighting fate only leads to more pain and anguish, and she's better off accepting her unchangeable fate as a failure, Niji stated coldly as he eyed Hinata with a hardened expression. The Hyuga heiress exhaled while choosing to ignore Niji instead of giving him a retort, no matter how subtle. If they only knew, Hinata thought. Hanabi sighed to herself and turned to leave the dojo. She got only a couple of feet away when, Hanabi, Hinata said with a form of innocence. A few months ago, you told us Sasuke that if he's so interested in finding out things about me, that he ought to go and ask me his questions himself. Perhaps, for a change, you ought to take your own advice. You are refused to answer his questions about me, as I are refused to answer your questions about Naruto-kun. I'm sure you see the pattern here. Hanabi blushed and growled lowly after being hit with Hinata's logical jab. The younger girl recollected herself, and walked out of the dojo and walked past Niji. Hanabi never felt so much anger, both at herself and Hinata. Her older sister saw right through her and verbally knocked her down several notches. Hanabi's walking pace became faster as her anger started to bother her. Turning the corner, she stopped to take a breath to calm herself down. As she did, she gathered her thoughts together to clear her mind of the frustration and anger Hinata triggered in her. Hanabi-sama, Niji said as he appeared next to her. The young female Hyuga looked up at Niji and asked, yes? Am I being summoned by father at this time? No. I followed you after I saw that Hinata-sama's last words to you left you distraught. And the topic centered on Naruto, Niji said. So it did, Hanabi responded straightforwardly. Niji continued, I failed to see your unsound interest in Naruto. Someone of his infamous reputation and status within our community shouldn't even catch your attention. I've observed Naruto-kun for some time now, and he has a way of surprising people about himself. I recently found that from all of my findings about him that I don't know Naruto-kun as well as I thought. He strikes me as an enigma, one I have difficulty solving, and I don't like being denied truths I seek to obtain. Nasan refuses to answer my questions about him, and just moments ago I was embarrassingly humbled by her when she used my own words against me. I couldn't stand being in her sight after that, Hanabi explained. Hanabi-sama, I had always thought of you as a more level-headed and mature person than most people I know despite your age. But your unwavering interest in this village's clown is troubling to me. Is there more to this interest than you are saying? Niji inquired. Hanabi shot Niji a hardened look and said, Naruto-kun is Nizan's boyfriend, not mine. Do not imply anything I did not say. Niji didn't allow Hanabi's tone and expression deter him. He continued, regardless, Hanabi-sama, it's obvious that you have such a strong interest and attachment to Naruto. Lately, you've been following Hinata-sama's disgraceful path and pursuing that orange-clad failure, and such a folly will only lead to— I've heard enough. Hanabi interjected sharply. You don't know Naruto-kun. You know nothing about him, and I will not stand for you insulting me and making judgments of him with no proof of your own. Begone from my sight. Niji's expression didn't change at all. He knew when not to press a matter further. As you wish, Hanabi-sama, Niji said with a short bow before leaving in the opposite direction. Hanabi turned and walked off in the other direction. Her conversation with Niji left her even angrier than she was with Hinata. I need a cold drink, Hanabi muttered lowly while trying to calm herself down again. Back in Nami no Kuni, the following day, at Tazuna's house, Sasuke was given medical treatment for his injuries, though none of his wounds were serious, unlike Haku's, which included 2 arrows in the back. However, it was Naruto's futon Rasengan that did the most damage. But thanks to Anoka's efforts, both Sasuke and Haku were going to make a full recovery. The uchiha was told in detail what transpired at the bridge after he lost consciousness. He found what he heard hard to swallow, considering how he and Naruto had a hard time against Haku while inside her dome of ice mirrors. No, that can't be. Even with my activated Sharingan I couldn't beat her. And you're saying that the dobe succeeded where I failed? Sasuke retorted, still having bandages wrapped around his body. It's true, Sasuke-kun. Naruto single-handedly defeated Haku, and not too long after that he did away with Gato after he slaughtered his entire army in seconds. Anoka-san sealed all of the corpses away before throwing the scroll over the bridge. It was unlike anything I ever saw, and the appearance Naruto had with that red chakra was frightening. Red chakra? Sasuke asked. Naruto radiated it after Haku was wounded by Gato's men, when she took 2 arrows in the back for Zabuza. But that chakra was filled with so much bloodlust, hate, and animosity. It even changed Naruto's physical appearance to be more savage as he grew fangs, claws, and his eyes turned red with black vertical slits for pupils, Sakura explained. Sasuke saw how Kakashi didn't bother to stop Sakura from explaining the story of what took place, indicating that Sakura wasn't exaggerating in her explanation of the events. How could the dobe radiate red chakra? There's no record of anyone in Konoha having such a chakra, and it can't be some kind of bloodline limit either. Do you know anything about this, Kakashi? Sasuke asked. Naruto has always been a ninja whose background was filled with many secrets. He will not discuss them with others unless he trusts those people with those secrets, Kakashi answered. You obviously know something about him that we don't know. Why don't you enlighten us about that red chakra you, Sakura, and Tazuna saw, Sasuke suggested. I'm afraid that's not possible. All I can tell you is that it's an S-rank secret that I cannot divulge under penalty of death. The only people who can disregard that law are the Hokage, if he feels the absolute need to, and Naruto, who possesses that chakra, Kakashi clarified. Sasuke wasn't pleased with that explanation, but he couldn't press the topic further. And as for that dark side of Naruto you saw, Sakura, all ninja possess a frightening dark side to themselves, one that could become monstrous if not continuously kept in check. There have been occasions when some had lost their sense of humanity when the art of killing became their only purpose and pleasure in life, while others couldn't handle the feeling of guilt that came with taking another person's life. But from what we saw of Naruto's actions, it's clear that Naruto has no hesitation to kill when the time calls for it, though he doesn't allow the art of killing to consume him as it has done to others before him, Kakashi stated. Sakura inquired, but what about those seal writings that appeared around Naruto's body and face? How do you explain that? I can't, as I myself have never seen them before. I did ask Naruto about them, but he refused to explain to me what those seals were, and requested that I don't try to force it out of him, Kakashi answered. Do you suppose Anoka-san gave him those seals? Sakura asked. Anoka, not likely, regardless of how close she and Naruto are. I doubt that she has any familiarity with those seals we saw anyway. As for people outside Konoha who are affiliated with complex seals, I think it could be the work of one of the Sannin, but none of them have stepped foot in Konoha in years. This only adds to the mystery of Uzumaki Naruto. Aside from everything we were recently told by him and his distant cousin, there's so much we don't know about him, Kakashi enlightened. Like who he really is, Sakura remarked lowly. Though she said it in undertone, both Kakashi and Sasuke heard her words. Kakashi understood where Sakura was coming from, while Sasuke was deep in thought about her words centering on the blonde genin. Just then, perverted giggles were heard from the front of the house as the door opened with 2 people stepping into the house. Do you seriously have to read that smut around me, Naruto-kun? It's inappropriate, Anoka said with annoyance. Naruto blushed and smiled as he continued reading the contents of his favorite orange book. I have to catch up with my reading, Anoka-ne. I'm already half a week behind schedule, and the next series will start soon, Naruto said with his eyes glued to his book, never missing a step as he and Anoka walked over to Kakashi and the group. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, did we missing anything? Nothing important. How was your trip through town today? Kakashi asked. Naruto said, everyone is starting to get their lives back together and fixing the damage Gato has done. The people were all happy and praising us for getting rid of Gato once and for all. By the way, where's Zabuza? He's back at his hideaway with Haku. He's been watching over her since yesterday when Anoka was done treating her injuries. Your little speech at the bridge really struck home with him, Kakashi said. I'm happy to see that I was able to reach out to him. Despite everything I said about Zabuza after I defeated Haku, the cutie still saw the good in him that none of us knew of. It was quite surprising, Naruto commented with a smile. What's surprising, Dobe, is everything we've been seeing of you for the past few days. Even I'm having a difficult time accepting what Kakashi and Sakura said about what took place at the bridge. You mind giving us an explanation for your mysterious seals, that red chakra of yours, and why you don't have a single injury despite having been a pincushion like me? Sasuke interrogated. Yes, I do mind. Like I told you months ago at the Ninja Academy, as ninja we're all entitled to our own secrets. It's what gives us the element of surprise, thus making us unpredictable to our enemies. Besides that, there will always be spies lurking around, Naruto answered. Sasuke didn't like that Naruto was proving to be stronger and smarter than he was. His pride wouldn't allow him to be second to Naruto, their graduating classes dead last. As Sasuke was about to say something further, Inari, Tsunami, and Tazuna entered the house. Naruto Niken. Inari greeted happily, then hurried over to him and grabbed him by his left arm. Come on. You promised to spend the day with me and the other kids after you were done with whatever you had to take care of with your Nechan. Naruto wasn't given a chance to reply as Inari dragged him towards the front door. But you're not taking this with you, Anoka said as she managed to take away Naruto's Ika Paradise book. But Nechan, I need that. I just came across a shocking plot twist and I have to find out more. Naruto complained. Naruto Toto, be a role model and don't read this inappropriate material around children, Anoka rebuked before Inari pulled a whining Naruto through the front door. Satisfied with her work, Anoka was about to hide Naruto's book somewhere until she realized that it was no longer in her hand. I'll see to it that Naruto's book is taken care of, Kakashi said with his one eye glued to the open book as he made his way upstairs, with a blush and a few perverted giggles leaving his mouth. That book must be a good read. Perhaps I ought to buy myself a copy or two, Tazuna chuckled, only for Tsunami to smack him across the back of his head in annoyance. 10 days later. It's been 11 days since the fall of Gato. The passing days were spent working on the bridge. All the workers came back and helped with the repairs on the bridge. The funding Naruto managed to force out of Gato's treasury helped greatly with buying the rest of the needed materials for the completion of the bridge's construction and paying all of the workers. With all of their ports returned to the locals, fishermen and other sailing businesses were able to rebuild their businesses and livelihood again. Some of the locals also repaired the main road and removed the cut-down trees that were hit from Naruto's wind-released 9 spiraling guillotines attack days ago, as some of cut-down trees blocked the main road to the bridge. During the passing days, Anoka and Naruto went to check up on Haku and Zabuza. Anoka continued treating their injuries and changing their bandages for clean ones. Naruto and Anoka also spent the time getting to know each other. Though Zabuza wasn't very talkative, he did say some things about himself and his time in Kirigakure. At the end of the week, Zabuza and Haku came to meet up with everyone back at Tazuna's house. Everyone stood outside of the house where they spoke to the two Chuunin as they explained what they decided to do. Are you guys really sure about not wanting to go with us back to Konoha? I'm sure something could be worked out, Naruto said. We appreciate the offer, kid, but we still have some unfinished business to settle elsewhere, Zabuza said. Will you guys at least stay for the festival celebrating the completion of the bridge and Gato's defeat later today? Naruto requested. Zabuza answered flatly. I don't like parties, but I do enjoy expensive sake and liquor. I'm sure Gato had some imported ones locked away in his office. We could take a trip over there now to check for ourselves, Naruto suggested. Accepted. Let's go, Zabuza agreed. Mind if I tag along? Tazuna asked eagerly. Just don't slow us down, old man, Zabuza warned as he and Naruto started walking off to Gato's old office building with Tazuna following. Almost 2 weeks ago, Zabuza tried to kill my grandpa and you guys. Now he's walking with my grandpa and Naruto Niken as if the three of them are old buddies, Inari commented as he and the group looked at the awkward scene. Haki giggled. Zabuza-sama may not say it, but he respected Tazuna-san's brave spirit in defying Gato and risking his life for his people. He also admires Naruto-kun's adept skills with the sword, wishing he could have taken Naruto-kun as his successor. Sasuke kept his cool, though he didn't like how Naruto was getting so much praises from everyone, and that even one of the 7 swordsmen wanted to have him be his successor rather than his apprentice. That evening, the festival was held in the central part of the town. Nobody was dressed in rags or looked like they lived in poverty. During the lasted 10 days, new clothes and footwear were ordered and shipped to the locals, re-establishing the morale of the community, as the era of depression and tyranny was over. There were fireworks of many kinds, and everyone was smiling, laughing, eating, drinking, and having a good time. Music was being played loudly, and many got up to dance and sing. Zabuza only wanted to enjoy his liquor and kept to himself for the most part. Haku was approached by several teen boys who complimented her beauty and sought to start a conversation with her. During the party, Naruto became a huge celebrity and hero among the people for freeing them of Gato's tyranny, though Naruto said that it was through the effort of him, Anoka, and his team together. Even though Naruto didn't allow the praises of the locals to go to his head, Sakura was heavily annoyed at how many girls were flirting and throwing themselves at Naruto, who was blushing and giggling as if he was living out a harem scene from one of his favorite books. Elsewhere, Jiraiya sneezed, and felt that somehow he ought to be very proud of someone right now for succeeding at something he failed at as a young teen. While Naruto was being surrounded by all those girls, Anoka was getting some looks from guys. A couple of them walked up to her, wanting to talk to her, and some wanted to dance with her. A smaller group of girls approached Sasuke, but moved to Naruto when Sasuke treated them like he usually treated his fangirls back in Konoha. The only girl willing to stay by Sasuke despite his behavior was Sakura. Soon though, an argument broke out among the girls about Naruto's attention and company. Naruto offered a suggestion to end the argument. He made a kage bunshin for each of the girls there and joked, if one of me isn't enough, why not make more? Then his clones chorused, You can never have too much of a good thing. Tazuna and Haku laughed at Naruto's effective method of calming the girls, while Tsunami shook her head in disbelief. Sakura frowned at Naruto's stunt while Zabuza, Kakashi, and Sasuke paid it no mind. Inari thought that Naruto was just so cool and smooth with the ladies, hoping to one day have that ability. All in all, it was a great night for the locals of Nami no Kuni, one they hadn't had in a long time. The following day, everyone was rested up and ready to go. Kakashi and his team, along with Anoka, were at the completed bridge with Tazuna and his family, and Zabuza and Haku. The entire village had also shown up at the bridge to say goodbye to the shinobi who made it possible for them to escape Gato's oppression. Our mission here is over. We can finally go back home. I miss Konoha, Sakura said, and Kakashi nodded. Thanks to you, the bridge is finished. Though this bridge is completed, it's really sad that you all have to leave, Tazuna said. Our mission is finished, so we have to return to Konoha, Kakashi said. Please take care, Tsunami said. We will, Sakura answered. We thank all of you for your kindness, and I'm deeply sorry for all the trouble that we caused you. Please accept our most humble apologies, Haku said with a low bow. Zabuza grunted. I'm not one for apologies, though I will admit that I was wrong to work for a double-crossing snake like Gato. I'll learn from that mistake. Tazuna nodded in acceptance. Haku stepped over to Naruto and said, You're a strong and good person, Naruto-kun, and you have a kind heart. You saved both me and Zabuza-sama from condemning ourselves to believing that we're emotionless ninja that are only useful as tools. You reminded us that regardless of our craft, we're still humans with emotions. Haku leaned down and kissed Naruto on the cheek. The blonde smiled as Haku added, Become a great protector for all of your precious people, as I will for mine. Naruto nodded. Zabuza decided to add his few words to Naruto. Though I'm not able to have you as my successor, I still believe you'll become a great swordsman of a ninja. Don't waste that talent. Naruto grinned and nodded. Later, Zabuza said as he and Haku turned to the bridge and started walking away. The villagers gave them their goodbyes and best wishes. We'll visit someday, Naruto said confidently. You promise? Inari asked, on the verge of crying. Naruto nodded with a sad smile and said, You've grown a lot during these past few weeks, Inari. You've proven that in spite of troublesome times, you can inspire and protect those precious to you. Kaiser-san would have been as proud of you as all of us are. Inari ran up and hugged Naruto, who in turn hugged him back. The dark-haired young boy sobbed a little while embracing the blonde who he now looks up to. Inari looked at Naruto with a sad smile and a tear-stained face as he nodded. Are you sad that you're leaving, Naruto-nizen? It's alright to cry, you know, Inari said. Naruto ruffled Inari's hair before he turned and walked off and said, Me cry? No way. Sakura and Sasuke's sweat dropped upon seeing a few tears escape Naruto's eyes as he wiped them away. Anoka giggled at Naruto's futile attempts to keep those few tears from falling. Kakashi sighed and shook his head slightly at the scene, as he and his remaining genin followed after Naruto as Anoka hurried over to walk alongside Naruto. Well, we'll be seeing you later, Kakashi said and turned around to continue on his way with the others. The five ninja walked away, leaving the cheering locals. That boy changed Inari's heart, and Inari changed the villagers' hearts. That boy gave us a bridge toward hope and courage, Tazuna said, talking about Naruto. The bridge. That's right. We haven't named it yet. We need to name this bridge, one of the villagers said. Tazuna thought about it for a bit when, I have the perfect name for it, Inari exclaimed. The Great Naruto Bridge. Tsunami laughed slightly and agreed, That's a good name. It's settled, then, Tazuna declared, This bridge will be named the Great Naruto Bridge. All of the villagers cheered again. Chapter 16 Secret Truths. While heading back to Konoha, Naruto and the rest of the gang were making their way back to Konohagakure. It was now clear sailing with the mission completed and the crime organization responsible for Nami no Kuni's problems dealt with. Too bad Haku and Zabuza couldn't come back with us. It was pretty neat that he wanted me to succeed him as one of the 7 swordsmen. I can picture it now, the legendary Uzumaki Naruto, the famed clan leader of the Uzumaki, renowned seal master, and successor of one of the 7 swordsmen turned Hokage. Behold how my greatness surpasses the previous 4 Hokage. Knock it off, Naruto. We don't need you shouting your fantasies to all of us, Sasuke said with an annoyed tone. My dreams will become a reality, and the events that occurred into Nami no Kuni testify to that. Naruto replied, PFT, whatever, Sasuke said. The group soon stopped when Kakashi saw a figure approaching them from the shadows. Who's that? Sakura asked. The figure soon became visible to the Konoha group. To their surprise, it was Zabuza. Zabuza. What are you doing here? Did you change your mind about not joining us? Naruto asked hopefully. No, kid. Haku simply asked me to deliver this message to you. She wanted you to know that we're making our way to Kyusugakure. We're considering taking up the work as bounty hunters there. She said that next to me, you're one of her most precious people, and if you ever need help of any sort, you know where to find us, Zabuza explained. Sweet. That cute hottie regards me as someone most precious to her. Can you feel the love? Naruto blushed and squealed with a toothy grin. Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura's sweat dropped as they looked at Naruto. Anoka chuckled and shook her head. Whatever. Anyway, I have something I want to give you, kid, Zabuza said. Really? And what would that be? Naruto asked curiously. My blessing to be a swordsman, which I will now bestow upon you, Zabuza replied as Naruto waited for Zabuza to give him something. Zabuza suddenly burst into water on Naruto, effectively soaking him. Sakura burst out laughing at the now soaked Naruto, while Sasuke himself allowed a small chuckle to escape his mouth. Kakashi also laughed at Naruto, and soon even Anoka joined in laughing at what happened. Naruto spat out some of the water that went into his mouth. I guess hidden deep underneath that dark and hardened exterior, even Zabuza has a sense of humor. Naruto smiled before laughing at himself. 6 days later, Naruto and Anoka were walking ahead of the group, conversing together. Anoka had her left arm wrapped around Naruto's shoulders as they talked and walked along. During their voyage back to the village, Naruto also worked on his new story, The Moon's Eye Above the Fireworks, A Lone Ninja's Tale. Sasuke didn't give consideration to Naruto's ambitions as a writer. Instead, he took into consideration what took place in Nami no Kuni. Many questions about Naruto surfaced, and the Uchiha had been wondering how Naruto could have done all of those things when he failed miserably at the academy as the dead last. Things aren't adding up about him, Sasuke thought as he scrutinized the blonde with his gaze. He graduated as the dead last, yet he managed to learn a number of jutsu that I haven't learned, one of them being based on one of my brother's jutsu. Zabuza looked at Naruto as someone worthy of being his successor, his replacement as one of the 7 swordsmen of Kirigakure. We were never trained in kenjutsu at the academy, so how could Naruto have learned and trained in kenjutsu? And how did he acquire expertise in wind manipulation? My only conclusion is that somebody was secretly training Naruto instead of me over the years. If I could find out who was secretly training Naruto, I could definitely use that to my advantage to become stronger and surpass the dobe. I know it wasn't Kakashi, as he admitted that Naruto's skills went far beyond anything he ever thought them to be. I have to work and train harder if I'm to become stronger than Naruto. I must, in order to kill my brother. Sasuke-kun? Sasuke turned to the pink-haired genin who called out his name. What is it? Sasuke asked flatly. You haven't said a word for a long while, and I saw that you were thinking hard about something, Sakura said. I'm fine, you don't need to worry about me, Sasuke replied plainly. Sakura felt good that she was given a response from Sasuke, though nothing romantic was implied. Soon, the group reached the main entrance of Konoha with 2 Chuunin, Izumo and Kotetsu, standing guard inside the security booth by the towering doors. Both Chuunin were talking to each other when they caught sight of Kakashi's team. They took notice of the beautiful red-haired woman walking alongside Naruto. Who's that hot dame? Izumo asked with a blush on his cheeks. I don't know. But I wonder how the hell the Kubigaki managed to get with her. Kotetsu replied as the group approached them. Good day. We're returning from our completed mission in Nami no Kuni. We're also on our way to see the Hokage with a very special friend Naruto found there, Kakashi explained. The 2 Chuunin did their best to stay professional while admiring the red-haired beauty. They did find it odd that she was walking barefooted instead of wearing sandals like everyone else. Whatever the reason, they decided not to pry into it. Greetings. This is my first time in Konohagakure no Sato. Naruto Todo told me much about this village and his life here. I didn't like most of what I learned, but I hope things will improve now that I'm here, Anoka said with a smile, though her tone carried a weight of seriousness. Izumo and Kotetsu looked at Anoka questionably. Izumo said, the Gaki has quite an unfavorable reputation here, I'm sorry to say. But he's also known for his pranks and getting into a whole world of trouble. Did he mention that to you? Why, of course. He had no reason to hide such things from his Nei-chan. By the way, I'm Uzumaki Anoka, Anoka revealed. The 2 Chuunin looked at the young adult female as if time just stopped. They were trying to process what they just heard. Excuse us? Kotetsu rebutted. Anoka replied, didn't you hear right? I said my name is Uzumaki Anoka. Naruto-kun and I are Uzumaki by birth. Though we're distant cousins, you and everyone in Konoha will look at me as his new big sister from now on. As much as we like to stay and explain how a female Uzumaki was found, we still have to see the Hokage about our mission and Anoka's appearance. Now, if you two will excuse us, Kakashi said before anything further could happen. The group continued on their way to the Hokage Tower, leaving the 2 speechless Chuunin at the main entrance. That hot babe is Naruto's cousin? Izumo remarked while trying to believe what he and his friend just learned. I didn't think the Kubigaki had any existing relatives, let alone outside of Konoha. Heads will roll when this news gets out. Kotetsu added. Anoka looked around the village as she took in everything her eyes saw. The trees, shops, houses, restaurants, gardens, the famous Hokage monument, the populace, her eyes captured it all. And speaking of the populace, she noticed how some of them were looking at her as she walked next to Naruto with her arms still around his shoulders. Some men turned their heads to look at her also, only to be smacked across the back of their heads by their wives or girlfriends, if they weren't single. You're becoming quite a celebrity, Anoka. I hope those women don't try anything spiteful out of jealousy, Naruto teased. They would do well to keep their men on a leash rather than to misdirect their senseless jealousy on an innocent newcomer, Anoka said. In any case, there are a number of people I'm dying to introduce you to after we stop by to see GSA. Naruto-kun. A sweet feminine voice called out. Naruto and the others turned to see Hinata, Kiba, and Shino approaching them. Upon seeing the older female with Naruto, Hinata looked at the scene questionably, but she decided not to jump to any conclusion without knowing anything first. Kiba smiled and blushed as he checked out the older female, and Akamaru barked and leaped out of his master's coat to run over to Anoka. Shino looked at the young woman with curiosity, feeling a strange sensation from his bugs asking permission to go over to Anoka, wanting to sample her sweet chakra. Hinata-chan. Naruto exclaimed happily as he ran over and embraced the surprised Hyuga heiress tightly before kissing her deeply and shamelessly in front of everyone. Whatever embarrassment Hinata felt from Naruto's stunt just now was cancelled out from the feeling of his embrace and his tongue in her mouth, as she returned the kiss and hugged him back. Sasuke groaned lowly and turned and looked away, not wanting to watch, while Sakura wished that was her and Sasuke doing that. Anoka giggled at the scene while kneeling down and petting Akamaru, as the small dog panted and wagged his tail enthusiastically. Kakashi looked on in boredom. What's that boy doing with that girl, mommy? An innocent 5-year-old girl asked. Just ignore them, the mother answered as she continued on her way with her daughter, though the young girl kept looking at them curiously. But sometimes I see you and Daddy do that together too. Is it fun doing that? Can I do it too? The girl asked. The embarrassed mother blushed and replied, I'll tell you when you're old enough to understand. While Hinata and Naruto were in their own world, Kiba and Shino turned their attention to the female companion that was accompanying Naruto earlier and still petting Akamaru. Whoever that woman is, Akamaru already took a serious liking to her, Kiba observed. My bugs have taken a keen interest in the newcomer before us as well. Even now, I'm fascinated at the excited frenzy my bugs are having from her presence. It's taking all of my willpower not to succumb to their desire to head over to her and allow them to taste her chakra. They insist it must be the sweetest they will ever taste, Shino commented. Reluctantly, Naruto pulled away from Hinata, who was looking back at him with a lively smile of her own. Damn. I wanted to do that for days. It was hard being without the ability to satisfy that need, Naruto said with a grin. Hinata licked her lips as though she was savoring the taste his lips and said, I missed you too, Naruto-kun. But who's your new friend? The young Hyuga pointed over to Anoka. She's someone I want you guys and everyone else to meet, Naruto said excitedly as he led Hinata and her team to Anoka. The older woman stood back up to look at the genin team coming over to her. Anoka smiled and greeted, So you must be the lovely Hyuga heiress that Naruto-kun told me so much about. Hinata, yes? Hinata blushed and replied, Yes. I'm Hyuga Hinata and Naruto-kun's girlfriend. And who might you be? I'm Uzumaki Anoka, Anoka replied. Hinata, Kiba and Shino blinked as if their minds were just fried. The older female looked at their comical expressions and added, I'm Naruto-kun's distant cousin and new big sister. We found each other during his first mission outside Konoha a few weeks ago. It's true. She and Naruto are of the same Uzumaki bloodline descent, Kakashi said after a long period of silence. After what was said was fully processed, Hinata congratulated and cheered happily, Naruto-kun, this is so wonderful. You found a part of your family. I'm so happy for you. You're Uzumaki Anoka? You're Naruto's distant relative? Kiba shouted in disbelief, now getting all of the attention of the villagers nearby that heard that name. They came by to look at the woman and Naruto. Some of the villagers sneered at the two, and one of them jeered, Don't believe that garbage for even a second. I'm sure it's another one of that stupid brat's pranks he's playing on us. Just ignore him. Anoka gave the crowd a cold stare and performed a set of hand seals. Suddenly chakra chains appeared out of the ground and bound the instigator and several other villagers who sneered at them. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Anoka said as she produced over 100 solid clones that surrounded the crowd and onlookers. The clones themselves looked ready for anything. This is no prank. I'm the real deal, Anoka stated. Naruto grinned toothily and asked, How do you all of you like my Nechan so far? As you can see for yourselves, my Uzumaki sister is no pushover. Take my word for it, her temper can prove fatal to anyone who crosses her the wrong way. Nice first impression. Gives the people something to talk about, Kakashi remarked. I'm going to be spoken about regardless, but no one will belittle my dear brother in front of me. I don't care who they are, Anoka stated firmly before she dismissed her clones and released the citizens from her chains. Hinata smiled at seeing Anoka's protective spirit for Naruto and putting the villagers in their place. She has the ability to produce an army of clones like Naruto. Sakura cried out in amazement. Sasuke grunted. As much as we'd like to stay and discuss this, we really have to continue on our way to see the Hokage now, Kakashi said as he gathered his group and went on their way. I'll catch up with you later, Hinata-chan, Naruto assured before giving another a quick peck on her lips and following after the group. Villagers were already talking about what just happened, and that a female Uzumaki was in Konoha now. Oh yeah, the news was going to spread like wildfire. Damn, she's badass and hot too. I like her. Kiba grinned toothily. Another Uzumaki here in Konoha? I never knew there was someone out there with remote familial ties to Naruto. It leaves me to wonder what happened to his entire family, Shino said. I'm so happy that Naruto-kun found a member of his family after being alone all his life. I can only image the joy he felt when they found each other, Hinata said. She said that they found each other during his first mission outside of Konoha. I'd like to hear how that happened, and why my bugs are so taken by her, Shino spoke. Akamura likes her a lot too. There must be more to the lady than she lets on, Kiba added. Whatever the case, we'll just have to wait and see what she reveals about herself, Hinata suggested. Later, at the Hokage Tower, Hiruzen was reading the official documents from one of the shinobi villages whose genin teams were participating in the Chuunin exams. So far, a few Jounin sensei from Konoha announced that their teams would be participating. The aged Hokage was done with the last of his paperwork, finally. Now for a well-deserved break, Hiruzen said to himself as he was about to open his drawer and pull out his latest volume of Ika Paradise. Just as he was about to reach out for it, the door to his office opened, revealing Kakashi and his team, along with a red-haired young woman Hiruzen had never seen before. He sighed inwardly as he closed the drawer and looked at the ninja that entered his office. Kakashi, you've returned. Was your mission a success? Hiruzen said. Kakashi answered yes, but a lot has happened during our time in Nami no Kuni. What is your report? Hiruzen inquired. Kakashi went into details explaining everything that happened during their journey to Nami no Kuni, what took place during and after their stay over there, and the commotion that happened not too long ago after many learned of another Uzumaki's existence. Hiruzen maintained a calm demeanor throughout the briefing, but the look in his eyes said that a lot was going through his mind. He knew that the Shinobi Council would soon hear that a female Uzumaki survivor was discovered by Naruto, and like her Uzumaki brethren, she had a talent for seals and an ability that was similar to that of the late Uzumaki Kushina. An Uzumaki survivor. I would have never thought I'd see another one besides Naruto, and if anything, word about Anoka's presence here in Konoha will spread fast. The paperwork and headache I'll get from this will be enormous, Hiruzen contemplated. Everyone looked at the aged Hokage, as he was clearly deep in thought about something. Another factor that troubled Hiruzen was Kakashi's explanation as to how Naruto single-handedly wiped out Gato's entire army of mercenaries in seconds before dealing with Gato himself, shortly after defeating a Hayatan-wielding kunoichi. Added to this was that Zabuza said he wanted Naruto to succeed him as one of the 7 swordsmen. Those elements raised a lot questions about Naruto's true abilities and personality, and the facade he uses to make people think of him as a failure. Clearing his mind, Hiruzen returned his attention back to the group in front of him and said, I'm pleased that your mission was a success. Though we now have a new major topic to handle, a newcomer who belongs to the Uzumaki clan like Naruto. Is it possible to claim clan status now that I'm here with Naruto-kun? Anoka requested. Hiruzen sighed and said, it won't be that easy to grant. Some might find you to be an imposter, especially with no documented proof that verifies your claim as an Uzumaki. She is an Uzumaki, and I have no doubt about that. I was able to sense her while we were in Nami no Kuni. When I finally found and confronted her after searching long and hard for her, we experienced a link of some kind, something I've never experienced with anyone but Anoka, Naruto argued. I know you're very passionate about this, Naruto, but that alone won't be enough to convince the council, Hiruzen said. Really? I think Naruto-kun and I can provide the needed proof of my Uzumaki heritage, Anoka said as she produced the scroll possessing the Uzumaki album that was sealed into it. After unsealing the book, she handed the book over to Hiruzen. You'll be the second person I've shown that precious book to, with Naruto-kun being the first. This book contains invaluable history about my homeland and the history Konoha has with Yuzushiogakure, Anoka said as the Hokage examined the book's design before he opened it. Page by page, he carefully examined the contents within the book, finding every picture authentic and accurate. He was surprised to see that there were also pictures of him and his late wife Biwako in it, along with pictures of Kushina and Minato while they were genin, the Sannin when they were younger, and pictures of Uzumaki Mido, and the Shodai and Nidaime. Those historical pictures in no way could have been faked, especially since Hiruzen recalled him and his wife being in some of those shots taken. He also saw pictures of Anoka when she was a baby and a couple more as she grew older. When he was done, he stood up and walked from his desk over to Anoka and Naruto with the book in hand. Hiruzen said, "This is more than enough proof of your Uzumaki heritage. I'll prepare your citizenship and residential papers. You'll also be acknowledged as a full-fledged Konoha ninja." Hiruzen handed Anoka the album back. "I have a question for you, Sandaime-sama. Where will Naruto-kun and I be staying? From what he told me, there isn't enough room in his current apartment to accommodate 2 people, and I very much would like to stay as close to Naruto-kun as possible, considering that I don't know the village very well," Anoka explained. Hiruzen acknowledged where Anoka was coming from and said, "I'll work on that to the best of my ability. I have a few more questions, but I'd rather ask you them privately with Naruto-kun," Anoka requested. Hiruzen turned to Kakashi and asked, "Is there anything further you need to discuss with me?" "Actually, there is a matter that I wish to address with you. But I would rather do it later after you've taken care of your affairs with Naruto and his cousin," Kakashi said. "In that case, you and the rest of your team may leave," Hiruzen replied. Sasuke said nothing as he turned and exited the office with Sakura following behind him. Kakashi pulled out his orange book and opened it, resuming his reading as he left the office and closed the door behind him. Having total privacy, Anoka and Naruto turned their attention back to Hiruzen. "What's your question?" Hiruzen inquired. "Why wasn't Konoha there when Yuzu-no-Kuni was in its greatest time of need? And why is it that no one in Konoha knows the history about this village's ties with Yuzu-no-Kuni and the Uzumaki clan?" Anoka asked with a displeased tone. Hiruzen saw the look in Naruto's face, showing that he also wanted an explanation. The aged man looked away as he walked over and stood in front of the window. Hiruzen explained, "Konoha was battling Kumogakure, Sunagakure and Amigakure during the Second Shinobi World War. We had already lost many ninja and a great number of members from the Senju clan, your cousin clan, and many other ninja from other clans, mine being among them as well. I won't lie to either of you, we did receive word that Yuzu-no-Kuni was being attacked by shinobi nations that joined forces against them. But we were still at war against 2 major ninja nations and a minor nation, and a 3rd major nation, this being Iwa, formed tensions between us for territory, which later triggered the 3rd Shinobi World War. We were short on both manpower and supplies. Still, I tried to send what little help I could provide, but it didn't reach Yuzu-no-Kuni in time. My band of ninja returned telling me that Yuzu-no-Kuni was completely destroyed and that they had no idea what became of the rest of the people there. It was assumed that all the Uzumaki but Kushina were wiped out, and Kushina herself was devastated when she learned what became of her homeland, family, and people. It was Konoha's greatest disgrace that we were incapable of saving the country and clan that Shodai loved and held in very high regard. So bad was the disgrace that after Minato and Kushina's demise, when I had to come out of retirement, the hierarchy of the Shinobi Council sought to cover it up by burying the truth about the ties Konoha had with Yuzu-no-Kuni and the Uzumaki clan. They did this by changing what was taught at the Ninja Academy about Konoha's past and erasing any history of the existence of the Uzumaki clan. I did what I could to stop them, but they overruled me. They couldn't do this while the Yondaime and Kushina were still alive because they knew Kushina would have given them grief through both her husband and her own actions. Next to being unable to help Yuzu-no-Kuni, by erasing our history with the Uzumaki clan, Konoha as a whole has committed a most despicable betrayal and dishonor against both the Uzumaki and Shodai's memories. In effect, this also undermined you as Minato and Kushina's heir, especially for the burden you were forced to carry in protecting this village every day. I can only say that I'm truly sorry for what happened, but I know that it still doesn't pardon the vile scandal of the hierarchy." The 2 Uzumaki saw that Hiruzen wasn't trying to make any excuses for what happened. As angry as both Naruto and Anoka were, they both knew that throwing a temper tantrum would do nothing to change what happened. By burden, Anoka interpreted, "You mean Naruto-kun being a Jinchuriki of Kyubi?" "Yes, Hokage-sama, I know the story behind what happened with regards to Uzumaki Mido, Kushina, and Naruto-kun, and why only those of the Uzumaki bloodline can hold Kyubi. I'm sure that if anything were to happen to my dear brother, I'd have no choice but to become the next Jinchuriki of Kyubi no Yoko for the good of the village because of my Uzumaki bloodline, correct?" Hiruzen said nothing since he saw what she was implicating about Konoha. 3 of my brethren were sacrificed for the good of this village. And 2 of them were married to 2 of this village's Hokage, with Naruto-kun being the son of both the late Yondaime and the second Jinchuriki. Their memories and sacrifices were spat on and shamed by your people's actions against my family and country, Anoka said with cold indignation. "Jizan, the turbulent periods of war hindered whatever effort was attempted to help my brethren Uzumaki. I can accept that, though I can't personally speak for my nation. But the thing that I will never forgive is how this village's hierarchy sabotaged the education system in wiping out as many traces of my clan's history as they could. The people of Konoha need to be appropriately reminded and taught about the Uzumaki's contributions to the creation of this village, and know the significance of my clan's insignia which they wear on their shinobi uniforms. It's time to remind them of the past, and how ungrateful they have been to my family and I in the present. It's high time that affirmative action be taken to correct this village's sins against the Uzumaki clan and Yuzuno Kuni. Naruto stated passionately. There was a short silence in the office. The silence was broken after another minute. In my next council meeting with the clan heads and advisors, I'll make that known as I'll properly introduce Uzumaki Anoka to the council, though you can expect resistance on the matter when it is brought before them, said Hiruzen with Naruto raising an eyebrow at him. And you? Asked Naruto with Hiruzen looking surprised by the question. What of me? Hiruzen implored. Will you support my Nechan and me regarding the matter when it comes to reinstating the history of our clan and making it public? Asked Naruto with the Hokage sighing and lowering his head. Such changes won't come that easily, as so many have already been conditioned to believe what they have been taught. I can push for the motion to reinstate your clan back into Konoha's history books, but I can't vote on the matter unless it comes down to a tie. Unless you and Anoka can get some of the council members to side with the motion to reverse the decision to the point of a tie. Sandaime enlightened before let his answer hang in the air. You can't vote and my family gets screwed, Naruto finished with Hiruzen nodding his head. Naruto smirked. That's fine by me. Anokane and I have already set in motion how we'll force the council's hand to put our clan's legacy back in Konoha's history books. The very fact that Anokane is here in the flesh with everyone soon to see her is a catalyst for the motion to be passed, especially since she was born in Yuzuno Kuni. I see your plan in getting the support of the villagers by inquiring how Anoka is tied to you as a distant cousin and if there are others like her out there. Through something like that, the council will have no choice but to heed to your request if they get enough pressure from the villagers wanting an explanation of the existence of another Uzumaki besides you, Naruto, Hiruzen acknowledged. Exactly, Naruto said. Thank you for telling us the truth of what happened, Sandaime-sama. While we're saddened about what took place, that doesn't mean that in due time corrective changes can't and won't take place, Anoka said. Hiruzen gave a small nod to them before he made his way back his desk and sat back down. I'll work on getting your paperwork as a Konoha ninja and citizen together, and a new place to accommodate you both. Until then, why don't you show Anoka around Konoha and help her get familiar with the village, Naruto? I'm sure there are some places and people you want her to meet, yes? Considering this plan you both are enacting, Hiruzen suggested. Naruto nodded and took Anoka's hand as he led her out of the office and ultimately, out of the building. Hiruzen leaned back in his chair and sighed as he rubbed the bridge of his nose. A moment later, a knock came at his front door. Enter, Hiruzen said, granting access to Kakashi as he came back into the office. The Jounin placed his book away and faced the Hokage. You came back sooner than I expected. I'm assuming the matter you wish to discuss with me involves Naruto mostly if not entirely, Hiruzen deduced. It does. One of the things I left out in my report was when Naruto confronted me about my past with his father, and why I wasn't there for him when he needed me. Despite my sincere apology, he didn't readily forgive me with open arms any more than he did with you. But you had already warned me in advance to expect that, though I couldn't hide my guilt from him. Still, facets about his true character are alarming. So much so that Sakura and even Sasuke are wary of him, especially after Sakura saw that red chakra that poured out of the seal containing Kyuubi. They questioned me about it, but I explained that under an S-rank law I couldn't reveal that secret behind that chakra and that only you and Naruto can reveal that, Kakashi explained. No doubt they did ask him and he told them nothing, Hiruzen figured. Precisely. Also, he refuses to provide his teammates and me with explanations about his new skills and jutsu he somehow acquired neither through the training provided at the Ninja Academy nor through me. He somehow learned and trained in wind manipulation and created jutsu based on his elemental affinity, and combined that with kenjutsu, another skill which he never learned at the Ninja Academy based on his records there. Seeing Zabuza marveling at Naruto's skills with the sword surprised me entirely. The question that's been on everyone's mind, Sandaime-sama, is who is Uzumaki Naruto? Kakashi said. Sandaime sat up straight and looked directly at Kakashi and spoke. You're just as bothered with Naruto's records at the academy and his performances as a genin under your charge. They don't add up. If you want the truth, Kakashi, I've been suspicious and cautious of Naruto ever since the academy field day 4 years ago after he killed me and all of the male ninja present, including the male student body, Hiruzen stated straightforwardly. During my test after their graduation almost 3 months ago, Naruto demonstrated that he could have killed me at any time while playing the role of the fool most convincingly. I've tried keeping an eye on him ever since, but he clearly found ways of evading my watch on him, Kakashi said. The Sandaime took out his pipe and placed some tobacco into it, and then lit it. He took a puff and exhaled as he recalled a few past events. Looking back at the Jounin, Hiruzen enlightened. What more did you expect from an escape artist who's able to prank and elude even my best group of A and BU? He vandalized an entire monument underneath everyone's nose in broad daylight and escaped the 2 Jounin who were in pursuit of him before he willfully allowed himself to get caught by Iruka. Later he infiltrated this building, stole the forbidden scroll, and hid from all of my ninja for 3 hours while still being within the village. From all this, should you really be surprised that he could come up with ways to elude even you? I see your point quite clearly. And from my understanding with everything I've learned about the kid up to this point, my only conclusion is that Naruto chose to become his class's dead last so as to not draw on too much attention to himself as the actual rookie of the year while allowing Sasuke to occupy that spot for him. Truly an ingenious deception against everyone. Regardless, I won't expose that truth to anyone, as that would be a blow Naruto's cover, though I still wonder how Naruto reached a level that's clearly elite Jounin on his own, Kakashi commented. Don't underestimate the boy Kakashi. After all, you became a Jounin at 13 and Itachi became an ANBU captain at 13. But did anyone question yours and Itachi's abilities? Kakashi saw Hiruzen's logic once again and simply accepted it. The Jounin commented, Naruto shows tremendous promise, and despite the petty arguments that occur between him and his teammates, they still work well together when the situation calls for it. Hiruzen nodded in approval. Meanwhile, Naruto and Anoka were walking through the village as he gave her the tour around Konoha. By this time people were already talking about her and her ties with Naruto. Some of them were in curiosity, several were skeptic, while others were in denial. Regardless, the 2 Uzumaki continued on their way around the village as Naruto decided to introduce her to Tsuchi and his daughter Ayame. As the pair continued walking, they soon heard the sound of small footsteps and the scraping of cardboard behind them, meaning the pair stopped walking as they turned to the box behind them. Come out, Konohamaru. I know you're in that box, Naruto stated as he placed his hands in his pants pocket waiting for the younger boy to come out of hiding. A second later, the square rock with eye holes in it exploded, sending smoke everywhere. The sounds of multiple coughs were heard, causing the Naruto and Anoka to realize that Konohamaru wasn't the only one in the square box. I think we used too much gunpowder, said a young male voice from within the box that Naruto identified as not being Konohamaru. Naruto waited tolerantly for Konohamaru while Anoka stood next to the blonde curiously, wondering what was going on next. Your ability of seeing through our disguise is incredible. I really admire and respect you, my rival, said Konohamaru as he leaped from the box. The smoke cleared to reveal goggle-wearing kids, 2 boys and 1 girl. They looked up at Naruto before going into a weird pose. I'm Moegi, the sassiest kunoichi in school. I enjoy doing algebra. My name is Udan, and I'm the toughest shinobi in the village. My name is Konohamaru, and we are the Konohamaru Ninja Corps. The 3 8-year-olds chorused. Hey Konohamaru, it's been a while since I last saw you, said Naruto while smiling at the kids in front of him. Yeah boss, it has. Where have you been? You promised you would play ninja with us when you had the opportunity to, remember? Said Konohamaru pointing to his friends, and then Naruto. What kind of ninja plays ninja? Asked a less than impressed Sakura as she made her presence known to them as she entered the scene. Naruto ignored her snide question. Konohamaru looked at the red-haired woman with Naruto and asked with a particular grin on his face, Hey boss, who is she? Gesturing to Anoka, Naruto answered, She's a very special woman, Konohamaru. She's Uzumaki Anoka and, wow boss. You're so cool. Konohamaru interposed with amazement. Naruto and Anoka looked at him with confused expressions. What are you talking about? Naruto asked. How did you manage to get that gorgeous woman to fall in love and marry you? Konohamaru asked. Naruto and Anoka's eyes widened as their mouths dropped while wondering how Konohamaru assumed that was the case. Baka. How did you even come to that conclusion? Sakura screeched. Boss told me that he's the only person in Konoha with the name Uzumaki. Plus I heard how women often take on the last name of their husbands once they get married, Konohamaru said in innocence. After a few seconds of awkwardness, Naruto burst out laughing in good humor while Anoka shook her head at Konohamaru's ignorance, though she saw where he was coming from. No Konohamaru, I'm not Naruto-kun's wife. I'm his long-lost cousin he found a few weeks ago in Nami no Kuni. I'll be living here in Konoha with him now. It's a pleasure to meet you Konohamaru, Moegi, and Udan, Anoka greeted politely to Konohamaru and his 2 friends. It's nice to meet you to Anoka-san. Though you're a foreigner I hope you'll come to like it here in Konoha, Moegi greeted. Likewise. I hope we can make a good impression on you, Udan added. By the way boss, who's this other girl with the large forehead? Konohamaru asked, realizing he'd seen her before. Sakura's eye twitched upon hearing how her head was described. This is my teammate Sakura, who dreams of becoming the love of Sasuke's life, Naruto replied. I thought she looked familiar. She's that girl that almost went into the men's bathhouse by mistake while trying to follow that black-haired guy about a month ago, Konohamaru recalled. Naruto broke into a fit of laughter while Sakura gave a look of shock and embarrassment after being reminded of that incident. I almost took her for a very feminine man, given the angle I was seeing her from, Konohamaru remarked. The next thing Naruto and the others saw was Konohamaru's face in the ground with a throbbing lump on his head as Sakura stomped away from them. Naruto and the others helped Konohamaru up off ground when he decided to add his extra 2 cents, bimbo. Is this girl even a girl? Sakura, who was still in hearing range, stopped upon hearing that. Konohamaru and his friends felt bloodlust coming from the kunoichi he insulted. The 3 kids ran from the raging Sakura. Not taking any chances with Sakura, Naruto went after them, with Anoka following from behind. From what Naruto could tell, Konohamaru was in the lead, with Moegi and Udan following close by. Konohamaru turned the corner and bumped into someone who was now lifting him up into the air. "You little brat," yelled the older boy, lifting Konohamaru off the ground. Konohamaru opened his eyes to find he was being held up by the collar of his shirt by a person he didn't recognize. The figure was dressed in what looked like a black cat suit with purple paint on his face and a large thing being carried on his back. "Put me down. Let me go," Konohamaru commanded. The boy struggled in order to get free from his captor. "You brat. You're the one who bumped into me. I ought to make you pay for that," said the older figure, as he readied to hit the kid. "Let the kid go, right now," Naruto commanded as he entered the scene with Anoka following close by. "Who are you?" the older figure asked. "The name is Uzumaki Naruto, and the boy you're holding against his will is the grandson of the Sandaime Hokage. I advise you to release the boy from your grasp or face his angry grandfather," Naruto warned. Reluctantly, the older boy lowered the child before releasing the boy. Konohamaru ran over to Naruto and hid behind him. "Your forehead protectors. You're from Sunagakure no Sato, right?" asked Sakura as she recognized the symbols on their shinobi headbands from what Irika taught them during their time in the academy. "They do, and we're here for the Chuunin exams." "What's it matter to you?" questioned the older blonde girl of the group who was carrying a large fan on her back. "Who are you?" Naruto asked. The older girl stepped forward and replied with a touch of haughtiness in her voice. "I'm Sabaka no Temari." "I'm her brother, Sabaka no Kankuro," replied the older boy. Naruto went over to Temari and stood in front of her. He smiled as he started moving around her, as though he was studying her from head to toe. "What's your deal?" Temari asked with a perplexed look. Naruto remarked excitedly. "I can't believe what I'm seeing with my undeserving eyes. This is the first time I've seen such a rare genuine specimen of an oasis that's so well hidden among the sands. I've only heard and read about such gems in my studies and research, but man, I never thought I would actually see one, especially with those beautifully structured athletic legs." In terms of studies, Naruto meant Ika Paradise, and his research was in the women's bathhouses, and what he overheard while relaxing in the men's bathhouse. Is this goofy-looking shrimp actually hitting on and complimenting Temari? Is he for real? Kankuro wondered in utter disbelief with a stupefied facial expression. Kankuro noticed the obvious blush that appeared on Temari's face. But he saw how his older sister kept herself from falling for Naruto's charms. Temari shot back smugly, "Gaki, guys don't talk that way about me if they know what's good for them, and flattery won't get you anywhere with me either." Rather than feeling insulted, Naruto, using a more subtle and charismatic tone, continued, "How true it won't indeed. Though I'm a young man who appreciates foreign beauties and exclusive gems when they appear before me, I learned to accept this irrefutable truth: I am far from worthy of possessing, let alone touching, such exceptionally polished gemstones such as the one standing before me. Yet, just to be able to look, even from afar with my unworthy eyes, gives me reasons to appreciate strong women who refine themselves into kunoichi that are more than meets the eyes." Again, Temari blushed from Naruto's poetic words. This time her face was redder than before as she reached and covered her mouth with her right hand. What Naruto didn't know was that no boy has ever flirted or poetically complimented her about anything, let alone approach her, because of their fear of being brutally killed by her youngest brother, Gaara. Temari, without even being aware of it, softened her conceited and hardened expression into a more feminine one as a small smile formed on her lips. "I can't believe he can charm girls like this and get them to drop their guard entirely without being a total pervert," Anoka observed as she and the others watched Naruto's playboy behavior. Anoka recalled Naruto telling her how he uses factual incentives against unsuspecting ninja of both sexes and manages to get them to drop their guard and make themselves susceptible to his traps or attacks. She was seeing his skills firsthand. Naruto has no shame. He acts lovey-dovey with Hinata, yet he hits on every pretty face he sees. That perverted cheater. Inner Sakura screamed. This is great blackmail material. If only I had my camera. Kankuro snickered mischievously. You're a real piece of work, Naruto, Sasuke mocked as he looked down at everyone from the tree branch he was standing on. Temari snapped out of her trance and remembered where she was. You can learn a thing or two from me, team, Naruto said. You have nothing I want to learn from you, though I would like to know how Hinata would feel if she were to find out about you hitting on this Sabaka no Temari right now. Sasuke commented. Hinata? Who's Hinata? Temari asked quizzically. Hinata is my prized girlfriend, who possesses radiant moonlit pearls for eyes, Naruto answered. Girlfriend? You have a girlfriend? Temari replied indignantly. Kankuro was a bit surprised by his sister's sudden outburst. I do. Her full name is Hyuga Hinata, heiress of the prestigious Hyuga clan. The pink thing to my left is Sakura and that idiot jerk up in that tree is Sasuke, Naruto explained. Normally Sakura would yell and try to hit Naruto for insulting her and Sasuke, but recalling what Naruto ruthlessly did to those bandits and Gato made her hesitate. Sasuke was about to give a retort to Naruto when, pathetic, a cold voice suddenly cut in. Everyone looked up to see another figure standing under the branch of another tree next to them. It was a red-haired boy Naruto's age with a large gourd on his back and a red kanji for love tattooed on his forehead. Chigara, Kankuro said a bit fearfully. Kankuro, Temari, Gaara replied dryly, you're both disgraces to our village. Kankuro replied, what? But, shut up or I'll kill you, Gaara said coldly while looking at Kankuro who cringed on hearing that. Temari was just as fearful as she hoped that Gaara wouldn't hold true to his words and turn on her as well. The red-haired boy then looked at Naruto and said, I'm Sabaka no Gaara. I too am here for the Chuunin exams. Naruto felt a weird vibe circulate through his being upon seeing Gaara. He was sensing a form of chakra that was anything but human. That chakra, something about it bothers me. I don't know what, but I can't help feel that I know something about it, Naruto thought quietly. Looks like we're going to be having an influx of foreigners, Nei-chan, Naruto said. Kankuro turned to look at who Naruto was talking to. Seeing Anoka, Kankuro admitted that she was a rather attractive woman, but he wondered what relation she had with Naruto. What are you to this flirty little shrimp? Kankuro asked with little to no manners. His older sister, Uzumaki Anoka, Anoka answered. Kankuro's eyes widened, wondering how such an eye-catching woman could be related to that wacky-dressed genin. Sasuke leaped down from the tree and onto the ground where the rest of his team were. Gaara performed a sand shunshin and went over to Temari and Kankuro. We've wasted enough time already. Let's go, Gaara said with no room for arguing. Kankuro followed after Gaara with Temari close by. Temari though stopped momentarily and turned to give Naruto one last look as her eyes narrowed at him. She turned and continued on her way. I don't think she's all that happy with you, boss, Konohamaru teased. And what would you know? Naruto remarked. She looked pretty mad when she learned you have a girlfriend, Moegi added. Odd considering her age, Udan commented while adjusted his glasses. Don't you know you shouldn't play with a girl's heart, Naruto? Sakura asked with a scolding tone. I was simply stating what a beautiful kunoichi she is, which is more than I can say for some other kunoichi I know, Naruto replied as he looked directly at Sakura. Sakura immediately saw the implications as bloodlust leaked out of her. Why you? Sakura was stopped when Kakashi suddenly made an appearance and stood in front of her. Now, Sakura. There'll be plenty of combat for you and your teammates to involve yourselves in, just not out here in the open, Kakashi said calmly as if nothing happened. What are you talking about? Sasuke asked. Why, the Chuunin exams, of course. I have applications for the three of you to fill out so I can hand them to the Hokage, Kakashi elaborated as he took out and gave each of the genin an application. Sweet. If I pass this, I'll be another step closer to fulfilling my dreams. Naruto cheered. Whatever helps me get stronger. After my encounter with Haku, I see that I need more experience to surpass my limits, Sasuke said. Now that's constructive talking I like to hear, Kakashi said. Do you believe we're ready to take part in the Chuunin exams, Kakashi-sensei? Sakura asked as she held her application. We recently took on a C-rank turned A-rank mission and succeeded both in the mission and in all of us coming back alive. But in truth, as much as we want to believe ourselves to be ready for anything, that won't always be the case. In life, sometimes the most unexpected events take place, and we have to take on such challenges whether we're ready or not, Kakashi explained. The three genin, along with the Konohamaru Corps, found a heavy truth in Kakashi's words. Clearly he was speaking out of personal experience as a veteran ninja, and Anoka was able to relate to Kakashi's words. I'm in, Sasuke replied. You already know my answer, Naruto said. I'll participate too, Sakura decided as she and her teammates filled out the application. After a few minutes, they gave Kakashi their completed forms. The exam will commence in 3 days. That should give you 3 time to rest up after our long mission. Enjoy yourselves till then, Kakashi said before his body flickered away. Well, Anoka-ne, how about we continue where we left off? Naruto suggested. Anoka agreed. I'd like that. Hey boss, why is she walking around barefoot? Can't she afford a decent part of sandals? Konohamaru asked. It's her choice. I'll explain later, Naruto said. Sakura looked to ask Sasuke if he'd like to hang out with her, but she found that he was already gone from the group. Damn it, I missed. I'll have to try to get him faster next time. Inner Sakura yelled. Sakura sighed and said, You guys can do whatever you want. I'm gonna, yo forehead. Sakura growled at the nickname, knowing all too well who called her that. The pink-haired genin turned to see Ino and her two teammates walking over to them. Chuji was eating a bag of potato chips while Shikamaru was pacing along with his hands in his pockets. What do you want? Sakura asked. I heard rumors in town that there's some hot fire Uzumaki woman here in Konoha declaring that she's Naruto's big sister. I came to see if that was true, Ino explained. Word is getting around the village fast, Nei-chan, Naruto commented. Anoka nodded and went over to Ino. You three must be Ino, Shikamaru, and Chuji. Naruto-kun told me about you guys, Anoka greeted with a sweet smile. Wow, Naruto. I never knew you had any relatives. Chuji acknowledged. Like I did. We found each other during the first A-rank mission my team and I just came back from, Naruto said. An A-rank mission? You guys were given an A-rank mission? How can that be possible? We're only genin. Ino screeched in disbelief. Sakura puffed her chest out and remarked, That's right, pig. Our first C-rank mission turned A-rank. A whole lot happened during that mission too. Well, don't hold back the details. Tell us what happened and how Naruto and… I'm sorry, I didn't get your name, Ino inquired earnestly, wanting to hear the latest news and gossip. That's quite alright. I'm Uzumaki Anoka. And believe it or not, Naruto-kun and I are of the Uzumaki clan from Yuzu no Kuni, Anoka said. What? We were never told of an Uzumaki clan or of a country called Yuzu no Kuni, Chuji said in disbelief. There's a whole lot you guys weren't taught at the academy regarding relations my clan had with Konoha. It's an ugly cover-up that many aren't aware of, Naruto added. Troublesome. There's going to be a huge mess when this revelation gets out, a clan and country that was never taught about in class or talked about, Shikamaru stated. Your village and its hierarchy only have themselves to blame, Anoka remarked. How could there be an Uzumaki clan? No one ever mentioned that such a clan existed, Ino replied. Existed? Excuse me, but Naruto-kun and I are standing in front of you, and there are probably plenty more of us scattered around the world, Anoka corrected. Why? Shikamaru inquired. You'll learn that after the ruling party of this village gets rid of the cover-up, and the correct information is placed back in the history books, Anoka said. Naruto saw that Shikamaru and his team, along with the Konohamaru Corps, wanted to learn more about this Uzumaki clan. The fact that Sakura didn't try to refute Naruto and Anoka only served to confirm that what was being said was true. Ino stepped over and took a close look at Anoka and commented, You have beautiful red hair and your skin looks so creamy and smooth. You also have a unique sense of fashion, though I wonder why you don't wear sandals. Regardless of that, I can tell that you really take care of hair and your body. What's your secret? Can you share them with me? Ino, she's not your beautician, and we have other places to go and other people to see, Naruto said. In any case, welcome to Konoha, Uzumaki Anoka. We wish your stay in Konoha to be a pleasant one, though we heard that you caused quite a ruckus earlier in town with that stunt you pulled, so it's clear that both you and Naruto are related, distant or not, Shikamaru stated. Well, the villagers were giving Naruto-kun some problems, so I had to set them all straight, Anoka replied. Things are certainly going to get interesting with two Uzumaki now in Konoha, Shikamaru realized. Later in another part of Konoha, Hinata was making her way back to the Hyuga compound alone. She was thinking about Naruto's cousin and how they found each other. She was so happy that Naruto wasn't the only one of his clan anymore. She really wanted to know the details behind their encounter and how they came across each other. She just couldn't wait to hear the story. The Hyuga heiress reached the front of her clan's compound's gate when Hinata stopped and turned to see Sasuke approaching her. Sasuke-san, what brings you here? Hinata asked. There have been some things that I wanted to talk with you about, and I don't want to wait any longer, Sasuke answered. And what would those things be? Hinata asked, having an idea what they were. Hinata, I know you really like Naruto, and you even chose become his girlfriend. But what I can't understand is why do you like a shameless pervert who peeks in women's bathhouses, flirts and hits on girls and women wherever he goes, and reads erotic books openly in public. Even while we were in Nami no Kuni, he flirted with every girl that threw themselves at him, and he did nothing to tell them off, despite knowing he's going out with you. I don't see what you could possibly see in a guy that acts this way while in a relationship. Aren't you the least bit offended and hurt by his blatant disrespect for you, and what he's supposed to have going on with you? Sasuke inquired. Hinata sighed to herself, knowing this was going to happen sooner or later. Calmly, she answered, I'm the only one who truly knows Naruto-kun. Everyone else knows what he wants them to know about him. What's that supposed to mean? Sasuke asked quizzically. What I mean is that you don't know Naruto-kun as well as you think. I learned to go beyond what my Byakugan can see, and I found something deep and endearing about Naruto-kun that no one else saw in him. True, Naruto-kun isn't perfect. He has his faults and bad habits, but I have them too, and I'm far from perfect. But like Naruto-kun, I was an outcast and treated like I was the disgrace of my clan. I was looked down upon by others and regarded as an unchangeable failure. And like Naruto-kun, I was even looked upon with hate and derision. Naruto-kun fully understood my pain, my suffering, and my loneliness, though his experience was far worse than my own. He changed and saved me from that life and helped me become smarter, stronger, and faster than others believed I could become. He has done nothing for me to begin doubting him, and he has always been there for me. There was a brief moment of silence between the Hyuga and Uchiha. Sasuke took a moment to soak in everything he heard Hinata tell him, and he couldn't find a trace of deception or uncertainty in her words. I could have done that for you too, Hinata. If you had given me the chance, I could have helped you become strong, perhaps even stronger. Even when we were younger at the Ninja Academy, I saw something different deep within you that made you stand out from all the other girls. And it wasn't just that you were the heiress of your clan. True, you had your handicaps and you struggled, but you took becoming a ninja more seriously and you strove to become smarter, stronger, and faster with the objective to overcome your difficulties. You're not shallow, nor do you believe that looking hot is all there is in order to become a true kunoichi. You're the kind of girlfriend I always want at my side. I always liked you, Hinata, even though you're seeing Naruto, Sasuke said. Hinata saw where this was going and had to put a stop to it. Sasuke, if you were to become my girlfriend, unlike Naruto, I wouldn't even look at another girl, let alone flirt with them, as I would give attention like that only to you. I would leave no question of my feelings toward you and… Sasuke, please stop this. Hinata interjected, having heard enough. I appreciate you being honest with me about your feelings for me, but please understand that I don't feel that way towards you. I'm happy being with Naruto-kun, and if you really like me this much, I ask you to please let me be happy with Naruto-kun, not try to seduce me into breaking up with him to date you instead. I love Naruto-kun, and he loves me, that's all there is to it. Sasuke didn't know what else he could say to the Hyuga heiress after hearing how much she loved Naruto. Hearing those words and Hinata stating that only she truly knows Naruto left him much to think about, especially considering what occurred in Nami no Kuni. Sasuke found it hard to believe that Hinata was that loyal and faithful to Naruto in spite of his perverted character. He wasn't happy about this, but he knew that getting angry in front of Hinata would do nothing to help him win Hinata over to him. She doesn't see Naruto the way I see him. I don't know what more I can say to change her mind about him, Sasuke thought. With nothing more to say, Sasuke turned and walked off, leaving Hinata alone. Hinata sighed and relaxed, feeling like a weight was lifted off her. She turned and continued on her way into the compound. Behind one of the large trees, a figure was hiding in the shadows, listening to the conversation that took place between Sasuke and Hinata. That fool had it coming to him. It's about time Nasan shut him down, Hanabi said lowly to no one in particular. Again, Hanabi found answers to her questions about Naruto, and why Hinata has such strong feelings for him. Hearing Hinata's explanations about how her and Naruto's life were similar made Hanabi all the more curious about the Jinchuriki, especially when she heard Hinata declare that Naruto hides things from everybody but her, and that nobody really knows him. That leads me to wonder just how strong Nasan is, and if she's been holding back her real strength for some time now. If Naruto-kun indeed helped Nasan, then she's not as weak as everyone believes her to be. But why this deception if she wants to be acknowledged as a strong heiress and ninja? Nasan said she learned to go beyond the ability of the Byakugan, and found something deeply endearing about Naruto-kun. I wonder how she did that, and if I can do the same thing. Well, if she was able to do it, then I shouldn't have a problem, Hanabi said to herself. What was that you were saying? Naruto asked as he popped out of nowhere behind Hanabi. The young female Hyuga jumped after being caught off guard by Naruto again. Damn it, Naruto-kun. I hate when you do that. Hanabi snorted. A true ninja never reveals when he'll arrive. You of all people should know that about me by now, my little nighttime firecracker, Naruto grinned. Hanabi blushed and replied, You're such a pain. Hanabi then noticed the woman with Naruto. Who's she? Someone I'd like for you and the rest of the Hyuga clan to meet. She's Uzumaki Anoka, Naruto said. Excuse me? But you were said to be an orphan with no existing relatives. How could this stranger suddenly appear and claim to have ties of any sort with you, Naruto-kun? Hanabi said, looking at Anoka suspiciously. Anoka giggled at the young Hyuga and replied, I can see that you hold Naruto-kun in high regards, and from the way you're looking at me, it's clear that you're protective of him too. I like that about you. I already met your sister and her team earlier today. You met Nae-san already? Hanabi asked. Hanabi. Naruto-kun. Anoka-san. Hinata called out as she came out from the gate and hurried over to them. Hinata-chan, I brought Anoka-ne here for the rest of your folks to meet, if they're not busy, Naruto said. No, we're not busy at all. Please come inside and join us, Hinata offered politely and happily as she led them into the manor. As the group walked through the compound, Anoka took in the beauty and sculptural designs used to decorate the Hyuga compound. It's clear that the marble and other resources used in building this estate was carefully chosen and put together. You have a lovely abode here. I can see that some of the architecture here resembles that of Yuzu no Kuni. It gives me that nostalgic feeling of home, Anoka commented. Naruto then recalled some of the pictures Anoka showed him and said, now that I think about it, some of the things here do remind me of Yuzu no Kuni too, though I never actually been there myself, but still. I'm happy that our estate makes you both feel right at home, though Naruto-kun is already used to feeling right at home here. Our ancestors did hire prominent architects to design and build our home, but I never thought that some of those architects were Uzumaki. I'll definitely have to look into this, Hinata conversed. Hanabi though had a confused look on her face. Naruto-kun's ancestors helped design and build our home, Nae-san? Hanabi asked in wonder. It would appear to be so, Hinata said. You know, from what Naruto-kun told me, you girls do have some traits of an Uzumaki, Anoka said, catching both Hinata and Hanabi's attention. Nae-san and I are of Hyuga descent. How could we have Uzumaki heritage? Hanabi inquired. You have traits of an Uzumaki not by heritage, but by characteristics. Back in Nami no Kuni, Naruto-kun said how both you and Hinata act very much like me. It was clear to me that Naruto-kun liked girls who reminds him of his big sister, Anoka teased. Anoka-ne. Naruto grunted. What? It's true that you said that, Anoka replied with a grin. You didn't have to let them know that. Naruto said. It's all right, Naruto-kun. I find it endearing, Hinata said. I find it weird, Hanabi said. Does the idea of being admired by Naruto-kun because of our similarities and characteristics displease you, Hanabi? Anoka inquired. Hanabi blushed, then replied with a slight stutter, no. I didn't mean it that way. It's just that I've known Naruto-kun for a couple of years, longer than you, no offense. And the idea of being compared to someone who's now his new big sister just seems unusual. It's understandable that it would feel awkward at first, considering that you haven't gotten to know me yet. Therefore, allow me to briefly state the facts. The three of us care deeply for Naruto-kun as he cares deeply about us. We're all attached to him, and he regards us as precious to him. And we're very protective of him as he is of us, and we won't tolerate anyone defaming him in front of us, no matter who they are. Hinata nodded in agreement, and Naruto himself felt happy about how cherished he was. Hanabi too recalled how angry she got several days ago when Niji started bad-mouthing Naruto to her face before she sternly silenced and dismissed him from her sight. I admit I'm left with no room to argue, though Naruto-kun can be such a pain at some times, Hanabi remarked. I love you too, Hanabi, Naruto snorted. Hinata giggled at the both of them as Anoka simply smiled, happy that she was able to melt whatever ice was there between herself and Hanabi. That evening elsewhere, the Tsunanines were lodging in their rented hotel rooms. They were briefed by their Jounin sensei Baki before being allowed to rest for the rest of the night. Temari was leaning on the window ledge while looking out at the full moon shining brightly in the cloudless night sky. As she was doing so, her mind began to drift off. I am far from worthy of possessing, let alone touching, such exceptionally polished gemstones such as the one standing before me. Yet, just to be able to look, even from afar with my unworthy eyes, gives me reasons to appreciate women who refine themselves into kunoichi that are more than meets the eyes. Why am I thinking of his words all of a sudden? Temari thought, strong women who refine themselves into kunoichi that are more than meets the eyes. No one ever said things like that about me before. Ugh, hi. What am I doing? Why am I letting what he said get to me? Temari mentally sighed before she recalled his latter words. Hinata is my prized girlfriend, who possesses radiant moonlit pearls for eyes. Looking at the moonlight, while remembering Naruto's words about Hinata, made Temari feel an emotion that felt foreign to her, a particular emotion that troubled her, and it was aimed at Hinata, who she had never seen or met yet. Thinking about a certain blonde, are we? I never knew you had a soft spot for younger men, Kankuro taunted as he entered the room. Temari turned and shot him a hardened glare that promised immense pain if he said another word on the subject. Kankuro shrugged and walked off out of the room as he said, Gaara's on the roof, just thought you should know. Kankuro closed the door behind him, leaving Temari alone with her thoughts. Looking back out the window, Temari thought about the reasons they were in Konoha. She and her people knew what their main objectives were, and as a loyal Suna Kunoichi, she had her duty to carry out. Regardless of her priorities though, Temari felt the need to take care of some things, starting with an inner conflict that started up since her meeting with Naruto, his prized girlfriend. Why does that bothers me so much? Temari wondered with a strained sigh. Thanks a ton for watching, Shinobi Squad. I hope you had as much fun as I did putting this epic what if together. Make sure to smash that like button, subscribe, and hit the bell icon so you never miss a single twist in the story. Drop your thoughts, theories, or even wild ideas in the comments. I read every single one. And hey, if you're craving more awesome Naruto content, go check out the other videos on the channel. I've got plenty of heat waiting for you. Until next time, stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember, even a shadow clone needs love. Peace out, Shinobi.